social distancing or something with this? I mean, I don't.
I know. Well, I'll tell you, it's bad.
If we could like call them up in groups or something, or have them wait downstairs. It's just, I mean. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you have my water, can you bring it to me?
And then maybe stress, and I'll support you on this to keep everything.
No, I
light.
just did, I got every page
last
but
time
one.
we did. Yeah, maybe just, whatever you needed for us to help you with, because it's never fair to somebody else to have disruption while they're doing their stuff. Well, that's why I would support that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, yeah. Who's that? Yeah,
I had that
them
one.
or to
Thank
the
you.
judge, I guess. Thank you.
One. How much longer? There you are. Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. Our invocation will be led by Chaplain Javier Maldonado of Christus Santa Rosa. If you will please all rise.
Let's pray. Father God, this morning we have been blessed with one more day of life. Every breath we take, an opportunity to serve, love, and enjoy life together. As we look back at the many ways you have led us in blessing Hays County, we once again come to you with the assurance that you will continue. Holy Spirit, guide us this morning as we navigate the needs, hardships, opportunities, and plans for our community. We continue to ask for the wisdom we need, the justice we long for, and the compassion to do all things in love. We ask not because we deserve it, but rather because we know you care. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. Appreciate it very much. Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby.
Here?
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Shell.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Judge Vasetta.
Here. Okay, as you can tell by the courtroom, we have a stack of comments to be made. What I will do is remind folks that we have created an overflow downstairs for those that would like to support the social distancing piece and still stay very close and relevant. And from the time I open an agenda item to where it actually goes into motion, just know that you'll have time to come up 2 floors if that's the route you choose to take. last week, it's very important to me to remain as consistent as possible. And if someone says otherwise, all you got to do, this is a court of record, all you got to do is play back the recording to understand that that is and has been and will continue to be my goal. So it was brought up to me that the applause, the cheering that took place last week was disruptive enough. And so as the chair of this meeting, I will ask that you please refrain from this applause, because judging by the audience that's here, it won't hurt us to ask you to leave if you're disruptive. This is, as a phrase you've heard before, a court of order, and we want to maintain order. And so my goal is that you follow some, like this Pledge of Allegiance was read in a unified manner. I thought that sounded so beautifully. Let's find those pieces that are most useful to the movement of our government in what we're doing here. And so I ask that you please refrain from disruptive applauses. If you can't, you also have that space downstairs where you could applaud down there. So those in the audience who have submitted a public participation witness form will now have 3 minutes to speak on non-agenda related topics. Unfortunately, no action may be taken by the court during public comments, as we are expected not to respond. Any questions will be taken as rhetorical. All comments are opinions of the speaker and are not meant to be necessarily construed as truth. Please keep your comments and language civil and respectful, or you will forfeit the remainder of your time. In the spirit of respect, please silence your cell phones. And because we do have a robust number of folks signed up, I ask that I will, if you need it, allow that past the 3-minute timer to go on ever so slightly, but my truest hope is that you respect that effort, and when your timer goes off, wrap it up. Our first person signed up to speak is, I'm sorry if I say it wrong, Terry Hilscher, thank you. Mr. Terry Hilscher, if you will please approach the podium. You will have 3 minutes for your comments.
Yes. I moved here about 8 years ago. I now live in Wimberley. About 2 years ago, while driving back from playing golf, my blood sugar dropped dangerously low. I started to see double. I immediately pulled over on the side of Haney Flat Road. I called 911, and 10 minutes later, a motorcycle policeman and around 4 police vehicles and an ambulance showed up. They discovered that my blood sugar was 45 and immediately administered glucose. My point is that the police officers did not have to show up to help me during my time of crisis. They did it because they cared about an old man who was in trouble. That's the kind of policemen that work for Hays County. There are some of the commissioners and judges that were elected to serve this county that will vote to defund this police department. The results of this decision will be made public, so you'll know who it is that is for or against you, your children, and your grandchildren's safety. If they vote against funding the police department with all their needs, such as vehicles and training, they're going to be playing Russian roulette with your safety and the safety of your children and your grandchildren. Only criminals want empty jails, or felons turn them out on the street before they can be tried and convicted and sentenced. There are liberals who want to change the state and country into an anarchy, a socialist country, if you please. Find out who votes against the funding of the jail and the police and vote them out of office. The solution is that simple. The sheriff told me that they had about 300 vehicles of all kinds for Hays County, and they average about 80,000 to 160,000 miles apiece. The new jail that is being built doesn't have enough jailers to legally open. I urge these councilmen to give their police all they need to serve one of the biggest counties in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Mark Coy. Is that a K-O-Y?
Key, sir.
Oh, K-E-Y. Don't worry. It's just fine print.
Your Honor, thank you for letting me come up here today and speak. Commissioners, great to see you again. Commissioner Inglesby, looking good. Judge, I understand that you've taken a sharp pen to the police budget. Normally, I would agree with that. I'm a small government guy, boy, I love it. I mean, cut, we're overspending. But, you know, I'm a lifelong Dripping Springs resident, and I serve on the water board there in Dripping. And man, I hate spending money, I do. But in the last year, just to accommodate the growth, we've spent almost $4 million upgrading water line pipes, you know, new towers, all that stuff. It's just part of the business. So even though my heart of hearts says, man, keep government small, keep it civil, you know, we don't want to spend the money, you got to spend money. And my understanding is, and I haven't looked at your budget per se, I've been told by several people that there's cuts, there's no room for growth. Well, sir, I think just by nature, you've got to grow a little bit because the county's growing. We're 3, 4, 5, 6% growth rate every year. And so I appreciate the sentiment. I hope, I'm going to speak on agenda item a little bit later where you're giving $31,000 to a lobbyist. So I hope that we're just sharp with a pen on that issue as we are on this issue. But I really believe, I came up here one time to speak, Constable Hood was here, and they wanted some guns or something. I came up and spoke against that. I think that's a waste. I don't think they need them. Now, since then, I've gotten to know Constable Hood pretty good, and I realize he's a pretty sharp fellow. And if he tells me they need something, I'm like, you know what? I know the man's heart. I know he's not going to waste the public's money. Because that's what we're all entrusted with. Me on the water board, you guys, commissioners. The public's money. There's no greater trust than you have in that. And I know Sheriff Cutler a little bit too. And he's a pretty thrifty guy. So I would tell you, commissioners and Judge, if they tell you they need it, they probably need it. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Alexa Malcolm.
Hi, my name is Alexia Malcolm. I'm a Texas State University student, and I'm a fellow for the Campus Election Engagement Program. Nearly 40% of eligible voters this November are Generation Z, and the number of young voters is predicted to spike. But these young voters need the resources to be heard. Due to the global pandemic, people will be weary of lines and crowds more than ever. Luckily, Texas State has some resources that could potentially combat these issues. These locations include the Rec Center, which is spacious enough to accommodate outdoor living, or the Campus Ministry Church, conveniently located just off of campus. Students like me, who are busy balancing school, part-time jobs, and extracurriculars, need accessible voting. We urge the court to make the right choice in adding polling locations to our campus, and we thank you for taking our recommendations into consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Kelly Puryear. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for having me. Let me speak today. Judge Becerra, you have said many times in your regards to Hays County law enforcement, and I quote, "I support the front line." Let's take a look at your 2001 budget proposal, which I have right here in front of me. This is the fastest growing county in the nation. Hays County's new deputies and other staff, the sheriff's office is asking for $757,448, and you propose zero. The law enforcement operation equipment, like radios, handheld radios, the sheriff's office is asking for $248,640, and you propose zero. Rifles, shotguns, helmet, body armor, or vests, violent persons resistance systems, or RAPS. SO is asking for $161,603, and you propose zero. Equipment for the patrol cars, SO is asking for $453,445, and you propose zero. Combined personnel requests for the 5 constable office total $560,320, and you propose zero. Combined equipment for 5 constable office total $266,146 is what they asked for, and you propose $13,480,000. So please explain to me exactly how you support the front line. With this budget, you leave our law enforcement ill-equipped and underfunded, and the underfunded and safely severe and service and defending the citizens of Hays County. This is unacceptable. We want our Hayes County law enforcement fully funded with increase. By the way, I stand corrected, my husband's patrol car has 157,000 miles on it, not 160,000 like I said last week. But the fact is that I still haven't, we haven't had you fact check that. Didn't get a phone call this week. So if you'd like to see that, my husband's vehicle's ready for you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would like to just point out that the last year's budget that you're referencing is inaccurate, and if you watch the video after when we address these items, or reach out for clarification, we could point out more completely what you're describing. Next up, Ms. Linda Freeman.
Since you corrected, I have the proposal right here, and it says it says 2,000.
Ma'am, I think your time is up. Ms. Linda Freeman, we could talk all you want after.
I'm Linda Freeman. I live in Dripping Springs. Thank you, Judge Becerra. Thank you, Commissioners, for this time. I want to talk today about the U.S. Constitution and how that relates to local funding for our law enforcement across Hayes County. Quoting the preamble to the Constitution, the government shall provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare. To provide for the common defense means to pay for or to fund what is needed for common defense. In other words, to fund law enforcement for the common defense, the defense of all our citizens, common defense shared by all, and to promote the general welfare. This term also shows up in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, and the language is clear. The government shall provide for the common defense, that is public safety, and for the general welfare. So a constitutional state of welfare or well-being must be general across the board, not just favored individuals or locations. This constitutional provision must be transparent and visible to the public. And it must be based on a public preference, that is the public will, rather than on special interest dogma or alleged exclusive morality. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the constitutional view for providing funding for the common defense and the general welfare or general well-being of all of our citizens is not up for debate. And the funding, which comes from tax dollars, is not up for grabs from special interest groups. Our tax dollars do help to support some nonprofit organizations that serve all of the citizens of Hayes County, like public libraries or like a women's shelter. But those organizations do not actively lobby for our tax dollars. And yet we have a nonprofit organization lurking in the shadows of this court lobbying for tax dollars. Funding for these organizations comes from the generosity of a constitutional spirit of providing for the common defense and the general welfare. And yet, Mano Amiga, again, is actively lobbying for our tax dollars for their political agenda. Their agenda is not for the common defense of all of our citizens, nor the general welfare. Their agenda is to siphon off tax dollars for their special interest agenda to fund a public defender's office, designed to keep offenders out of jail. Well, we are paying and we are lobbying you here today to keep offenders in jail. We demand that the Commissioners Court fully fund and increase taxpayer funding for our county law enforcement. That is your job, and we pay you to do it. You work for us. I said this last week, and I will say it again. Do your jobs or be fired.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Ms. Kelly Stone.
I think she's downstairs.
Oh, okay, no problem. While she comes up, we will be patient. We will wait with Monty Parker. And when Ms. Kelly Stone comes up, after you're done, we'll let her up.
Okay.
Thank
Good morning,
you, sir.
Judge and Commissioners. My name is Monty Parker, and I live in Kissing Tree here in San Marcos. I'm a former public official, so I know budget decisions are tough, but also know that sometimes proposed budgets get political and not practical. My comments today are 100% focused on the defunding of law enforcement. I was first alerted to the effort by my daughter, Stacy, who lives in Wimberley. I posted it on my Facebook Community Action Network page for Kissing Tree and was immediately greeted by several who agreed. One neighbor told me the judge denied there was a defunding effort. But after reviewing the budget, I'm curious, what exactly does one mean when they state that they're against defunding? Is it a play on words? Because defunding, if taken literally, means no funds. Or is it political doublespeak? Because in the case of the budget, there is funding, but the funding is reduced. In this proposed budget, defunding means stripping funds necessary to maintain our law enforcement resources at a high level, to ensure public health and safety, and the safety of our law enforcement officers. The proposed budget calls for a $3 million reduction from inmate outsourcing, as well as cutting funds for the jail by $856,000 from the current budget, which proposed funding for the next fiscal year is slated to be $5.6 million below what was requested. This provides 1/2 of the personnel needed to staff the new jail. This is a way of forcing criminals who should be behind bars back into the general public, which will put citizens in jeopardy. It removes funds to replace rifle-resistant vests from tactical teams. Tell me, who among you want to be out there serving the public and not have that protection? We had 3 San Marcos officers recently ambushed by a gunman with a rifle. 1 tragically died. Every one of you should be willing to provide whatever equipment is necessary to protect those who are sworn to protect us. The Sheriff's Department asked for 48 replacement vehicles, but none are funded. Again, why are you playing games with their safety and, in extension, the safety of the citizens of Hays County? I could go on and on, but I won't because my time will be out. The bottom line is this: cutting the budget is defunding. Defunding will have a detrimental effect on the citizens of Hays County. The politically correct solution for Hays County is not what the City of Austin, Seattle, Portland, Minneapolis, and New York City are doing. We expect better of our Commissioners Court. We expect you to back the blue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ms. Kelly Stone.
Hello, Honorable Judge and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Stone. I reside here in San Marcos. I used to be a Texas State student before I became a Texas State staff member, before I became a Texas State faculty member, before I was outed for being too liberal, and then my contract wasn't renewed. So here I am as a liberal. Oh my gosh. So I want to do a quick history lesson because I've been living through a pandemic, as we all have been, but in different experiences. Some of us are concerned about the health and safety of ourselves and our neighbors. Others are not. We are standing here in a room filled with people, many of them not even wearing masks. And so if our court cannot even keep us safe at our Hays County Courthouse, to that end, it shows why you don't care about our safety with voting. That is an extension of what's taking place right now. We have voting lines of 4 to 5 hours on the Texas State campus, and it's gonna get worse. This pandemic, it's real, is gonna get worse. And we have to protect the health and safety of our community. In 1919, women, white women in particular, were given the right to vote. After fighting hard, being beaten, being jailed, being incarcerated. And when that happened, it was because they were protesting Woodrow Wilson's house at the White House. 24 hours a day, months, they protested for the right to vote. And that was after they'd been denied that right in February of 1919, and several years prior to that, beginning in 1846. So here we are again. Gross. 100 years later, still a pandemic, still fighting for our right to vote. I was making jokes that Becerra here is drinking emergency because he's in a room that is very scary and unsafe. I have not been to a restaurant. I have not been indoors, and here I am speaking on behalf of my community, on behalf of my future community, and on behalf of the people that we're gonna lose and the families. We're losing lives, and you're playing with them right now, with toying with these polling places. You have the money, we have the time, we need to expand voting. We need safety, and I can't believe I'm doing this right now, not through Zoom, like every other government office. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mr. Jeff Arnold.
Thank you, Judge, Committee. My name is Jeff Arnold.
I'm a Hays County resident, live in Springs, consider myself an American patriot. I started off last week by thanking the law enforcement and also explaining on what their job is to do to protect and serve. That's the oath they take, is to protect and serve us. That's what we expect of them. Our men and women in the blue are true warriors. There are true warriors out there on the street. They don't hate what they're going out and dealing with every day. They're out there doing their jobs because they love and cherish and want to protect those that they've left behind every day. I'm under the impression that this proposal in this budget is not about money whatsoever. By eliminating the 1033 program where we can get free equipment, bedding, housing for our new jail, equipment for our police officers. I saw the Cedar Park police cars that were riddled with bullets. They did not have that equipment. I also saw another community here in Texas that had an armed vehicle that went in after a sniper and was able to take him out. By defunding or not elaborating on a program that we have that can protect and give our law enforcement officers the equipment and services that they need, I believe is extremely negligent. Tampa Bay law enforcement received over $14 million worth of military equipment to help their department. On top of this, getting rid of the outsourcing program actually saves money. From what I understand, it costs us about $100 a day to house an inmate here. And by outsourcing, due to the volume, we can do that for about half. So those right there are two programs that will actually save money that we're trying to get rid of. On top of that, the community voted for a new jail. It was put out there on a vote. We voted, there was a bond, we wanted a new jail. I find it very difficult to believe that the committee or whoever proposed this budget did not understand how many officers it's going to take to fund and fully have that facility up and running. To propose 12 officers to open up a facility, a new jail facility that needs up to 35, to me it has nothing to do about money. It only has to do about putting criminals back onto the streets. I need to remind everybody here, if we do defund the police department, I am your holistic, your organic community patrol. You do not want me on the streets. You want these wonderful heroes in the blue on the streets protecting our community. If you do defund the police department and get rid of 911, I highly recommend you leave 811 open.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Vernon Ward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. There's been some pretty good speakers ahead of me, more elaborate than I just have a simple message. As a resident of Hays County for the past 40 years, my wife and I moved here looking for a better life, and we've experienced that. We raised our son here. We now have 3 grandchildren through him here, and I want them to grow up in a county that is safe and secure. I come here today to speak on behalf of budget cuts for the law enforcement of Hays County, for the jails and everything. I'm not a great numbers cruncher like a lot of those that preceded me, but I'm here to tell you that I support our law enforcement. I support our judicial system. The main chief responsibility of government is to provide for a safe and secure environment for its citizens against aggressors. I see we still have "In God We Trust" above here. That God has ordained government to reward those that do right and to punish those that do wrong. I know that this comes on the heels of a movement to diminish law enforcement in our country. I do not want our Texas, our Hays County to emulate the West Coast cities of Portland and Seattle. I don't want us to emulate Austin. I want us to not allow lawlessness to run rampant. I do not want us to become a society of anarchy. We need to stand firm behind our law enforcement and fund them fully. As a taxpayer, I complain quite often about how much I have to pay in taxes. But when it comes to this is a budget item that needs to be given top priority, and even in some instances, to be funded a little bit more to assist law enforcement officers to do their job correctly. If we have law enforcement officers that are brutal, that are not doing their job correctly, they should be addressed, they should be punished, and they should be taken out of service. But that is the minimum. This county has not really experienced these problems in the past. Like I said, I've been here for 40 years, and we just have not had these issues come up here. And I thank you for the time to be able to stand before you and ask for these things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up, Mr. Rodrigo Amaya. And if I call someone's name and you're not here, we'll always let you back in to chime back in. But after Mr. Rodrigo Amaya will be Ms. Sheila Ray.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I'm just here today to ask you all to please support opening an extra voting location at the university. I'm a driver up there, and it's been a big challenge with the students and everything, and it's not safe. You can justify it. You're going to hear all kinds of information against it and stuff, Been talking to a lot of folks about it, but they are concerned for their safety. Students deserve adequate voting locations. So please, like I said, I ask you all to please support that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ms. Sheila Ray, followed by Ms. Alicia Blythe.
Thank you. So far, the social justice narrative has run this courtroom. Today, that's kind of changing. Judge Becerra, you claimed last week that you genuinely cared about law enforcement. When one of the women brought up the fact that the plates and the vests were expired, you said that it was a very troubling statement to you. However, the proposed budget right now proves otherwise. It proves it's a very disingenuous comment and that you're a liar. So we are the second fastest growing county in the nation. And with that comes crime, yet you propose a budget with a 4% tax cut. That's great for political strategy to boast a tax cut, and it leaves our sheriff scrambling with the county commissioners to come up and clean up that mess. Most importantly, you've zeroed out the $3 million outsourcing budget to take care of our inmates who are outsourced at other places. You also undercut the staff budget by $1.3 million in that growing county. Doesn't make sense. Do you realize the position that you've put our county in? Do you expect us to free because we can't take care of the ones out and we can't take care of the ones in? We can't even open up the new jail to full capacity. So the narrative that's been run that by the social justice amigas would have us believe that those jail is full of people who are low charges, possession of marijuana or hot checks. But I went over the custody status detail report, a very depressing, long article, and it was rife with repeat offenders, multiple accounts, sexual assault with a child, possession of child porn, aggravated sexual assault, indecency with child sexual assault, murder, an officer in there who killed Officer Copeland, aggravated robbery. What kind of man would zero out the budget? Is it a joke? Because to me, it's a lack of integrity. The man you appointed is proof of that as your chief of staff. His name is on the Brady list. If those of y'all in here don't know what it is, I expect y'all to Google that. Figure out what the Brady list is. His name is on there. He's also Hays County Emergency Medical Coordinator, and his name and your name are both tied up in charges involving COVID testing in the Hampton Inn Hotel. Y'all can Google that too. So he's also running for sheriff. That's most alarming. Seems like a nice little corrupt kingdom of county officials forming if we don't wake up and vote. Know this, I'm one voice, but in a large part this courtroom is proof of what one voice can do, and we are speaking out. So do this, do your job that we elected you to do. Get Sheriff Cutler the funds that he needs to run this county with a workable budget. He can't use fairy dust and pull officers out of nowhere. We need the county outfitted for the hour that she's in. There's threats at our door right there in Austin by outfitting our law enforcement with what they need to do their job and do it safely. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Ms. Alicia Blythe.
My name's Alicia Blythe, and I am not for defunding our law enforcement officers. It's not an option. Today, of all times, we need to be doing the opposite. We need to provide more for them in staff and updated equipment and safety. Crises are not the time for social workers. It's the time for law enforcement. I've lived in Wimberley for 34 years. I went to Texas State. I grew up in Austin. I'm a teacher, a school counselor, and now I train educators. And in all of my career, I've gone through many trainings on how to protect kids in emergencies, lockdowns, active shootings, and scary things that can happen in our schools today. We have to have law enforcement to help in those times, and I am so grateful for them. I was a counselor in Wimberley Junior High in 1999, the week after Columbine. We discovered some students of ours who had been threatening to do a similar thing on our campus. You most likely didn't hear anything in the press about that situation. That's because it was professionally and quickly handled by the Hays County law enforcement, hand in hand with our school district administration. It was significant enough for the Texas governor at the time, George W. Bush. He came to our campus and spoke with all our parents. I was very grateful for our law enforcement on that day. So currently, last Thursday, I was shopping at H-E-B in Wimberley, and I heard on the speaker, H-E-B is now on lockdown. Please stay away from the entrances and windows. My husband was texting me and said there were a lot of cop cars right down the street and to be very careful. Found out that it was an active shooter and they were in pursuit of him. After being in lockdown in Wimberley H-E-B for about 45 minutes, we were finally able to safely leave and go home. I am again very grateful for Hays County law enforcement. They're professional. We need them. We need to support them and provide for them and not defund them in the budget. There are bad cops. There are bad teachers. There are bad government officials. There is bad in every career. The answer is never to penalize all because of a few. I want to leave you with a powerful thought. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Let's choose to be good men and women, filled with true wisdom. Let's choose to do what's right and needed for our law enforcement officials who put their lives out there every day for us.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mr. Robert Keaton, followed by Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I moved from Austin I lived in Austin for 40 years, so it took me 40 years to get to Wimberley, and I'm glad to be here. Okay, I'm here to express my support to our law enforcement and to urge you not to divert or reallocate funds in any way away from law enforcement, but instead to increase their funding commensurate with the huge growth that Hays County is experiencing. I'm asking that you restore what you zeroed out and cut from the budget. Fully staff the new county jail. Out of 449 total inmates in Hays County Jail, about 289 are in the jail and 160 are outsourced. Due to the efforts of our sheriff, he's been able to help get that cost down. It costs us about $100 a day to house them here. He can send them out for about $60 a day. Sir, you zeroed the outsourcing. It's gone from the budget. What are we going to do with those inmates? They says we have to take care of them. We're going to just release them? I don't know. Department 618, of all the new officers' position requested, none were approved, such as requests for a school resource officer to take care of our children in Hays County. It's exponentially growing faster than any other county in the nation. Requests for a new detective to address the increase in major crimes. I think that's pretty important. Last week, you heard from a couple of spouses who are concerned about their husbands not having adequate body armor. Oh, SWAT requested body armor, and it was denied. I'm reminded of those signs you see in neighborhoods where residents are trying to get folks to slow down. You know, and they say, drive like your kids live here. Well, Judge, Counsel, I want this court to slow down, pass a budget as if your child or spouse was a member of the law enforcement. I ask God to bless your decision. You're back to blue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dan Lyon, followed by Mr. Kent Lanierte. The letters are, letter, thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Judge Becerra. Last week, a lady spoke and said that her husband did not have lights, siren on his patrol car or a proper bulletproof vest. Well, I was able to compile a partial list of things over the last couple of years, which apparently the sheriff considers more important. Spotless cleaning, May 2018, janitorial service, $500. Omni Corpus Christi lodging, $1,251.20. Emerald Beach Hotel lodging, $510.60. This is for the sheriff, mind you. Holiday Inn Tyler, South Broadway lodging, $683.10. Spotless cleaning, July 2018, $500. Gatehouse Austin, 13-week subscription, $201.47. Time Warner Cable, cable TV, $137.65. La Quinta Inn and Suites, Dallas Hutchins, $531.10. Time Warner Cable, cable TV, $393.42. Eagles Wings Retreat Center, lodging, $105. Time Warner Cable, cable TV, $413.88. Carved Stone Incorporated, 12-inch limestone star / engraving, $200. National Pen Company, LLC, notepads with pens, $225.23. Alpha Graphics business cards, $367.50. Color Mix Graphics stress balls for community outreach, $494.87. Ian Holdings rental car, $218.49. Adorama drones, $1,450. National Sheriff's Association membership dues, $200. Spotless cleaning, January, $500. Barton Publications 1-year subscription, $42. Time Warner Cable, $137.63. And he finally got smart, started putting this thing on card service when he got lodging. Card Service Center lodging, $3,456.94. Adorama Intelligent Batteries and Camera for quadcopter, $11,424. And ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that we don't have a funding problem. We have a priority problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kent, followed by Miss Mary Kay Leonards.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Kent Leonards, citizens of Hays County. I wholeheartedly support the law enforcement of Hays County and of all the counties of Texas. I'm here to tell this commission and court how ridiculous and foolish it is to reduce the funding of these law enforcement agencies of Hays County. This action is not serving the taxpayers of this community. As has been said many times, one of the fastest growing counties in the state and the nation. In an attempt to reduce the budgets in any fashion for these law enforcement entities is unconscionable. From the research I've done, some of the commissioners have questionable agendas that seem to me to be counterproductive and closely aligned to some fairly newly formed groups that are sponsored and guided from outside this community. Bringing in local outsiders with money to flood this forum to skew the opinions and attempt to bring forth liberal agendas spreading down from Austin is no good. This is not what I believe is the greater majority of Hays County and the state want this type of policy change. We don't want to become like the Portlands, the Chicagos, the Seattles. We retired and moved here, not Austin, partly due to this. I'm not one to typically become involved with local politics, but when I hear and see something that I deem is wrong and inappropriate, I'm going to do something. I'm in no way in no way good for our community. I will speak up and do whatever I can to deter it. I believe these kind of policies restricting the ability of law enforcement to perform their appointed jobs can lead to dangerously to other similar changes leading to that kind of actions happening currently in those cities we've all discussed before. We need to elect honorable people who will make budget policies decisions which reflect the will of the majority of the tax-paying voters. not the damaging agendas of a few small groups of vocal outsiders that don't have the best interests in this county and its citizens and the taxpayers of Hays County. Things need to change coming up in November. We need to elect people that are going to do what's best for the majority of the people that they're representing. And defunding the police or reducing the budgets is in no way supporting or protecting the people that they're serving. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ms. Mary Kay Leonards, followed by Ms. Brittany Castano.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kay Leonards. I'm a very concerned citizen of Hays County. I come before you to plead for the residents of Hays County. I'm concerned about the proposed budget for 2021. I was shocked to see such drastic cuts in the budget for our law enforcement. I talked to informed individuals who thought this would, I talked to informed individuals to see if they thought this would be a good idea. The general consensus was a big fat no. Why? Because our law enforcement officers have dated and unsafe equipment. The vehicles they drive, as we heard, have over 100,000 miles on them. I wouldn't let my child drive in an unsafe vehicle. The budget doesn't allow for any new or updated equipment. Instead of taking away funds, how about finding other cuts to increase our law enforcement budget? Or heaven forbid, raise taxes in the largest growing county to fund our law enforcement with safe, updated equipment. Enough manpower to ensure all of our safety. And to have enough funding to pay for those hardworking individuals. I personally wouldn't mind spending a little more to feel safe for my family. If I didn't mention, we have the fastest growing county in Texas. It makes no sense to cut law enforcement budget, especially in such a time of unrest. I don't know about you, but I want to feel safe. I want our law enforcement to feel safe. They put their lives on the line for this whole community, for my family, for y'all, and for our friends. I think diverting the fund, cutting, is ridiculous. When making the 2021 budget, you need to consider the safety of our community, not about getting votes. Start protecting the citizens of our law enforcement. Safety should be of the utmost importance. Some research I've done states that violent crimes in Texas is on an increase. A study in the Corridor News stated that violent crimes, including murder, jumped up again last year in Texas. It also said that Texas is outpacing the nation in murders and other violent crimes. How does cutting the budget even make sense? The law enforcement officers I've talked to are overworked and overstressed. Now is not the time to cut funding, equipment, payroll. Now's the time to keep all of us safe, including the law enforcement. I know I'll be voting for individuals in our county who care about safety and protection for the citizens, not votes. Individuals who put the people they represent first. People who merit my vote, not people who want to appease some voters with minutely lowering taxes just because of an election year. Thank you.
Great timing. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Brittany Castano, followed by Mr. Joseph Hagee. It's very small print, sorry if I said that wrong.
Good morning, Judge. Thank you for the time today. I want to tell kind of an embarrassing story, but it's a scenario that's very real if we defund our local police department. I was a victim, or I had a stalker for an extended period of time. The police department, I was so lucky to have go out and try to find this individual and get them behind bars. But it took 478 violations of that protective order to finally get him behind bars. I have a special needs son that was victimized for 2.5 years. We were terrorized. I had to live with family on the second floor of their home, hiding for 6 months, waiting for the police to be able to save me and make me safe. Because of recent budget cuts with the state jails, he's getting out. He's not serving even half of his original sentence, and all of the programs, the rehabilitational programs he was supposed to be in, have stopped. He won't be part of any of them. He'll be out in 3 weeks, Judge, and I am begging you not to take money out of this budget Don't put victims like myself in a situation where we have no way of being safe because we don't have a department. We don't have officers to get out there, because this is very real. It's not just about our local jail's budget. The state is letting out violent felons. This man is a violent felon. The jail, the local jail, Hayes County, after a judge like you, Mr. Becerra, sealed my address for my protection after I had to move to get away from this individual, the jail accidentally gave him my address. They forgot to redact it because of lack of training. So I'm begging you to please, please don't take money out of these pockets. Give them more. Give them the training that they need to keep us safe on a daily basis. Because I could be your sister, your mother, or your wife. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much. Genuinely appreciate it. Next up, Mr. Joseph Hogue. Okay, thank you. Followed by Ms. Glenda Jacobs.
So first, I want to thank everyone for allowing this to happen. Thank you to all the law enforcement that are here and protect us every day. That young lady is actually my employee. I called her last night after finding out about the severity of these budget cuts. I've never done this before, but as a gentleman said earlier, when good men do nothing, guess what happens? Okay, I've been in this community for 20 years. Plus, my wife's from Dripping Springs, graduated from Dripping Springs. To cut these budgets by almost half, sir, how did you come up with those numbers? They have 270 vehicles in their fleet. Ask for 50 more because over 50 have 150,000 miles. I live at the very point of Hayes County. You know how far away that is from here? 48 minutes. Drove it this morning. How are they going to get to me on time? They're not. So a good man is going to have to do a bad deed and sit there and wait for you guys to come, because you're going to cut the budget. We have a jail that we spent hundreds of millions of dollars. We voted it in because we, the people, said we need more jail. And you're going to give us 12 officers? They need 30 plus to run that jail. 30 plus. That's not even a third. I mean, barely a third. So we're just going to have this space that we paid for and bought and did just sit there empty? Come on, you guys are better than that. Way better than that. I shouldn't have to fear for my employee because y'all didn't do your job. Because they're going to do their job. All of those men, they're going to do their job 150% with the crap that you're going to give them. We don't want to be Austin. We don't want to be Seattle. We don't want to be Portland. We don't want to be any of those places. That's why we live in the country. The country, or the counter, the overall country is now coming to us as being one of the top growing counties in the state for the last 5 years. Our population is going through the roof. I see it in my little sleepy town of Dripping Springs. If you're on the east side of 12, welcome to New California. If you're still on the west side of 12, you're still in the country. I think we have allocated 2 sheriffs to patrol that whole corner spot up there. It's not enough, sir. It's not enough.
Thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Glenda Jacobs.
Good morning. I'm not here with anything fancy to say. I don't have a bunch of statistics or anything, but I could not believe what I was hearing, that we didn't have a budget for our police department, and I am merely here as a registered voter and as a taxpayer, as a San Marcos resident, that I would like for you to know that that concerns me, and I am expecting some kind of relief or budget or something for our police department. you know, I just want to add my voice to everything else that's been said before.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And next up, we have Miss T-I-R-A. Is that Tyra or Tira? Thank you. Miss Tira Jones Holcomb. If you'll please approach the podium, followed by Mr. Kyle Schofield.
Thank you, sir. My name is Tira Jones Holcomb. Judge Becerra, Commissioners, thank you for hearing me. I come here today, most importantly, as how I see myself, which is a mother of 4 sons who I'm trying to raise into fine young men. As a mother, I understand, so importantly, the importance of family. And part of that, I see my community as an extension of my family. I see our growing county as an extension of extended family. We are all in this together, and most importantly, if you have a growing family, you want to keep them safe. And in keeping them safe, there is nothing more important than law enforcement and what it does in providing that safety to all of us. Because all too often, what it is that law enforcement does, it protects every individual in that society and also the most vulnerable in that society. Above all, the most core function of government is law and the enforcement of those laws. I was so glad when I looked on the county's website last night as I was thinking about coming here today. And by the way, it's my first time to speak at a Commissioners Court meeting anywhere. And I was looking at the quotation from you, Judge Becerra, about saying about the lean budget, and you were looking at focusing on core essential services. I even highlighted it here in pink. I'm so glad to see that. And then also when you spoke earlier this morning and you said part of what you wanted to do is a court of order, you wanted to maintain that order. Well, there is nothing more important in maintaining the order of protecting the family of my immediate family and the extended family of my community in this county is law enforcement. And as one of the fastest growing counties in the nation, instead of cutting our budget, we need to be looking at how do we supplement that budget. We know from what's been happening nationwide and all over that officers don't need less, they need more. They need more training. So as a taxpayer and a concerned citizen, more importantly, even though money may be coming out of my pocket, I know when times are lean in my family, it's, you know, you cut new shoes, you cut spending on new projects, but you do not get away from that core essential function, which is providing law enforcement and the safety of our people. So there's also, like I said, the comparative spending. And I'm asking every single one of you commissioners and Judge Becerra, as you go through your budget and discuss it, I understand this afternoon, you think specifically of that #1 function of what it is to have government, and that's providing for the safety of people, the safety of all people. Parks are wonderful, services are wonderful, but if we do not have that fundamental safety, none of those other things matter. And so as you look at every individual item in your budget, I ask you to think about that core function first. So we've had some great officers. I know Officer Ron Hood, who comes out, or Constable Ron Hood, he helps my kids, keeps my family safe. I want you to help keep him and all the men and women in blue backing our county and protecting us, keep them safe and fund them well.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mr. Kyle Schofield.
Thank you to the distinguished members of this court and to all the concerned citizens behind me. Beautiful seeing this amount of people here. My name's Kyle Schofield, and there's a couple things about me that's applicable to this situation. I'm primarily here to talk about the polling locations at Texas State University. I also am here to represent primarily the student veteran population at Texas State University. I am the Chief of Staff of the Veterans Alliance of Texas State. I am also a resident of San Marcos since 1990, with the exception of the 6 years that I was in the U.S. Navy. And the main purpose that I want to emphasize here is the lack of adequate polling locations at Texas State University. In 1990, the student body population of Texas State was 20,000. We are now at 38,000 students. Having only a singular polling location at the campus, as has been common practice for the past couple of election cycles, creates lines in excess of 4, 5, 6 hours long. Specifically with the student veteran population, they are non-traditional students, and they do not They are balancing schoolwork with actual life, with family life, and the ability to have that much time to vote presents kind of a chilling effect on their ability to have a voice. The veteran population, veterans in general, we have a very good idea of presidential actions, and I'm sorry, it's just fogging up too much for me. We have a very good idea about presidential actions and what actually happens when presidents make certain decisions. We've been there, we've been boots on the ground, we have very good ideas about what these things are like, and because of that, veterans are extremely involved in voting processes. So I ask this court to seriously consider including additional polling locations at Texas State University. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ms. Lauren Hubule, followed by Mr. Charlie Richardson. We'll give her time. Mr. Charlie Richardson, are you here? Thank you, sir. If you'll please approach the podium.
I want to second and third. My name is Charlie Richardson. I want to second and third those that have said, given thanks to law enforcement. I really appreciate everything that they've done. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Commissioner of Court and the judge. I spoke last week, but I woke up this morning thinking, I need to speak, I need to show support. I'm not sure what I'm going to say, so I'm pulling this one out of the vault a little bit. But my wife and 4 kids and I moved to Hays County about 4 years ago. The story I'm going to tell is what happened when I was 21, when I was younger. I thought there was going to be more younger people talking about how horrible police officers were and that kind of thing, so I thought I would try to relate a little bit. But when I was younger, I remember having some success in business. I had gone to a business meeting in the Sacramento area, got out of the business meeting late. I had a nice car. I was probably a little more cocky than I should have been. And I was heading to my sister's house, and I took the wrong highway, went up Highway 80, and went up about 45 minutes, went speeding back towards Sacramento, and then on my way up the 50 to Tahoe. And that happened to be a big drug run area. I wasn't running drugs, but I was going over 100 miles an hour. And I remember looking in my rearview mirror and seeing 4 police officers flying over a hill. And my first reaction was to, I hate to say this because my son's over there right now, but my first reaction was to get off the highway quickly. But the police officers had pinned me they got caught up to me so quickly, they pinned me to the side. They came out of the car, put guns to my head, and proceeded to yell at me and said, "You could have killed my partners. You know, do you know what you did?" And, that was one of the most pivotal times of my life. They put me in the back of the cop car, had me in handcuffs, put me in jail. And actually, I remember crying on the way to jail. And I said, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." That broke me, it humbled me, and that was the process of me understanding respect for authority. And a lot of people talk about the big crimes that people do. And I wasn't running drugs, I hadn't robbed anyone, I hadn't done any major crimes, but I was speeding. I was trying to get home, it was late at night, I was justified in my mind, but I was also rebellious a little bit to the police. So I was anyway, I wanted to say that it's the big things officers do, but also the day-to-day things that changes people's lives, and they must be well-equipped and prepared to do their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lauren Hubule.
Hello, I'm Lauren Hubule, and I'm a citizen of San Marcos. Judge Becerra, Commissioners Inglesby, Jones, Shell, and Smith. You are about to finalize a budget for the next financially challenging year. I've returned several weeks now requesting you include in this 2021 budget funding for a program to address some of the glaring gaps in our criminal justice process. A sampling of these gaps include the fact that there are some people that are not a threat to society that simply sit in jail because they're too poor to afford bail. There are also countless repeat offenders who cycle through our criminal justice system, yet what they really need is addiction and mental health services. Please hear this, commissioners. The reason these gaps exist is they actually fall between job descriptions in this county. In our current structure, no one is solely responsible for this issue. You can try as you will to piecemeal a solution, but you won't succeed until you charge an organization with the responsibility of oversight. You can call it a holistic defense program or a public defender's office or whatever you'd like to call it, but until it exists, the same challenges will exist. It is still within your power to fund a program and then appoint a committee to tailor it to Hays County's specific needs. Last week and this week, the courtroom was filled with individuals who speak passionately about their fears. Fear for safety, fear for lack of equipment for our police and sheriff departments, and fear for criminals being released who would threaten our society. It is good, and it was good, to be joined by fellow citizens who care deeply about this county as I do. As elected officials, you get to choose from a variety of tactics to rally support among the constituents you have. One of those tactics is called fear-mongering, the spreading of frightening and exaggerated rumors of impending danger to purposely arouse fear in order to manipulate the public. Some of the darkest hours of American history occurred because of fear-mongering. What do we lose with fear-mongering? We forget we're one community. We forget that we actually have more in common than we realize. Instead, we become us and them, and we forget we are neighbors. Frankly, commissioners, you can all do better. You can speak your truth, and you can engage with meaning conversations with all of us. You can use leadership instead of instilling fear to see us through our differences and solve all the challenges we face. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Becerra and respective commissioners. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Joy Montgomery, and I, along with my husband, have raised 6 daughters and now have 14 grandchildren, and we reside in the Dripping Springs area. I will skip for now how deeply invested my husband's family has been and remains still in Hays County. But to say the least, we love this county, and we love those we depend on to keep it safe. This past Saturday, we ventured into Austin, though those trips are becoming fewer and further between because of the negatively impactful decisions their leadership has made. We became a statistic of their decision to defund the police. In broad daylight, across from the front doors of a once safe restaurant, our vehicle was broken into. The criminal element in Austin, you see, has been emboldened by the message that criminals basically have carte blanche in Austin to do as they will, because there will not be anyone to stop them. All over our country, cities are encouraging criminal behavior by saying they will be very limited, if not totally void of the presence of those that serve and protect. We in Hays County are not willing to stand by silently and allow this court to do to our county, our towns, what is happening in these other places. You, Judge Becerra, are an administrator, elected and sworn to manage affairs, allocate funds, and appropriately to maintain the safety and welfare of the citizens of this county. One of your responsibilities is to work effectively as a leader and as a member of this court, guiding this team of commissioners in making wise decisions most beneficial to all who reside in this county. Choosing to listen to representatives or organizations who have no investment or consideration for the safety of the law-abiding citizens would be failing of this court, the failing we are seeing across our country. Defunding, reallocating, refusing to budget in for our law enforcement the essential resources needed to serve and protect will be detrimental to us all. I know Saturday a social worker would not have been able to spot how the thief broke into our vehicle, but an experienced trained officer in a matter of seconds knew. I know when my daughters were in a terrifying rollover accident several years ago, a social service worker, though essential in their field, would not have brought the sense of security and assurance to my daughters that they were okay that Officer Tate Pereira brought until their dad and I could get there. There are many other stories I could give you. But these men and women in uniform are not a symbol of hate and all the destruction, the rhetoric, the anti-law groups and media would have us believe as they are redefining them to be. They are a symbol of order, of safety, of comfort and strength, an element of stability in chaotic circumstances, and so much more. They not only put their lives on the line every time they put on their badge, but these days, unfortunately, their safety and that of their families is on the line at their doorstep. Judge Becerra, commissioners, I implore you to stop this defunding movement here in our county. Yank the root of this madness before we live in the cesspool Austin has become, along with so many other beautiful places. One of my husband's and my most important obligation is to protect our home and our family, and you have been entrusted to ensure the protection through funding of our law enforcement adequately. Please do so. Please do not betray the trust of your Hays County family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Ms. Claudia Perez, followed by Ms. Naomi Narvaez.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Perez. I live in Wimberley, Texas, and I'm here to talk about democracy. And the Constitution is our constitutional right to vote. However, many people do not have that available for them because there is shortage of voting polls, including at Texas State University. In my little town of Wimberley, we have 2 polls for early voting. And the voting day, we have 4 polls. And we're much smaller than the university. If we cannot vote, we cannot uphold the Constitution, and we cannot uphold democracy. You're here representing the people. The people want to vote. Help everybody to have a voice. Equality. We all want to have a voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Naomi Narvaez, followed by Ms. Christine Terrell.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Naomi Narvaez, and last week I was here and I went over my time, and I appreciate your patience with me at that time. I'll try to be brief today. Last week, it appears that my words may have disturbed some individual. I was told that I was disrespectful and I should have been kicked out. How unfortunate, because if we take funds away from law enforcement, perhaps this gentleman might not be here, and then Back the Blue can really come in and flood the court, and we'll see who really will get kicked out. Fortunately, I know my rights. Right above you, Judge, it says, "In God we trust." And this morning you said that this gentleman's here, and in this court we should maintain order, and you are absolutely correct. God is real, and that is the reason that this person was disturbed, was because I mentioned God. Fortunately, I know my rights. I wouldn't be here, and as you know, most of the time I watch at home, but I come because it appears that some individuals just don't do their job well. The government was created for one purpose, and that was to protect the people. That's it. So work out whatever is reasonable and fund law enforcement to keep criminals behind bars and to keep the people protected. Defund whatever it is that you need to, because in all areas there could be some cuts. Choose wisely and spend wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Christine Terrell, followed by Ms. Janice Engelhardt.
Good morning, Judge Becerra and Commissioners. Reviewing the judge's proposed budget makes it clear that now is the exact right time to invest in a holistic public defender's office. We are proposing to increase the DA's budget by $2.2 million, the Sheriff's Department by $5.7 million, the jail by $4 million, and the courts by $2 million. All told, it's a proposed $18 million increase for law enforcement for 2021, which is a clear commitment to fully funding public safety. $1.5 million for a holistic public defender's office is a small investment and fits perfectly within that commitment. It's a long overdue next right thing to do, especially given that Hays County has the 7th slowest district court system in Texas, due in large part to our current court-appointed defense system. It is clearly not working, as evidenced by the growing number of people waiting months and even years for their day in court. I am aware there are naysayers all throughout our criminal legal system. Court-appointed attorneys, the DA, and judges all have their various reasons for being resistant to this change. But a public defender's office isn't for the people who work in the system, it's for citizens who need the system to work for them. Here are just a few reasons why citizens should want a holistic public defender's office. 1, holistic PDOs have been shown to reduce the likelihood of a custodial sentence by 16% and reduce expected sentence lengths by 24%, with no greater risk to public safety. It costs taxpayers around $100 a day to incarcerate someone. At $3,000 a month and $36,000 a year, that becomes a significant opportunity to save taxpayer dollars. A PDO would have a clear line item budget and be accountable to taxpayers. The current defense system is essentially accountable to no one, allowing defense attorneys to endlessly reset cases, keeping defendants and victims waiting many months and even years for resolution. Number 3, a PDO would act as a resource for defendants while also providing valuable data and metrics for making further improvements down the line. And number 4, a PDO would help move cases through the system more efficiently. A fully staffed holistic PDO has attorneys, investigators, and support services staff that can act in a coordinated way to provide better outcomes all around. $1.5 million is an inconsequential amount to find in a budget that's nearly $1/3 of $1 billion. One option would be to just shift the funds from the $2 million we're currently spending on court-appointed attorneys. I'm asking commissioners to add a holistic public defender's office to the 2021 budget. The research clearly shows the model saves money and produces better outcomes. It's the right thing to do for people subjected to the 7th slowest system in Texas, and it's the right thing to do for taxpayers who are footing the bill on a system that costs more each year, yet produces increasingly inferior results. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Janice Engelhardt, followed by Ms. Tara Racine.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Janice Engelhardt, and I came here today to speak on behalf of funding our law enforcement. It saddens me and it's appalling that I even have to spend time to come here to request this because it's such a basic function of government. You talked this morning, Judge, about this being a court of order. Well, it's a court of order based on laws, and laws need to be enforced. The basic function of your job is to run the government, not control people, but to protect and serve and provide our law enforcement people with the funds that they need. I stand in support of our local law enforcement. I live in Dripping Springs, and I came to just share some personal stories. Constable Ron Hood is one of the most amazing constables in Dripping Springs. He came to my home earlier last winter to talk with my husband and I about an issue we were having with our son, who is a great kid, but he was turned 18 and he had some fine-tuning that he needed to in his growth process. And I can't tell you the compassion that Constable Ron Hood showed my family and my son, who's now at A&M and is studying political science and business law. He's a great kid. He needed guidance and direction, which he provided in a very loving and kind manner. And I can't thank you enough. And we are so fortunate to have people like that in our community. And that is the bulwark of the people in law enforcement. My husband had a massive heart attack 7 years ago at 6:30 a.m. in the floor of our bedroom. And the fire department and EMS and police were first on the scene because they were right outside our neighborhood. And my 2-year-old was sobbing inside the pantry, afraid to come out. And as I was trying to take care of my husband, this young police officer went in and sat down in the floor of the pantry, put him in his lap, and was hugging him, telling him, "Don't worry, your dad's going to be okay." That's what law enforcement does 9 times out of 10. Sure, there's instances where there's good and bad in this room, there's good and bad in every single one of us. But by and large, law enforcement do the job that they do because they love their communities. I can also tell you that I have a lead foot. And like this gentleman was saying, I got stopped and I've gotten a few tickets in my day, and I wasn't really happy with the police officers, and I wasn't really happy about that. But you know what? I was in the wrong. And they were doing their job to protect other people from my carelessness. Anyway, do the right thing. Search your hearts. And I just want to leave you with my favorite saying from the Bible, Micah 6:8. He has told you, O man, what is good and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. And I ask you to make this decision, seeking your hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Tara Racine, followed by Mr. Zach Zambrano.
Hi, my name is Tara. I'm a mom and I live in Wimberley. I'm a mother of 4 girls, ages 5 to 17. I am here about financial responsibility, and I'm also here to say I fully support Hays County law enforcement. I was raised Republican, old Republican, where you're supposed to be financially responsible. I went to college, I got educated. I do not identify Republican. I do not identify Democrat. I don't identify liberal or conservative. I identify as an independent, critically thinking woman. I live with financial responsibility. I raise my children with financial responsibility. And I'm a huge believer when we are spending other people's money, when we are spending the taxpayers' money, we need to do so mindfully. We need to do so conservatively. I am really disappointed in the misinformation being disseminated in this community about a trigger word that I don't even like. And so I'm not even going to say the trigger word. But this system in Hays County and America, this system of law enforcement, is a systemic problem. And reallocating funds is absolutely necessary in order to address this systemic problem. If we are better prepared, we will be better protected. It's that simple. Throwing money to putting inmates into outsourced prisons outside of this county shows us that we have a problem with the system of how people are put into the prisons. And we're hearing today, none of that is a threat. We should not be fearful about the changing of how the money is spent. The core problem is there's too many people in jail. The core problem is we're spending too much money putting people in jail that don't even belong there, and then sending them out of the county, costing us even more money. So it's real important to remember, we all want to feel safe. And when we're better prepared, we're better protected. Let's heal individuals. I'm finishing, last sentence.
No problem.
If we heal individuals, we strengthen their families. And when we have a better family, we are building better communities. When we build better communities, we are building back a better America. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Zach Zambrano, followed by, looks like an L, R-O-L, L-I-N-L-E-Y. Oh, it's a Ron? Okay, Ron, followed by Ron. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Zach Zambrano, and I'm currently running for San Marcos City Council, Place 5. I've lived in San Marcos all of my life, and this is a community that I want to live the rest of my life. As a Texas State alumnus, I feel like I can not only offer valuable insight, but I know what it is like to be on campus and seek to vote on campus. I personally have experienced 2 to 4 hour long wait times throughout my time at Texas State, in which people were packed together in close-in proximity. Do other voters in Hays County experience these long wait times? Do voters in Dripping Springs experience these long wait times? Do voters in Wimberley experience these long wait times? No. This is not okay given COVID is still at alarming rates here in Hays County and especially in San Marcos and especially with young people. Classes started yesterday at Texas State, which means people from Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, the Valley, El Paso, and all over the nation have come into our community. This means we will have thousands of people pouring in and seeking to vote here in November. So please, I ask you that we could keep our community safe as much as possible, and let's support the second voting center on campus, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ron Limey? Thank you, sir. Followed by Mr. Bob Parks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me speak this morning. I'm going to take a little bit different point of view on this. I support the funding of the police department, or especially our sheriff's department here in Hays County. And I'm going to take it from a standpoint of a small business owner. I've owned a small business here for over 20 years. And, you know, one of the reasons why I moved here, I bought a business, built the business here, and represent over 3,500 clients of mine. Well, I don't represent their views, but I have 3,500 clients that I work with each year. And so, you know, my concern is that I don't want to have to go to work and have a gun in my office. I don't want to have to protect myself against people riding down the middle of the street, tearing up a building like they've had to do in other cities. I want to know that our police department is able to deal with those situations without me having to deal with it. You know, one thing the pandemic has showed me and many other small business owners is that we don't have to have an office space anymore. We can work from home. Yeah, what that means to the county is that we're sitting and letting our employees stay at home and work. There's no tax base there anymore for you guys from our businesses. And so, you know, my thing is just simply, my hoping is, my prayer is this, is that what we're doing is not politically motivated, that it's done for this public. As a business owner, each year I've grown my business every year I've been here. In doing so, I've spent more money growing that business every year. And in order to grow something, you've got to be able to spend money on it. I don't know how we can have one of the fastest growing counties in America and not say, oh, we're going to cut budget and not go move forward. How are we going to move forward as a county if we don't budget for it? It's like infrastructure around here. How are we going to have more mobility if we don't build more roads or improve the ones we've got? Which if you drive around here, I try to get down here off of Hunter Road, we know what that's like. Those roads are being improved, so it's a better transportation. So the same thing goes with law enforcement. How we expect them to protect a growing population by cutting it? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I'm a common sense guy. You know, if it doesn't make common sense, why bother? And that's the whole thing I'm looking at here, is that these guys are, you know, and I know that there's always not always good ones, but I'll give you a couple of personal experiences. My son rolled a truck one night. First person on the scene to pull my son out of that truck upside down was a police officer, Sheriff's County deputy. We lived in Kyle for a long time. We had a neighbor down the street who was dealing drugs from his home. The local police force went in there, walked in his home, was invited and saw it all, didn't do a thing. 2 weeks later, the Sheriff's Narcotics Division went in there, arrested that person, and got him out of the neighborhood. And on our street alone, there was at least 9 kids under 5 years old. So we need these guys to do that kind of protection. And I know it's not always perfect. I know they're not always right. You know, they're human just like us, and they're trying to do the job best they can. And I think as a people of Hays County and the people of America just need to understand that's what they're trying to do the best they can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Bob Parks, followed by Mr. Wayne Jacobs.
Well, Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Bob Parks, and I'm a resident of Hays County in Precinct 3, and also am the Hays County Republican Party Chairman. I'd like to speak today, although I felt passionate about speaking about keeping our law enforcement departments funded. I would actually like to speak to you about the Citizens Election Advisory Committee, which you folks will be hearing a report from later today. I'd like to back up just a little bit to a meeting of July 22nd. That was a meeting that I was asked to attend as the chairman-elect of the Hays County Republican Party. There was an email exchange prior to that meeting between Judge Becerra and our election administrator, Jennifer Anderson, asking why was I going to be at that meeting. And the exchange stated that I was the chairman-elect, and as such, should attend the meeting because of the timing of being able to take office. So at that meeting, the locations of the voting centers in the county were discussed at length. There was staffing discussed for each one of those centers, and there was a unanimous vote, including the judge, including the election administrator, myself, the Democratic Party chair, all in agreement that those were the centers and that was the staffing that would be recommended to Commissioners Court. Since that time, a group called the Citizens Election Advisory Committee has convened, and I'd like to state at this time to all of you, and particularly Commissioner Inglesby, that I understand your passion that was displayed here in the courtroom a couple of weeks ago when you felt like you were not advised adequately of meeting dates. I experienced the same thing with this advisory committee. My first opportunity to attend one of these Zoom meetings was on August the 5th, and I happened to be in the election administrator's office that afternoon and was asked if I was going to attend that Zoom meeting. I didn't know anything about it. And so Jennifer Anderson just copied me on an email to let me know that there was a Zoom meeting that night. I attended it by telephone because I already had other obligations that night. There was another meeting on the 17th in which I was not noticed of that meeting whatsoever, in which the voting centers and so forth were discussed. There was another meeting on the 19th in which there was a vote taken to determine how this committee was going to advise the commissioners. I received notice of that meeting at 4:33 p.m. for a 6:30 p.m. meeting, and I was out of town at that time. So I do understand the passion of not being notified properly for meetings. Had I been notified, I would have expressed to the Citizens Election Advisory Committee that I absolutely opposed any additional voting centers in this county. We have plenty. We have extended voting times. The governor even extended early voting times. On campus, there's been lots of discussion about 4- and 5-hour waits to vote in the last election. However, if you look at the actual number of votes cast at the LBJ Center, it doesn't make sense.
Sir, will you wrap up? Your time is up.
I would say that the Citizens Advisory Committee, had they heard my voice, would have walked away with the idea that I am absolutely opposed to adding any more centers when we have ample centers, staffing in place, and that's the way the commissioners should vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Wayne Jacobs, followed by Ms. Michelle German.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I did not even know about the defunding of the law enforcement until this morning. I'm here in 100% support of our law enforcement and 100% against any defunding of our law enforcement. I moved here 2 years ago from California, or should I say I escaped from California 2 years ago. And that's the way I feel. I'm very proud to be a citizen of Texas. I watch the news. I watch the things going on in Portland, the riots, and at the same time, them saying they're going to defund police. I say, thank God I live in Texas. I watch the news and I see Seattle, the same thing. Burning buildings, defund the police, and I say, thank God I live in Texas. Chicago, crime rate, murder, out of control. I say, thank God I live in Texas. Recently, we saw what was going on in Austin. And I said, thank God I don't live in Austin. I pray and I hope you will totally fund our law enforcement so I can continue to say, thank God I live in Texas, thank God I live in Hays County.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Michelle German, followed by Ezra Ernest. Ezra. So Ezra Ernest.
Michelle German.
Okay, Ezra had to go to class, okay. And while we wait for Michelle, we will go to Miss Lacey Thomas, or Thames, sorry. No? We'll wait for that one. And our last speaker on this front will be Mr. Daniel German. Looks like we may have we'll wait. If they walk up, we'll definitely, absolutely let them in. So that concludes our public comments section, and thank everyone for taking the time to be here and share their concerns. I encourage you to watch court after today so that you could see how things evolve, and I know that most of you won't be able to stick around, but watch court so that you can get a finer, granulated explanation of how things are, how things went, and the deepest understanding of the spirit of the effort so that you guys could be fully informed. Is this our speaker?
Judge, we may
Constable?
have one that turned in a form.
Is this our speaker? Do we have another speaker that we missed on the general comments? Okay, we were going to take a short recess. packed for 35, I just noticed.
Killed a lot of trees. What are you going to next? Okay. No.
Piece. Ready? Whoever's, okay, ready. Okay, we are back from a recess, and if you will please open, doggone it. Agenda item number 1.
Item number 1, update from the county judge and staff regarding the local disaster declaration and COVID-19. Possible discussion and action may follow.
If you will please approach the podium, name and title, and start with your piece, please.
Alex Villalobos, Chief of Staff for Hays County, for the record. The update today is that, again, we started testing yesterday. The mass testing that started at the Performing Arts Center in Kyle and then also at the San Marcos High School. The testing has gone from 10 to 2. Yesterday's numbers for Kyle was 92 and San Marcos High School was 69 for testing. Currently, we have also activated the regional sheltering plan, has been requested by the region. There will be some evacuations from Galveston, Port Arthur, and Beaumont. There are some projected numbers coming out. Will be housed in Bexar County and Austin Travis County. We are waiting for a call. Currently, we're on a call with Brazoria County for our point-to-point sheltering in Brazoria County. And we will get the word on how many we may receive. If they do not evacuate Brazoria County for point-to-point, then we would open up and at least take some of the overflow from the regional sheltering plan here in Hays. And we do have some identified locations for some of the sheltering already. That would be part of our in-congregant housing. And we have identified star request for just emergency food items that we need when they do show up. There will be also some vendors that have been contacted already to take on those numbers should we need to provide food and other resources for some of the people that evacuate from Brazoria County or other locations. There will be, if it turns into a regional response and we do not get evacuation from Brazoria County, there'll be some other staging areas, the Circuit Americas in Travis County, where they'll stage people and then they'll direct them out and assign them to different locations for sheltering. But again, when we hear this call at 10:30, we'll know for sure from Brazoria County what their direction is currently, whether it's a hold or whether it's they're going to start pulling people out. We're expecting anywhere between 9 to 1,200 people as far as projections from Brazoria County should they do an evacuation there just off the top. So.
Thank you. And I too have been on the phone all weekend coordinating with our emergency services director, Mike Jones, as well as Alex Villalobos, our emergency management coordinator, and our general counsel stepping in to work on a contract, an interlocal agreement to communicate that piece, because we as a state work together, and Brazoria County is who we are deliberately aligned with to help out. And so we will absolutely keep the community updated and posted. Yes, we are in the middle of a pandemic, but yes, we also have 2 hurricanes, and the one that seems to be coming our way most directly, more specifically, is Hurricane Lauda, if I'm not mistaken.
And they're projecting between 7:30 and 8 p.m. landfall Wednesday is what they're projecting.
But what? No matter how it affects us, there's a possibility we'll get the evacuees no matter where it is.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly right. We will become the place where they go. We are working with the local organizations for movement of pets, large animals, among other things.
We did this through when Katrina hit also, so I know Commissioner Eaglesby was part of that. So.
And they'll identify, obviously it's a natural occurrence within the pandemic. So obviously we'll have to take those precautions for people that might be infected, identified up front coming in on buses and so on and so forth, so that we can address and house certain individuals in certain locations. We do have the locations that we have access to with Austin Travis County with their ISOFAC if they need to use that, but then also hotels designated for people that may have.
Is there no way we can require that they get tested before they get on the bus headed this way? Because once they get on that bus and get here, if they're,
Those are conversations that we're having with their emergency management coordinators, with how we're addressing people that may be
I think
infected.
that, I mean, I would think.
That makes perfect sense, I'm sure.
We don't
Yes,
want to
sir.
get the whole bus.
Let's all ride together and one has COVID and then the whole bus has COVID. I
They have some
agree.
When they get here, we don't
protocol.
have a place to go.
Yes, exactly. Good point. Commissioners, any questions on that front? No?
Other than, didn't I?
I'm just wondering, Alex, have we discussed funding for?
Yes, there has been some documentation that we needed to get together with, and I know that Mike Jones has had initial conversations with Vicki, and there are some more paperwork that we do need to get done.
I don't think we got very many answers yesterday.
Okay. Well, then,
As far- we
again,
needed
our,
commissioners I think there was just a request made for a credit card, and we needed the commissioner's direction on how the county was going to fund this, or if we were going to get public assistance. We hadn't received any information yet.
well, the governor did make a declaration to open up that funding chain so that when it comes forward, then, we're trying to figure out the logistics on whether we pay forward and we get reimbursement or whether it's a direct pay for some of those sites. And that's what we're trying to work out right now as well.
And that's why I opened that agenda item, because this is unfolding before us. I have a contract on my desk to review and sign as well. That's why I'm cutting them loose right away, because I know our emergency management coordinator, our emergency services director are actively working, and I'm sure Ms. Crumley is as well. And that's why I put this item forward, so they can keep moving. I don't want to tie them up. Any questions for Ms. Crumley? Would you like to contribute anything on testing or any other front that we've just discussed?
I just have one clarifying question. So
Yes, ma'am.
the evacuees who are coming this Wednesday, or expecting them today or Wednesday, are we authorizing the expenses if we don't have any feedback from the state at that point? Or are we authorizing any expenses on the county's behalf to help with the situation?
Great question. Mr. Kennedy, would you like to expand on what you were going to say?
Sure, Judge, I'm not sure what contract you're referencing, but I circulated to the court members an MOU for a point-to-point shelter operation with Brazoria County by email. There is a tie back to COVID-19, since the point-to-point shelter operation contemplates that could be one of the many reasons that we might need an exchange. I think it's probably further fetched than a storm event, judging by Brazoria's location. That does raise funding issues. The MOU could be voted on by the court, but if it's voted on by the court, I do think that it implicates funding issues, because it does obligate us to provide shelter, but it does not say how we would pay for such. If the state doesn't fund it, would we not bill the county they're coming from?
And interlocal with that county, but I mean, that may be part of the discussions, or Mark, I'm not.
Yeah, we would need to have,
We should be last in line to pick up the bill.
Absolutely right.
Amen.
Absolutely.
That
Yes,
was our concern when the credit card was requested.
Absolutely.
for sure. We're on the same page on that front, and the memorandum of understanding. Mr. Kennedy sent it out last night, right? Or this morning?
last night was the commercial lease.
Oh, that's right. Last night was a commercial lease. This morning, he sent out the memorandum of understanding.
Yesterday morning, I believe.
And so we're absolutely working through this to provide all the information as it comes our way and include everyone that needs to hear about it, absolutely, for sure.
But you're not getting the direction you need, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I need direction from the court, whether the court is okay with.
I believe there were some hotels that were needing to be confirmed today so that we would have
Exactly
space.
right.
Because of the pandemic, in the past, we've been able to use like the high schools,
Right.
Some larger areas,
But that's
we're not able
no,
to
we can't
do
use them for
that.
boating, they're not gonna let us use them for that.
Right. So they're requesting that we have the capability, which means we would have to submit
Who's
to these
requesting?
hotels a credit card to confirm.
But who's doing the requesting?
Well, at this point, it's just planning, Commissioner,
Okay.
because we haven't gotten the word officially from Brazoria County whether they're going to evacuate or not. If it turns into the regional sheltering plan, then we would use significantly less rooms for the regional, because you still have spaces where there are already agreements in place to go to Bexar County in Austin, Travis County.
Vicki, you remember how we did it with, well, I guess with Katrina, we had the schools, so it wasn't any
Right.
cost, but
Yeah, they were busing them to the schools.
So
do we have any recommendation from the auditors?
that's what I was going to ask. So what is the best recommendation so that we could be most helpful to the neighboring county that is asking for
But still not put our-
potential help from us?
Well, it's going to be up to the Commissioners Court if they want us to, potentially have to pay for these items if we don't get reimbursed, or at least identify that they do want to assist a dollar amount. Because these hotels require us to prepay for these rooms, or at least to, I believe.
Secure them with the credit
Secure them
card.
with the credit card.
Well, we'll know a little bit more, won't we, after your 10:30?
Yes.
So why can't we maybe bring that back?
We could bring it back.
Bring it back, yeah.
Why don't you finish your conversations, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes.
And I have a feeling we're going to be here past 2 o'clock today.
Yes, sir.
And so come back to us, and if we need to reopen number 1 to take action, to give you guys the support you need for Brazoria County, I'm sure this court will have no problem acting, and we'll give you guys clear
But at this
direction.
point, we're not authorizing any funds being spent yet.
No.
Okay.
No motion has been made, sir, correct. Ms. Crumley, do you have anything to add?
Not to that item, but I think
We posted the commercial lease separately, so
Right.
we can bring that up.
Right. But nothing on testing that you want to expand on?
No, sir, we still have the testing going on at the Broadway location for the Live Oak. So that's going slow, but if they're still,
It seems,
Coming in.
with the numbers that he just gave us from it looks like the majority of people that want to got tested, or already got tested, because we don't have near the numbers we've had in the past lining up to get tested now, do we?
correct.
So it's, okay, that's good.
Okay, will you please open agenda item number 2?
Number 2, presentation by K. Freeze and Associates regarding the Hayes County Master Transportation Plan.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues. As y'all know, earlier this year, we engaged K. Freeze and Associates to do an updated master transportation plan for the county. They've been working with our municipalities and other entities within the county and reviewing our growth, some growth and those kind of things. And I thought it would be good to go ahead and have Joe Cantalupo with K. Freeze come and kind of outline where we're at, kind of tell us where we've come from and what the impact COVID's been on this process and those kind of things. And so I want to turn it over to Joe for the presentation.
Mr. Cantalupo, just for the public's knowledge, just so you understand the evolution of this court today, right after this presentation, I will be picking up number 35, just so everyone knows, and if they want to hang out, they can. If they don't have to. But I have a few people signed up to speak for agenda 35, so that'll be the very next thing after this.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks, Commissioner. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is Joe Cantalupo, and I work for K. Freeze and Associates, and I am our project manager helping the county update its transportation plan. Are those slides up? So while we're waiting for the slides to come up, I'll start by saying I've got 5 slides. I'll take about 5 minutes, and then as long as you want to ask me questions. We're helping you update the plan for a couple of different reasons. One is to identify projects either for capacity or to address safety concerns. And although we talk about it planning for future growth, really the point of the plan is to not encourage or discourage growth. It's just to accommodate the growth that's occurring, right? The county is very interested in making or having a transportation plan that provides a safe and efficient transportation system. The next slide, please. And maybe well, before we switch, you'll see to the right, that's the existing county's transportation plan. And it was adopted in 2013, and the county's been updating it here and there, and the last time it was updated was in 2016. But those updates between 2013 and 2016 have been what I would characterize, and if I've been tracking them correctly, sort of fine-tuning certain parts. This is more of the effort we're undertaking now on your behalf is much more of a major overhaul, like rebuilding the engine, so to speak, because so much has changed. Next slide, please. So the schedule, we're going to do this in about 9 months. We started in the spring And what we're doing now is we're analyzing, we've collected a whole bunch of data, and we're in the process of analyzing it. So I always say that in the beginning of a plan like this, you hear that we're doing a plan, but you don't see a lot of activity. And that's because we're in the back pulling in all sorts of information. And so what we're doing now is we've just about collected all the data, and we started outreach to some of the stakeholders. And so the process we've set up is, think about it as a multiple-leg stool. I don't know if it's got 3 or 4 legs, but think of it that way, is that the technicians go out, right, and we collect all the information and data that we think is necessary, and we start to analyze it and interpret it. And, you know, we're interested in what, of course, the elected officials have to say and want to get out of the plan, county staff, and then we reach out to community stakeholders and we collect information from them. What they see are issues, challenges, or what opportunities they'd like to see in the plan. And then it's just a way for us to check what we see against what everyone else sees. And this way we know we're moving forward correctly. So we've got just about all of the data we need, and we've started outreach to some of the stakeholders. Next slide, please. And so what we've done up right now is, and I'll just quickly talk about some of the data, is we've pulled crash data from the state. We've got population employment data demographic set that Campo uses to run their model. We want it to be consistent. We actually had to wait a few weeks because Campo was putting the finishing touches on the model that they used to develop their recently adopted 2045 plan. And so we waited to get the model. And while we're not drilling into the model, in other words, reproducing it just for Hays County, it gives us a lot of good information. It's another way to check against what we see in the data and what the community, elected officials, and staff tells us. We started stakeholder outreach, and I'll just say very quickly, that doesn't mean we've been out to the public, that's coming, but we included in our scope outreach to the emergency service districts. We've given every ESD in the county the opportunity to either get on a Zoom call with us, or to meet with us, or to just send us an email. And we've done the same thing with the school districts. We're almost done. We're going at their pace, but we've so far gotten a lot of really good information from the ESDs. Some we've had Zoom calls with. Again, some have sent us emails, and we're working our way through the school districts. And although we still have a little ways to go in analyzing all the data, it's interesting but also refreshing to know that what we're seeing so far in the transportation system is not much different than what the emergency service providers see or what the school districts see in terms of their day-to-day, providing services. And so that's, one level of outreach. We've also started coordinating with some of the municipalities within the county and actually outside the county. As a matter of fact, I think it's tomorrow, Thursday, we have a coordination meeting via Zoom set up with the City of Austin staff. They are interested in some of the things that go on, the Travis County, City of Austin, and Hays County border. And they actually got wind that we were doing this on behalf of the county and reached out to us before we could reach out to them. We're also, our company, actually the same team, helped Buda finish up their transportation plan, so we're in close coordination with them. And we've had a few calls and Zoom exchanges with the city of Dripping Springs. And so we're marching our way through, the local governments. And so far, like with the ESDs and the school districts, what they're telling us and what they're seeing and what they want out of their part of the transportation system is really not a lot different than what we're seeing and what we've been told so far. We're planning, a commissioner mentioned, how this has been affected by the pandemic. So everything's a little bit slower getting started. We've picked up speed, and now it's time for a workshop. And while we would normally advertise 2 or 3 weeks out, maybe hold 1 or 2, a couple of workshops throughout the county over the course of a week or 2, we're doing it virtually. And so we're planning on having that workshop start September 10th, and instead of having it done over the course of a week or 2, we're going to give the community about 4 weeks to provide input. And they'll be able to provide input any number of ways They'll be able to fill out a very simple online survey, where they get to tell us what issues they see. They can send an email, they can send in written comments if they want to type something up and mail it in, and ways like that. And the reason we extend it is because it just may take folks a little bit more time to find the time and the energy to get online, review the materials. But we will have a set of boards that reference the existing plan, what we see in the system, demographics, modeling, and then we're simply going to ask them what challenges and opportunities and sort of holes in the system they see. We're not presenting any draft projects, programs, or ideas. The whole point and the way you build, I think, trust and support for a transportation plan is to truly seek input before you start developing recommendations. And that'll get done, if we hold the schedule, that'll get done October 10th, and then we'll start processing the comments and start developing draft recommendations. And that'll be the point where we'll want to come back and talk to the court, maybe in more detail, about what we see, what we've learned, and what we're proposing, and get input on the very specific parts of the transportation plan to see what questions, modifications, adjustments you need. Next slide, please. And this is just, I mentioned this before, these are just examples of how we're going to present some of the information. You'll see population, employment, level of service, which is a way to talk about the health of the road system in terms of levels of congestion. And then you'll see that map all the way to the right that shows crash data. Now, these are not meant, of course, right, to start looking at because they're just examples, but you'll see that we have data from 2015 and 2045, right? That is the model year that Campo used. And it's a really good way for us to show people how things have changed in the county, either with regard to transportation or the things that affect the transportation system. And so part of what we'll be presenting is, this is what this thing looked like back in 2015, and this is what it's projected to look like in 2045, and this is what we think it means. And so when people log on and see that, right, they'll have the benefit of what we see, and then they'll be able to tell us whether they see something different, agree, or disagree. And the last slide, please. So this is where we are now. Like I said, we're continuing to gather, and we're putting together the information we're gathering from all those very specific stakeholders. And then once we get beyond that, and we get through the public process, we'll go through all of that, and we'll begin to develop the draft recommendations. And when we begin that process, when we get a little way through it, where we can talk to you about some very specific things, we'll come back and we'll take, advice from you and staff as to whether you'd like to do that maybe as part of a work session or something, a longer presentation at court. And then we'll make those revisions based on all the feedback we receive. We will go out to the public again, probably through another virtual workshop if things aren't cleared up by then. And we'll ask, show people what we've drafted and ask for some final feedback. We'll revise the plan, and then of course we'll come back, provide another presentation, and ask you to adopt or accept the plan. That we should all get done by the winter. So we're thinking, unless something happens, sort of in the outside world, right, with the way we conduct business, or if we get overwhelmed with comments and we need a little bit more time to adequately evaluate them, we're thinking that we'll get done December, January. So 9 months is ambitious for something like this, but we're on a good pace, we have a good system, and we're getting lots of good feedback, so we're hopeful, and actually are planning on getting it done in that time. So that's where we're at. Very quickly, I'd be happy to answer questions or drill into anything in a little bit more detail for you all.
Okay, Commissioner Inglesby?
I really don't have a question, but I appreciate the update and appreciate the support to get the input and feedback from the public before we start developing or, revising our plan. Thanks.
I'm hoping this is like our other things that we found out since we've gone to these online town halls, that we may have more participation by doing it this way than in our actual in-person ones also. So hopefully that'll, trend will continue.
You know, Commissioner, I'm actually very surprised. If 6, 7 months ago, somebody told me that doing things virtually and via Zoom would be efficient, I would have disagreed. But it's really working out. It's very efficient. It saves us a lot of travel time. It saves us a lot of prep time, which in the end is going to save, you know, the county some money, or maybe there's something else, you know, that we discover that we need to put more time in. But so far it's working out, and people seem to appreciate the process we have.
And the roadmap is a very good thing for us to help shape. As Commissioner Inglesby just said, I totally support and appreciate the space to ensure adequate community feedback, because our job is to represent the goals of the people. So thank you for making sure that's staying tightly woven in. Commissioner Schell?
Nothing, just want to appreciate the work y'all are doing, and I'll be in touch with y'all soon about getting some scheduled time for the city of Wimberley and San Marcos.
Well, thank you. That would be a big help. Commissioner?
I, again, just want to say thank you. I know working with some of the municipalities that I represent, that they've already had conversations with you, and one of the things that I really want to compliment these guys on is no matter what we have as we look at the census data that's coming forward, that we're actually starting to compile now, those kind of things, the best demographic data and the best population data we have belongs to our school systems right now. They are having to deal with population growth on a daily basis, and so they know where those students are, they know where those families are moving, and where those enrollments are. And so they keep up with this, I have to say, a whole lot better than just about any of the rest of us, because they have to do it on a as-needed basis. And so I really appreciate that y'all have reached out to the ISDs and started to compile that information. I know that that will be very helpful in our process, and I just appreciate the public outreach as well. So
thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for your work and your willingness to do this job that is so valuable to us.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you. Will you please open agenda item number 35?
35, discussion and possible action to reconsider Election Day vote center locations for the November 3rd, 2020 general election.
And we have a few people signed up to speak. If you will approach the podium, Mrs. Mary Helen Frazier. We weren't going to forget you, you see?
No.
There's a process we follow.
This is the first time I've been here, but it might not be the last, because I want to talk about transportation later. But anyway, I'm here about the students. And first of all, I'd like to thank Jennifer Anderson for the job she's doing down in the election. And he's gone. Sheriff Cutler. I've been in the area for 20 years, and he has been very supportive. So I'm not complaining about the sheriff department at all. About 6 people have spoken earlier about Texas State students. As you know, the age, I would say about 95% of the students there are 18 years old and above. In my day, the voting age was 21, but it's 18. So we got 95% of that student body can vote. Now, I was hoping that the chairman of the Republican person would stay so I could tell him that it might have been slow, but these kids need an additional place to vote. Early voting especially, because they have classes, there are TAs, there are resident advisors, all these different things. So they can't all go from 7 to 7 on voting day. So we had early voting, because right across the street you have the Methodist Center, they could have a poll there. So I'm recommending an additional poll place for them to vote, and even consider doing early voting for them. So that is my proposal, and let's hope that you all will consider that. And I didn't know about that little citizen action thing. I've been there too. But anyway, we would love for you all to consider giving the kids another voting place and opening for early voting as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I think it's Maia Napier. Okay. I just didn't know if it was Maria with thank you, ma'am. If you will please approach the podium.
Can you say your last name again, ma'am?
Napier.
Napier. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
French.
Oh, yeah. My name is Maya Napier. I am a student at Texas State, and I'm here to represent the Black Student Organization on campus. I'm just here to ask that we ensure that the voters on Texas State have somewhere to vote, other than just one place, and we don't disfranchise them. And we also have safe access to polls, which will mean multiple and various options to choose from, preferably the reg because it's on the other side of campus other than LBJ because that's also on the other side of campus. So having 2 polling stations in the heart of Texas State would help out a lot. And expanding voters' options is crucial when navigating uncharted waters. This means allowing us to vote in more places, fully funding election equipment, and communicating clearly and timely to the whole electorate all of these options. Preferably such as those of the ballot drop box, curbside voting, and all of those that are accessible and quick and easy to just drop a ballot in. And I urge the court to make the right choice in choosing to add polling locations to the Texas State community. And thank you for considering our recommendations.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Bookman. I don't know if that's Evan. Thank you, Mr. Evan Bookman. I'm going to put a typewriter up there. I'm just kidding. I'm playing. I'm totally playing.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Evan Bookman. I'm a student at Texas State University, and I'm here representing Black Presidents Council, NAACP, and Black Men United. I'm also here to ask you to ensure that voters of the Texas State community are not disenfranchised, have safe access to the polls, especially amid a pandemic, and to urge you to vote yes to fund the additional polling location. The Texas State community deserves full and safe access to the polls on campus without the stress of waiting in long lines for hours or the fear and anxiety of overcrowding in the middle of a global pandemic. Participation for young voters has spiked and it is expected to go higher. According to the United States Census Bureau, voter turnout among 18 to 29-year-olds has increased by 79% between the 2014 and 2018 midterm election. Now, with huge implications for what is necessary to meet the moment of a general election during a deadly global pandemic, it is only right to add an additional polling location to the Texas State community. That additional location should be the Student Recreation Center, which is spacious, nearby, and is well constructed to easily accommodate, this was mentioned earlier, curbside voting. I strongly encourage the court to approve it. Expanding voters' options is crucial when navigating uncharted waters. This means allowing us to vote in more places, fully funding election equipment, and communicating clearly, effectively, and timely to the whole electorate of all these options. I was a freshman during the last presidential election, and I am now a senior. Throughout this time span, voting on campus has been exciting, but it has also been very time-consuming and stressful. I would find myself perplexed if I or anyone else did not expect this election to be much of the same, if not more, especially with limited voting access. I strongly urge the court to make the right choice in considering to add an additional polling location to the Texas State community. Thank you for taking my recommendations into serious consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Brandon James.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Cool. Good morning, Commissioners. Over the past few weeks, we've talked a lot about the process we need to achieve in order for our campus to get the second polling location it needs. First, we were absolutely shocked to find that we even had a second location, even though the university sent 3 options to the administrator. Then we were shocked, again absolutely shocked, We found out that elected officials, including a member of this body, and people on the ballot went to tour the location. This isn't fair, we shouted from the dais. And you know, for the most part, I actually agree with that. I wish all of you had the chance to see the PAC in the rec center. So we just decided to do what government has done best and give it a week. In the name of fairness, we said, okay, fine, I agree too. Let's have the Citizens Commission look at it. After all, that's what we built one to do. Well, here we are again, backs against the deadline to buy things in time. And guess what? We gave the Citizens Commission the right to choose locations, and they said yes to this one. 10 to 8, well, 10 to 9 if you count the absent person. During that same week, almost 30,000 students came back to San Marcos, back to our county. Classes may be at half capacity, but the university itself is not. In fact, on Sunday night, the Campus Vote Project registered almost 100 students in a little over an hour. That's what we're looking at. And today we saw the Republican Party chair come in and do what the Hays County GOP has done best in recent years. And that's play politics with our voting, which shouldn't be partisan. Commissioner Smith said it best last week, decisions are made by those who show up. He should have shown up. We all make sacrifices to be where we need to be. And in your logic, since he didn't, you all shouldn't consider his words. This attempt to besmirch your process for his politics is unbecoming of a county chair, and maybe he should resign if he can't represent his constituents. But today we have a choice here, a choice about democracy, which is the real core Texas value that we've heard a lot about. We assigned the CAAC to make important recommendations, and they did. Nowhere to run, here we are today. Today we have a choice. Do we trust our own citizens, or do we trust political dogma? I just submit to you one final statement for you to marinate on. If we are to let this polling location fail to be approved after all of this, well, that's just politics over process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we're keeping the claps out. Next up, Mr. Jimmy Allen Hall.
Well, I'm going to show my age and open up my materials, and there's no screen, it's paper. Yes, I'm Jimmy Allen Hall from Wimberley, Texas, and I come today to discomfort the comfortable, as was the mission of Jesus, the Gandhi, MLK, and many others. I recall one commissioner at one time felt like he was criticized, and he jumped out of his seat and pointed and criticized the speaker. Well, I'm ready for it. The principle is equality. On CBS's show On the Road, Charles Kurtz had a segment focusing on a woman back in World War II who lived at a railroad crossroads in the Midwest. She cooked up a storm and provided fresh home-cooked meals for every boy coming through there who was being shipped off to war, because she wanted to make every one of those soldiers feel like they were her son and everyone treated equally. She treated them the same. The golden rule, which is the core of most religions, is treat everyone the same. If you're a Christian, then you know in Mark, Jesus said, the second of my commands is this: you must love your neighbor as yourself. No other command is greater than these. And in John, he's quoted as saying, this is my commandment, love one another as I have loved you. So everyone is equal. And I'm sure y'all remember a slogan of Hall for All. You cannot morally make a distinction when it comes to loving, caring, respecting, and honoring the rights and privileges of all people, all other people. Unfortunately, in this country, we have a lack of equality. The Black Lives Movement was a response to black people not being treated the same as other people. We're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which again was necessitated by women not being treated the same as other people. In essence, the suffragettes were saying women's lives matter. The failings of this Commissioner's Court. 2 years ago, this Commissioner's Court had to be threatened with a lawsuit to force it to treat the lives and voting rights of students equally. Last year, someone on this court was advocating making students take a 30-minute walk to the vote. Later, people on the east side of the interstate had to make a stink to make sure they maintained enough voting locations over there. Now this court is talking about putting obstacles to allowing students, faculty, and staff at Texas State to vote safely and easily on campus. I watched the video of the court's discussion of the issue recently and was appalled. Rather than, let's do everything we can to make it easy for people to vote in a safe and easy manner, it was weak excuses as to, well, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't do this, we can't do that. Oh, we might have to buy another piece of equipment. Our goal should be to treat everyone the same and 100% voter turnout. Add locations wherever there's a bigger demand. It's simple free market economy principles of, hey, you got more people in line, get more equipment there. Add more locations. And if you need more equipment, ask for money. I'm sure you'll get it. It'll be flooded with it. I'll write a check. I'll bring you a laptop. I'll bring you an iPad. Follow the goal that Robert F. Kennedy said when he implored us to do better. Some people see things as they are and say, why? I dream things the way they never were and say, why not? Change your perspective from, I can't, to I can. Your goal and everyone's goal is to have 100% turnout.
Please wrap up. Your time is up.
Okay, we're not reaching that goal, sadly. So I want to notify this court that by putting up impediments to the right to vote, you're violating the 14th Amendment, due process, the 15th Amendment's black suffrage, the 19th Amendment's white women's suffrage, and the 26th Amendment, which gave people 18 and older to vote. Rather than put your boot on the neck of people trying to vote, reach down and lift them up. Provide at least one more voting location at Texas State, if not more, and look at other places in the county. If you need more, provide them.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy Allen Hall. Next up, Ms. Catherine Wicker.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners Court. My name is Catherine Wicker, and I'm a Deputy Field Organizer with Texas Rising and an Instructional Assistant at the University of Texas State. As we start this Tuesday morning, we are here once again asking for you to value all the citizens in your community and have an election system in place that ensures voting is accessible to all. We are here for the third week in a row talking about the polling location on campus. The comments I have heard from this court and some of the community advisory group are just downright wrong. Our location is not the busiest, but consistently we have the longest wait times in students who are first-time voters. We need access to the polls, and we need to provide the safest needs for our community members. Students don't have reliable access to transportation, even if it is 3 miles away. I am a runner, and that is equivalent to a 5K, which translates to about 90 minutes walking to go vote. Students can't legally get paid time off from work until election day to go vote, meaning early voting is often not possible to the members of the community group that looks at polling location. Comments from the members from the community group looking at polling locations about students have included things that saying students should not be allowed to go vote if they can't vote early. You should be appalled at yourself for the comments made about how you feel when and how young people vote. Their vote just matters just as much as your precious vote. The only difference is barriers have been added. An Uber ride to the polls is a modern day poll tax. They are still having to pay about $10 each way to get a ride. I know because I ordered one yesterday to check. The average on-campus job pays $8 an hour for a student to work, meaning 3.5 hours of work after taxes would have to be work to go and vote. This is not including the safety concerns that come with COVID. We have to worry as students to face the 3 to 4 hours wait times or getting into a stranger's car. With all the concerns, today I am asking you to do what you all know is right and provide an extra location for Texas State and the larger community. The Rec Center has outlined and detailed what the policies and procedures would look like to host a fair and accessible election. The other location that should be considered is the United Campus Ministry. This location has been previously discussed due to how accessible it is to the students and the community. An extra polling location means lives are saved and people not having to pay to get their ways to the poll, and a more safe and equitable election. At this point, your vote is not politics over process, it's just politics, and the politics are harming the community. I want to make note that I have notes from the university administration about the extra polling location. They had a meeting today, so they could not be here, and they asked me to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Ms. Tara Racine.
Hello again. Today I came for this item. I was not planning to speak about the previous item. I was just shocked at the misinformation that was being disseminated. And I want to make really clear, because it was a spontaneous comment earlier, I am fully supportive of the new proposed budget on the previous agenda item. But I'm here today because it was about 100 years ago that we were celebrating the 19th Amendment for women to vote. So we thought things were fixed. Okay, 100 years ago, we thought there was equality. Was that true? No, no. I'm a white woman, I would have been able to vote. My 4 daughters, who are Black and Latina, would not have been able to vote. 55 years ago, we had the Voters' Right Act, right? Good, things are fixed. Everybody can vote now, right? My Black daughters, my little Latina, they can vote now, 55 years ago, right? Nope, no. Today, we have systemic problems in voting access. It is the haves and the have-nots. It is the people who have access and time and finances to go and vote. It's the people who don't have, because they are struggling school and work, or they are struggling with a family and low income, or because of this crisis right now, they may be home taking care of their children. I get it, I've been home for 5 months. This is like a huge field day for me. I have 4 kids and a husband. 6 of us have been quarantined for 5 months. I'm really happy to hear the students that are leading the Black community on campus here. This is part of the systemic problem of voting inequality. This is part of the systemic problem of racial inequality. This right now, you have with 1/4 of the population of the Texas State campus, and Wimberley Valley has twice the voting polls. The numbers don't make sense. You have an opportunity right here, right now, to start promoting equality, racial equality and voting equality. It is your right, it is your duty to be working on these things for voting and for stopping the outsourcing of prisons. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mr. James Ortiz.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I am James Ortiz. I'm the president of Hip Hop Congress at Texas State. I'm a senior, and the organization that I'm in, we do a lot of things with community development, a lot of outreach. Obviously, we do things with music. But
Sorry about that.
It's
a
fine.
reset.
But I'm here just to talk about the voting. And I'm not sure if anybody knows this, but earlier today there was an announcement that the LBJ Student Center will not be open for November voting, which is the primary place. So now I believe we're at ground zero, and instead of asking for a second, we now have to find a resource that we can use. But I would just like to say that I'm not here on a political agenda. I'm just on behalf of my organization and the Texas State campus, that we all know what it's like to be at Walmart and that line is super long to check out your items. That's how it is when you go to vote and you wait for hours and hours. You're waiting, you're not sure what to do. Many people are first-time voters. But, you know, we can use a rec center. I've heard the United Campus Ministry, even possibly the Performing Arts Center. But if there's nothing that's done, this will be suppressing people's voting, and that's been occurring all the time in the past. History repeats itself, opportunities don't. And now we have an opportunity to make it a lot more easier. We have a lot more access. And this is a very important time in our nation's history to where we need people to vote, regardless if it's old people or young people. If you have the right to vote, you should go out and do it. It's been fought for years. So I would just like to say, you know, even during this global pandemic, we still have to go out there and do what we can for the community. Of course, with all, you know, precautions, even though some people don't like to follow them, but as safely as we can, because this is an important topic. And if y'all like y'all's public image, it would be a very good look if y'all were to get some more voting spots. So I highly suggest y'all should do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ms. Etta Moore.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Etta Moore, and I'm here to speak in support of at least two polling locations on campus and early voting. I'm interested as a concerned citizen. I served the Hays County community for over 35 years combined in my professional life. First, as a CEO for Girl Scouts of Central Texas, providing leadership opportunities for girls and young women. And second, was full and safe access to polls on campus. Without the stress of waiting hours and long lines, the danger of blocking traffic to ensure compliance with social distancing guidelines, and the fear of overcrowding in the middle of a global pandemic. The freedom to vote and have our voices heard is a fundamental fundamental to our democracy. It's the most basic and essential building block of our government. We should be making it easier, not harder, for eligible Texans at Texas State to cast their ballot. Participation by young voters has spiked in recent years and is expected to even go higher this year. A huge implication for what is necessary to meet the moment of a general election during a deadly global pandemic. Although many classes are online, students are still voting in person. Just a few days ago, and at the polls, both locations are within walking distance for students and allow the appropriate social distancing, which is critical to keeping safe and healthy. It means allowing the Texas State community to vote in more places, fully funding election equipment, and communicating clearly and timely to the whole electorate all options. I ask each of you to support at least 2 polling places in early voting for the Texas State community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Ms. Tara Lynn Steele. No show. That's okay, we'll wait for that one, and we'll go to the next one, which is Mr. Tucker Blythe. Can't hear you.
There should be a roll-in before.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to, first of all, I'm very excited about our Texas State students being such advocates for voting and for being involved. That's exciting to see. I was a Texas State graduated from San Marcos High School. So when I see the Bobcats out getting busy, that's a good thing. However, they're not going to like what I'm going to say. I see that we have plenty of polling places within our community for students to go to. I'm dismayed when I just heard about the LBJ being shut down. They definitely need what they have, but to put an additional place out, I don't see the point. What I do see when they argue about not having time, when I had 2 kids and worked all day and then had night meetings, I managed to get to the polling places. I found too that if you want to avoid long lines, you don't procrastinate. You early vote. In my early voting experiences, there may be 2 people. I go early. I don't see how they're handicapped from the fact that I see them at H-E-B, Walmart, Target, downtown, night and day. I'm sure that somewhere in that vicinity they could find a polling place. And I'm not I'm not advocating that we keep Texas State students from voting. Quite the opposite. I want them to vote. But I don't see why they can't be included in the community and save our community the added expense of polling. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And do we have Ms. Tara Lynn Steele here already or not yet? Mr. Salcedo, I'm going to leave you for last because of Commissioner Inglesby's and your request. And so now we're going to go to the written comments. Dr. Cardenas, will you read the written comments?
Yes, we'll start with one from Anna Hargrove. She says, I'm a Hays County resident and live in the 78666 zip code. Although I'm 72 years old, I feel and think that it is smart and right thing to do to add a polling place on or near the Texas State campus for our November election. We need to adequately accommodate Texas State students and thereby encourage their involvement now and in the future in our democratic election process. The way I look at this, we have an obligation as U.S. citizens to build up and not tear down the pillars of our democracy. Please seriously consider a second polling place. Thank you. It is particularly important that crowding at polling places be avoided for safety from infection that might become widespread throughout our area. And the next one is from Diane McCabe. I was a poll worker at the LBJ Student Center for the March primary. On election day, we had over 800 voters with lines that kept us working until just after midnight. The voters' commitment to voting was demonstrated by their willingness to stand in line for hours. With the coronavirus requiring safety measures and with the intensified interest in voting in a presidential election, we need to take steps to ensure access to safe voting on election day. I urge you to consider adding a second voting center on the Texas State campus or nearby. The next one is from Isabella Briceño. I'm Isabella Briceño, and I'm an organizer with Texas Rising, a nonpartisan organization committed to increasing civic engagement among young people across the state. I'm leaving comments to advocate for the voting rights of Texas State students and community members. One way to go about ensuring that students have unfettered access to the polls is by voting yes today to fund additional polling places on campus. Between long lines and the health threat of voting in person, in a state where voting by mail is already a difficulty, it is imperative that this court present as many opportunities and solutions to access the ballot box as possible. Luckily, solutions have been created for you, one being the rec center. The rec center has adequate space and is in a far better location than the current singular proposed voting site. The size and construction of this building, which would easily accommodate curbside voting, means that, should it be approved, health would be prioritized along with democracy. Another perk of the rec center is its location, which is closer to the central part of campus. When people vote every year, it is in part due to the habits they've built, what day they like to go, who they go with, and most notably, which polling site they always come back to. Although the LBJ is not an option, we can keep building on the habit of staying civically engaged by attempting to keep sites nearby. Another option I'm urging you to consider to the same end is the campus ministries. Its proximity to campus makes it, like the rec center, a great option. Please consider and prioritize the voting rights of students who are going through enough as is when making these choices. They are voters too. Voters who often don't have a car to drive to the next closest site and who want to exercise their right to vote as much as the next person. I urge the court to make the right choice in choosing to add polling locations to the Texas State community. Thank you for taking my recommendations into serious consideration. The next one is from Margot Case. I'm a Hays County resident and live in the 78666 zip code. Oops, I'm sorry. This is a repeat of one I read earlier. From Millie Thompson, I'm strongly for opening another polling location on campus. And that's it.
Very concise, and thank you very much. So did we hear from Tara Lynn Steele? No? Mr. Roland Salcedo, you're our last speaker on this agenda item. And the reason Mr. Salcedo, for the viewing audience, will get a little bit more than the 3 minutes is because he serves as the chair of the Citizens Election Advisory Commission. So he's going to double dip his comments to lead us into the actual discussion for the agenda item. But still, I would hope that you keep it as concise as possible.
Yes, sir. Thank you for indulging me. Roland Salcedo, Chair of the Citizens Elections Advisory Commission. Good morning to Judge and Commissioners. Thank you all for your service. Earlier this morning, well, first I'd like to start off by clarifying some things. There were comments made that are inaccurate and misleading. I've been doing this since 1982, since I was 12 years old, before I was even old enough to vote. Elections has been a very big part of my life and still is. That is why I do what I do. One of the things that I have done throughout my service is to make sure and educate myself and inform myself. There were comments made that there's no other places other than Texas State that have long waiting lines. That's inaccurate. The comments about that y'all have heard in the last, since all this started, that it's 2 to 3 hours, and it's 3 to 4 hours, and it's 4 to 5 hours, and today we heard it's 5 to 6 hours. So with that being said, I did provide y'all with this document. What this shows, if you look, the last column is Texas State, and it does show that Texas State was the only one that had to midnight voting. That had voters. It tells you the number of people that voted, and this is the primary election of 2020. Okay? If you look at the other one that I gave you, it is the number comparison from 2019 to 2020. And if you'll notice the substantial difference in the number of voters of 426 at the LBJ Center for 2019, the general election, as opposed to our primary, is nearly almost double. So with that being said, first, again, let me reiterate that we were never informed of the option to review the rec center or the university ministry building. Texas State gave us their recommendation of what we could use for their facility. The other important thing is to remember is that this is due to the pandemic, this is a temporary arrangement. The PAC is not going to be the permanent vote center for Texas State, and nor is the rec center going to be an option as a second. The only reason that the rec center is able to accommodate us is because of the fact that they have the athletic portion, a certain portion, which is the basketball, closed off. And so that is why there is actually space for us now, because if y'all will remember the map I showed y'all with the little green circle, that initially would have been the only place they could have put us. But because they're not using their basketball courts, they're able to accommodate us in the basketball courts. They outlined a very good plan. Texas State is helping with the resources. They're using their employees. They're going to have, lines to make it safe for the social distancing and all of that. So I personally, as a citizen, fully endorse having this location. If it was up to me, I'd have a vote center at the gas stations. Unfortunately, that's just not feasible. The other thing that I would like to share is that Mr. Bob Parks spoke to y'all and told y'all about his lack of being communicated to. Jennifer informed me that when Jennifer informed me that he was the new chairman of the Republican Party, I reached out to the Republican Party. I looked on their website. I called the phone number. Nobody ever called me back. On their website, they have an email address for the chairman. I sent the invites to that address, and that address is not a valid address. Fortunately, Jennifer had forwarded it to him. Once she forwarded it to him, I was able to obtain, an email, a contact for him. But I did make every effort to reach out to him as soon as I found out that we had a new Republican. And again, like I said, I went on to their Hays County Republican Party's website, and y'all can do it yourselves. If y'all don't believe me, y'all can go and look at it. and send an email to that address, and it's gonna kick back to you.
Salcedo, I want to loop this in just a little differently. I don't want it to be a rebuttal for every comment that's gone on in court this morning. What I'd like for you to do instead, now with the time remaining, is to give us direction as to what happened in the Citizens Election Advisory
Yes, sir.
Commission meeting.
Okay, well, it was a 3-hour meeting. We received a lot of information from the staff from Texas State. They outlined, again, like I said, they outlined an excellent plan for us to consider. They let us know, one of the biggest concerns, of course, is resources, whether we were gonna have workers and all that. The other concerns were, because it's gonna be on the second floor, you have, there's two access points, it's either the elevator or the stairs. And the elevator, just to let y'all know, is it's not just a regular elevator, and they use it like a freight elevator, so it accommodates more space, so that gives the people going in, that safer social distancing. Not gonna give you full 6 feet, but it's gonna give you a good amount, and you got your mask, you're good, The basketball courts where we will be holding, where we'll be able to, put the machines. We have the option of access to 2 basketball courts, not just 1, depending on the number of machines that y'all use. The other thing that we were discussing, the other thing that was a concern was the fact that, what if we can't get the machines on time? And, we go ahead and move forward with this. Because from previous elections, the administration, Jennifer's office, Jennifer has added more machines to the pack. So in the event that for some reason we can't get the machines, that would be an option for y'all to maybe take. That was a part of our discussion is, okay, so if we don't get the machines and they're not available, could we still have the rec center and the pack? And the decision that y'all would have to make is, split the machines from 12 to 6 and 6 on each one. Whereas, just keep in mind, in the previous elections, the LBJ Center only had 8.
Mr. Salcedo, will you tell us what the recommendation was from the CEAC on adding the rec center for election day voting?
The recommendation is, we recommend that y'all include the student rec center as a second location for election day.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Inglesby, would you have questions for Mr. Salcedo?
Thanks for the update.
Yes,
Roland.
thank you very much.
We really appreciate it. And I think a question is maybe more for Jennifer regarding election equipment and if we were to order. I know that you also mentioned that we may be able to take machines from that location, and was the recommendation received well regarding that option?
If you'll approach the podium and tell the public your name.
Jennifer Anderson, Hays County Elections Administrator. So it's easy to see why there's a lot of misinformation. I heard a commenter say that earlier, and even among people who have been a part of this discussion, seems to be some misinformation. We have the voting booths to do this. We would not have to split voting booths between the two. What we were talking about in terms of equipment is the check-in stations, the iPads where you check in.
Okay, and so if we were to order 1 or 2, I'm not sure what how many we would consider ordering. Would those get to us in time if we were to order them?
The last I checked, it was a month to a month and a half, so I don't have any update on timing. I know timing is of the issue if we're going to do that. And how many we would order, I don't know. I strongly would not recommend just ordering enough just for this site there, because the more we make these kind of adjustments, I think the more we're going to have to make them everywhere.
So Jennifer, then if we have the booths, how many booths do we have available currently?
400.
Oh, really?
Oh, not available. I mean, that's not what's allocated out, but we have a total inventory of 400.
Okay, so what is allocated out, what do you have left to supply to other areas?
Well, I have 100 left currently, but I will tell you that I'm looking on adding to some of the other areas, more equipment, because I've been to Dripping Springs Ranch Park, I'm meeting with the Wimberley Community Center on Friday, and they're giving us the Johnson Hall. And I'm also looking for a place in Precinct 2 for which I can add more equipment, because I think that all of this conversation, sort of obligates us to beef up some of those areas over there that are busier.
That's a wonderful statement, but Commissioner Inglesby, I'd like to pull us back into the dedication because we do have an agenda item tied specifically to equipment.
Right, okay. Okay, so I'll stop my comments there
If
for
it's
now.
equipment related, I'm going to open it right after this one.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Alzate, I know I've been asking for a while. We have still not got a list of the committee members that are on this committee, and how many total members were appointed to this committee?
There's a total of 23 minus 1 that Yulin is the only one that does not have representation. We never got anyone, they never sent anyone, anybody's name to be appointed to that position.
And was anybody appointed for them?
No.
Okay. And the other question I had is, and this might be for Jennifer. Jennifer, what are we doing if this is only, if we decide to just have one location in Texas State, what are you doing to make that, are there some things that we're doing to improve the process at that one location?
Yes, so at the PAC, when we initially met with Dr. Fleming over there and the other folks from the LBJ who, there's a lot that's going on over there. LBJ, the folks from the LBJ are planning to be there to ensure student safety and public health measures are taken there. They are going to be the ones making sure that outside of the polling place that students are standing 6 foot apart and that everything is in order outside the polling location. Inside the polling location, we've added more equipment. We're only capable of doing up to 12 per control device. So we have a control device plus 12 committed there right now, plus 2 check-in lines, and then an additional set of equipment, that's control scan and voting device outside the polling location to handle any kind of, if someone needs to check their voting status, if they have to call our office, if they have to vote provisionally, all of that will be handled in a separate place. So we essentially have 2 different voting places in the one.
And that's different from any other location?
Yes.
Okay. And the other, do we have a kind of an estimate from the university how many students are going to be living on campus in November?
I don't have an estimate how many are going to be living on campus. I know Mr. Villalobos said 3,000, I think, last week in his comments. Dr. Nolan, the other night in our meeting, said they have 7,000 in residents there on campus. So I don't have a firm number.
And another question is, last November, we did not have voting centers, so this is going to be the first November with voting centers.
Last November, we did have voting
We did have
centers.
voting
November
centers.
2019 is when we
So
started.
okay, but this will be the first presidential election we had
Yes.
those. Okay, that's what I mean. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Shell.
Ms. Anderson, if you wouldn't mind maybe saying.
And just real quick, Commissioner Jones, if I may make a correction. We actually have 30, I thought you were asking about how many members were at the meeting. We actually have a total of 30.
Let me, Mr. Commissioner, can I have one more question before you go? Sure. So when y'all made this recommendation the first time, you had close to the full complement of members there, right?
Yes, sir.
And y'all looked at a second location at Texas State at that time and decided not to move forward with it?
Yes,
Is that correct? Okay.
Well, no, well, just to be clear, we did not have an option for a second location. Okay. We were just told that the PAC was our only viable location to consider.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shell?
Thanks. And I think I saw somewhere where 7,000 students was the estimate for, in an article I read this morning. So I think that's came from the university. So I think that's their estimate. I know that question came up. Back to the check-in type system that we're going to with the dual lanes of check-in.
Mm-hmm.
So that equipment is what we're talking about. We would need to have to set up at another polling site or do 2 somewhere else across the county. If you added another check-in to the PAC, for instance, would that be something we could also consider? Would that, in other words, having 3 check-in lines?
Well, we do have currently 3 allotted there. We have the 2 that will go into the polling location for people who are registered and don't have any obstacle when checking in. Otherwise, they have no, they're not in suspense, their address is correct, their name is correct, they are eligible and registered to vote at that time. Anybody else would go to a 3rd station that we have there where they would contact our office and we would troubleshoot to see, you know, if it's just a name change, address change, whatever, those things that take time when you're checking into a polling location or voting provisionally. Those are all things that slow the line down, and when you have a large number of people coming at the end of the day, that can significantly slow the lines down.
And was there any other locations contemplated in this last meeting that the Citizens Committee had?
The only other consideration in regards to Texas State was the University Ministry Building. However, the University Ministry Building is not owned by Texas State, so they have no authority to give permission for us to hold a polling site there. It is actually owned by 3 individual people, and we were not able to get in communication with them by the time that we met. We were not able to get a full consensus to be able to see whether that was even an option.
What about other locations? I know we had some concerns in the last meeting from some other areas where we actually lost a location. Was there any discussion on finding other locations?
Buda, because we did not have any options, even though we know that that was one place that they were looking at. Unfortunately, we did not have any options. For Dripping Springs, we had 2 options. Myself and other members reached out to them. Even State Representative Aaron Zwiener reached out to one of them and we just never heard back from any of them. So that's why at that time we were not able to make recommendations, because we don't have permission that we would be able to use their facilities.
And then just to clarify, because I've had a lot of communication and I want to make sure that I'm answering this question right. So we're talking about a Tuesday location, an additional Tuesday location only. I've had some folks thinking that it would be a vote center for early voting as well, and that's not the case.
No, it's only for Tuesday. Texas State is only allowing us to use it for Election Day.
And I've also had, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
And the other thing is just to make the voters aware, you know, hopefully that y'all do pass this, but just to make the voters aware that there will be classes going on. They'll still be conducting some of their athletic classes. So you're still going to have a good amount. And so I think that's why the students were pushing for this, because there's going to be still a very large amount of students that'll be at the rec center, which will make it a little bit more accessible for them.
Okay, and then some other just clarifying comments that I think I made them last week as well, because I've had a lot of people call me a lot of bad names over the last few weeks, and figure that anything I say probably isn't going to change that, or anything I do is probably not going to change that. But when we go back to 2018, and I've heard this brought up several times, was a lawsuit, a threat of a lawsuit in 2018. And just a reminder of what happened in 2018, we had the traditional, I call it traditional, though it did change during some elections, of 3 early voting days on campus at the LBJ Student Center. So in 2018, we had 3 early, that was back when we called them mobile early voting sites.
Well, and I think, Jennifer, if I'm correct, I think that threat of the lawsuit that was in 2018 was not about the students. I think it was about because there was not enough polling places in precinct 3. Am I correct?
Right, yeah, so that was kind of my clarifying comments, that at that time we had our traditional 3. I don't even know that there was an election day polling box on campus at the time. I think it was just 3 early voting days. And then there was a threat of a suit because they were out of balance across the county. I think one had been added in precinct 1 or 2, maybe at the very end.
That was at precinct 2 and
Okay.
Kyle.
And that then all of a sudden made precinct 3 have 1 short to be in balance by statute. And so what the threat was is that we needed to add a site in precinct 3. Now where that was, it could have been anywhere in precinct 3. So what we used that opportunity for, which was a threat of a suit, to call an emergency meeting so that we could just meet the deadline to post for additional days on campus, which we were able to get for 2 more early voting days, which was the final Thursday, Friday, and then also added a Tuesday polling site on campus for that precinct box. So that gave us 6 days of voting in 2018, which we all experienced high turnout across the county in 2018. That was not a presidential election, but obviously a very important election, had a lot of turnout. So then we we established vote centers post that, which we all agreed was a good idea. One of the issues we had on campus in 2018 was that students who might live in another precinct besides the actual precinct box that LBJ Student Center was in were showing up at the LBJ Student Center because it was a traditional voting location on Tuesday and finding out that they live not even in precinct 3, not just precinct 3 whatever, but precinct 4 or precinct 1 or precinct 2. And then they were having to go find that location on a later time, which let's say they showed up at the polls right at closing on campus, got out of a class or got off of work, and then they were told, well, I'm sorry, you live in precinct 4, you have to go vote at someplace at an elementary school somewhere. And so that was also an issue. I'm just trying to recap on some of the issues that we experienced in 2018. Vote centers will take care of that. So now you can vote anywhere on any of the days, not just early voting, but also on Tuesdays. So.
All right.
Then also the amount of voting that we have for this year, especially since the governor has extended early voting for 1 week, which I think is a good idea. We'll now have, on campus, for instance, there will be 19 days of voting. So that's more than triple the amount of days in voting in 2020 than in 2018. I doubt that there's another place in the county that can say that they have 19, more than triple the amount of early voting days. So I just want to, since I've been getting communication, this proposed extra day is 1 day of voting on Tuesday. There's already 19 days, so this isn't going to provide an additional 19 days of voting over in that location, and that has been a confusion that I've had from people that think, and my concern which I think Jennifer Anderson answered to was on equipment, is I would highly discourage borrowing equipment from any current location, whether it's voting equipment or the check-in, to man another one, because I have a feeling that, especially in this issue, with the 3 weeks of early voting at the PAC, that is going to be well-known amongst many students that that's where voting is going on, because it's going to be happening, and it's going to be advertised, and people are going to know to go there. I would sure hate for Tuesday for influx of students show up on Tuesday at the PAC, and then there'd be less equipment than there was during early voting, and then create those long lines and all of the things that I think everyone is rightfully worried about. That would, I think, not be a good idea. In fact, I would think anything we can do at all of our voting locations to have as many check-in lines as possible and as much equipment as possible, as long as it can be, maintained and managed properly by our workers, is a better idea than trying to reduce any.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah. I know that y'all have heard this before, but I'm a numbers guy. And as we look at things, I think one of the points that Commissioner Shell just made is something that may be glossed over, but I want to kind of expand on it, and that's the voter availability and the voter access on campus. When we talk about locations, and I guess this is a question for Ms. Anderson, what are the closest locations to the university right now, other than the PAC that we've already established? And what is those distance? Say within 2 miles, 3 miles, how many locations are in those precincts right there?
Well, I don't have the mileage, and I wasn't prepared to answer a mileage question, but I would say the San Marcos Activity Center and probably the Government Center would be the closest.
And they're what I would consider fairly close.
Yes.
I guess the concern that I have is whenever we were here last week, we talked specifically about voter access. And when we said voter access, we didn't talk just about students, we talked about countywide. And for me, I have some real concerns, and I think that they're kind of illustrated in actually some of the materials that you gave us, Mr. Salzano, but also some of the other materials that we have. When we look at the access issues right now, this was truly about student and voter access. Where's the outcry because we don't have a location at ACC Kyle? If it's truly about student disenfranchisement, why is there not an outcry about ACC Kyle not having a voting location? We listened to ACC Kyle. They told us that they didn't want a location on campus this time, and so we were responsive to them. We listened to the university, Texas State, and we said, where do you want a location? And they gave us a location, and so we were responsive. And not only did we give them that location, we gave them a location for 3 times longer than they've ever had one. We gave them a location with actually more check-in and more access than any location in the entire county. And I don't say that lightly. I have locations in my precinct. I'm just going to run through some numbers here. If we look at 2019, in 2019, I'm going to go down some locations and I want to tell you some numbers. And these are election day locations. Wimberley Community Center, 690 votes. Hays County Precinct 4, 658 votes. Hays County Government Center, 605. Buda City Hall, 557. Hays County Precinct 2, 537. Belterra Community Center, 508. Buda City Hall, 461. Hays Hills Church, 461. Kyle City Hall, 452. What do all these things have in common? Every one of these locations had more people vote at them than LBJ. Every single one of those election day locations had more people show up and vote than LBJ did. Yet we've given more access and more hours of access to this one location than any other location in the county. And I'm okay with that. We have a lot of first-time voters at LBJ or on campus, and I understand that. I commend our elections administrator for the outreach that they have done and the education that they're planning on doing with the community, with the university there. I mean, no place else do we have a check-in stand just to help people who may or may not have an issue with check-in. I can tell you that is the hardest part at any one of these election locations. Generally, in the past, we've only had one check-in at each one of these locations. They've taken the proactive step of placing 2 at every location we have, or all these major locations. But at the university, they've placed 3, one specifically to address the issues with students trying to get their vote counted. I commend that. Again, just in my precinct, let's look at the primary this year. In this year's primary, the Government Center, Precinct 4, Belterra Community Center, Buda City Hall, Wimberley Community Center, all voted more people, at least 20 more people than the university did. And I think that we've done a good job of trying to address those issues. My biggest concern is at the end of the day, I'm about equal access. I truly believe in equal access. I have 3 daughters. Let me tell you, if you want to talk about having to treat people equal, have 3 daughters and have one type of cereal that one of them likes. Have 2 types of cereal that the other 2 won't eat. On a daily basis, I buy 3 of everything, or I don't buy anything. And that's the way we have to do things in my household. But it doesn't matter if it's my 11-year-old or my 5-year-old, when it comes time for school, I tell them that they have to make their own breakfast, and they have to get ready for school, and they have to get dressed. I have a certain level of expectation for them. Now, if they don't eat before they go to school, they had the opportunity. They had the cereal in the cabinet, and they had the milk in the cupboard. I can give them the milk, I can give them the cereal, but it's their responsibility to eat. At the end of the day, it's not my responsibility to stand there with a spoon and put it in their mouth. And I've reached a point where I'm not going to stand here with a spoon and put it in their mouth. I can buy the cereal. I can buy the milk. Heck, I can buy the bowl and the spoon as well. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to force feed anybody. There's a level of responsibility that has to be met. And I am disappointed that, Roland, I went back and watched the meeting. I think to say it was recommended, I think you may have left out a little bit about the discussion. The previous vote was over 30 people were at the meeting. I think this one you had how many people actually participate in the vote? 19? 19. And what was the vote?
10-9.
10-9.
And then
the previous vote, what was the vote?
And just so you know, I was going to share everything, but Judge asked me to keep it short.
I appreciate that.
And he asked for the recommendation, and that's what I gave. But
Thank
yes,
you.
it was 10-9, and then I actually had to go back and watch it because there was some contention as to whether in regards to whether one of our commissioners only voted on the first vote and not the second vote, and that the second vote was a dead tie. Then there was question into whether the validity of one of our commissioners was able to vote because they joined the meeting late. And then the other one was a question of whether or not Commissioner Parks' vote would count because supposedly he sent the email. I didn't receive it and Jennifer didn't receive it, but he said he sent it. Bob Chisholm, one of the other commissioners, said he received it, and one of the other members. So there was.
I
there was
appreciate that,
contention on
Roland. And so I guess my concern is, and the prior vote had the vast majority, almost the full contingent of the commission, and it was actually a unanimous vote. And so I appreciate the work that y'all did. I appreciate you pulling your committee together last week as well. At the end of the day, the one thing that I did ask in court last week, and I think that we had support, all the members of the court voiced support about considering, if we're going to consider this one location, then why are we not considering locations such as in my precinct where you're driving 15 to 20 minutes one way to vote, early vote? And I was very adamant that if y'all look at another location where we have access issues, why are we not looking at true access issues where you can go a mile or even less than a mile in certain cases to find another location, but you're driving 15 minutes? And that was a concern. I am disappointed that those weren't considered in the meeting.
Well, again, if I may just say, I did reach out to Belterra Welcome Center and Sentencia Vera Hub. And again, I did not hear from neither one of them. So that's why we could not even have that as an option.
Thank you, Roland.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I appreciate it.
Judge, can I ask a clarifying question on one of his?
Okay.
Did Mr. Parks' vote count or not count?
No, sir, we did not count it.
And then the other thing we heard is that someone came in late and tried to abstain and then ended up voting anyway.
That's correct. The representative for the city of San Marcos, Mr. Ruben Garza.
Okay, thank you.
So I too had the privilege of watching all of the presentation from the Citizens Election Advisory Commission. It was because of Jennifer Anderson's effort to, and it's very valid, keep this thing moving. The train is leaving. You hear that whistle, woo, woo. We're leaving, guys. We got to wrap this up. That I was reluctant, but I was nevertheless only a member of a body. And we stalled our vote to add the rec center so that this body that met, the Citizens Election Advisory Commission, would have an opportunity to weigh in. You had that opportunity. You articulated very well, and thank you for saying how when you met and you supported the PAC, that was all that was an option to support. And since the university offered an alternative additional election day site, we were all encouraged aggressively to not usurp the Citizens Election Advisory Commission's recommendation and give you time to meet. And I saw who was there, I saw who was not there, and I saw the attempts to get Mr. Garza's vote thrown out. I thought that was underhanded and unfortunate, to say the least, because although I don't agree with many things that many people say and do, taking someone's vote is the last thing I want to do. And so I thought that was unfortunate of an attempt, and I'm glad the outcome was that his vote was counted. So that was good. I made a few notes as you guys were talking. The governor extended early voting for the state. We can't claim that as our own action. We can't be victorious that we've extended early voting. That wasn't our doing. Let's keep it honest. The proximity of the location at the Performing Arts Center is the concern, not the number of machines. I compliment Ms. Anderson on setting up and preempting previous mistakes that we have made as a county on election setups, and that the mistakes were made at check-in, and I appreciate and commend the effort that was made to remedy that moving forward. So the concern in my mind was never about how many machines are at the Performing Arts Center. Again, check, well done. It was more of proximity to the population center, proximity to the movement of the people. As we all well know, the LBJ Student Center is the bus hub loop. It is the geographical center of the campus where the lion's share of the community moves through it. We've heard all kinds of conversations around, I want my constituent to be able to get on that campus and vote. Well, luckily for us, it's a state university, it's a state institution, and everything ADA is absolutely always followed. America with Disabilities Act, just for those that don't know what ADA stands for. And so when I was asked by the student body representative from the Citizens Election Advisory Commission to see the Performing Arts Center, that was my first time through the lenses of this capacity that I was setting foot on site. And I said, okay, what did you guys talk about? What did you guys decide? And I had Dr. Fleming explain the roadmap, and I made sure that moving it from LBJ wasn't an outside source inspiration, and that it was born of the university's attempt to address COVID. And they assured me that it was, because I protect voter rights to the best of my ability, and I will not stop. And so they suggested that after sharing with me what was going on and the layout, which I felt was a good one, they suggested that there's an election day option that has been discussed, and they told me what it was. And when I started thinking about the proximity, and I thought, well, that's a good alternative to having to come all the way down to the far southeast corner of the campus. And it was reinforced by the housing piece, it was reinforced by everything. But just to simply allocate how many kids live on campus, or bobcats, because I don't want to pretend to feed them cereal and I've done my job. I think that's a little bit demeaning. But to say how many live on campus is not a good depiction of anything, specifically because if you look out that window, we have, I believe, the tallest building around us, and it's a student housing, and it is not on campus. And so the on-campus question, I think, is a moot point. And I do understand and appreciate what one of the speakers said about getting someone in a car to take an Uber ride to a location, spend, I don't know, I don't ride with Uber, but whatever dollar amount it may be, $5, $10, who cares? Reference to as a poll tax. I thought, well, that's fair. That's a good assessment, and I agree. My strength and my weakness is I see both sides. And so I understand that. And the person to walk onto the campus and to walk over and be able to vote without an additional expense or without an unnecessary burden in that uniquely populated and positioned footprint, which is highly dense, and it is minimum statewide where people are coming to congregate to vote. That piece that Ms. Anderson took was a very good one to triage the voters. So, oh, you know what? You're supposed to be voting in Dallas County or Bexar County, but we have this mechanism for you. So to say that this specific footprint is just like any other in the county, I think is short-sighted or misdirection, maybe on purpose. I don't know. I don't care. But I think it's important that a unique situation deserves unique handling, especially during COVID. So I thank Texas State for stepping up and doing extra work to facilitate during this global pandemic. And I understand that these suggestions and this recommendation is specific to COVID. And I thank, again, Ms. Anderson, this is probably the fifth time I thank you, Ms. Anderson, about taking the necessary steps to support social distancing. You'll remember during early voting, I went to each site and I did an assessment because I'm doubting Thomas. I want to see, what are we doing about this? How are we making the voters comfortable? I did that in Dripping Springs. I did that in Wimberley. I did that everywhere. And I felt comfortable that the job we were doing as a county was well done. And so this is just me continuing to support. It wasn't an idea that I can take credit for. I didn't hear the Performing Arts Center, bad idea, and the rec center, a good idea, or some kind of combination of. These ideas were shared with me, the concerns were conveyed to me, and the perspectives made sense. And so that's why I started to bring this to court, bring up the agenda item, and have the conversation. Let's bring it back next week and wait for the recommendation. We just got that recommendation, and I thank you. I know that a lot of people have a hard time because we don't have rural broadband over our wires, that a lot of people have a hard time picking up their telephone and getting on a call. I understand that that's difficult, and it might be even more difficult to get on a video. I have a personal friend that was on there, and he was out of state, but I will see him and rib him because I will simply say to this individual that was not there, you could have picked up the phone anywhere. Why weren't you on the call? So if someone says I wasn't there, with all the heads up that you guys have done and provided, I feel that that's not a valid excuse. Unique population. These are not children that we feed cereal to. I want to repeat that. The parable that I heard, I find it insulting. And I will say that I give the commissioner, because I want a good working relationship, I give the commissioner the benefit of the doubt that the way he said it, because I've said things that don't always come out right, guilty. But the thing I want to share with you is, I believe that every voter, every beating heart in this community, whether you're in Dripping Springs, Buda, Wimberley, San Marcos, Kyle, and anywhere in between, everyone deserves fair access. And as I have said before, if Buda wants another site, they should ask for it. If Dripping Springs wants another site, they should ask for it. Texas State specifically wanted another site, and they asked for it, and that is why we are here today. And so I feel that there's a responsibility, instead of complaining and talking about one-way drives to different locations and proximities, I feel it's the duty of the commissioner to make sure that their footprint is properly represented. All I'm doing, all of it is mine. I represent Precinct 4 just as much as Commissioner Smith does, as well as 3, 1, and 2. And so my hope is for you to understand that I want fair and unified access to everyone. So if Commissioner Jones, if Commissioner Smith, if Commissioner Shell, or if Commissioner Inglesby, any of them say, hey, we feel there is a need for another site, and these are our numbers, just as I supported another spot in Precinct 3, I would happily support it in 1, 2, and 4. I am grateful for the entire footprint, and that is why I'm the only person on this court that sits at large. I take that responsibility seriously, and I'm not trying to tip the scales with misdirection and misinformation. And it's very important for me to share that although this idea I support because it was brought up to me, if the idea of additional sites is going to be used to try to thwart or diminish or dilute to miss deadlines for purchasing of equipment is used, I will find that, again, I'll be polite, I will find that shameful. And so the thing I want to do is...
Judge, this is your item, but we can vote on it today.
I am ready. And so with that, I will move that we add the rec center based on the recommendation from the Citizens Election Advisory Commission to our election day voting sites.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. And this motion, to clarify, is to add election day voting site of the rec center as recommended by the Citizens Election Advisory Commission. Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Judge, I do have some discussion about your motion since you just now made it. I want to clarify, such as you did whenever we first started this process. I don't know if y'all remember 3 weeks ago.
Dr. Cardenas, please hold off on the roll. Go ahead.
Thank you. 3 weeks ago, or actually it was 3 weeks ago when we first had this, I made a motion and you were very clear in mischaracterizing that. And so I restated it. I want to state your motion.
Please.
And then you can re-clarify.
Yes.
So let me get this straight. You want to add a location at Texas State without adding any other locations to anywhere else in the county that have a greater need or greater polling numbers on election day. Is that correct? That's how you characterize mine. I just want to make sure that we're doing things evenly.
I really
as we
appreciate
did the
you
other
asking.
day.
I really appreciate you asking for clarification. And I will repeat what I said and offer all the clarification you need, Commissioner, because it is very important. You deserve it. I absolutely believe it. You represent 25% of our community, and I definitely want to make sure you hear this clear as a bell. It is the responsibility of each commissioner to advocate for an additional poll site if they have been led to believe that there is a shortage. And I would support happily, as I have said before, an additional site in Precinct 2, as well as an additional site in Precinct 4. This one happens to be a Precinct 3 location. Nevertheless, I will happily support anything that you bring forth because I want to provide all the access you feel is necessary.
Here's the concern that I have, and I will tell you right now, I'm not going to support this today. I have 2 other polling locations in my precinct that poll more people than the polling location on campus in my precinct, that are harder to get to, that have more citizens that depend on them, actually serve a larger community. Whenever you talk about the uniqueness of the population in that community, I would agree. That is the population center of the county. However, it's changing. And if you look at the polling numbers over the last 3 elections, the largest changes have not been at that location. Not in my precinct. And I'm the one who actually put forth LBJ last time as a polling location. This time, I'm the one who put forth PAC because the university asked for it. But to ask me to somehow not represent as evenly the rest of my precinct, I'm not going to do that. I can tell you that there's no one sitting on this dais, yourself included, who prior to those locations being selected, went and toured and tried to find more locations in their precinct. And I would venture to guess, I will ask Ms. Anderson, did anyone call you with more locations than I did? No. Did anyone reach out to realtors in their area to try to find additional polling locations that we could use for 3 weeks? We lost more polling locations in my precinct than anywhere else. And look, I've said my piece. You know where I'm at. I would move to vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will happily provide a response to your
Didn't ask for
comments. I'm going to provide one. The comment that Commissioner Smith was advocating for LBJ last year, I do remember generating an apology, and our county clerk, Dr. Cardenas, on my direction, also generated an apology, specifically because I pulled an agenda item that wasn't ready, that was going to eliminate 99% of the election sites on the east side of the county, sponsored by Commissioner Smith. But let's redirect and let's talk about him sponsoring something different. And forget that little detail, that that item came to court with no backup, and the attempt was made to really eliminate, because there was no backup.
Is that the item that you pulled illegally?
That is the item that I pulled.
That's what I remember.
That's right, that's right. And he called the Rangers on me. You remember the story? Okay, so the point is this. That item, just to close off and then we can call the vote. That item was pulled because I feel it was deliberately deceptive and none of the material to support it, to give community input, was included. So let's continue the tone and the message for clarity. Full access, let's give it then. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
No.
Commissioner Shell,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Judge Basato.
Yes. So the vote to include the rec center on campus has failed. Just so you know what's going on, because sometimes the videos don't exactly explain what's going on. It was a 3-2 vote. The Commissioners Court voted not to add the student rec center on Election Day voting. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to call a short recess. Thank you. If you just put it back, please. Thank you, ma'am.
I got the donut.
Oh, I didn't get to take a bite.
What'd you need?
I said I didn't get to take a bite yet. Well, Walt's over there eating, I should just eat too, but I feel bad.
All right, we're back. We're back from our short recess. Will you please open agenda item number 1? Thank you, Commissioner.
Number 1, update from the county judge and staff regarding the local disaster declaration of COVID-19.
Okay, so we had, I just had a brief update, and so our emergency services director and our emergency management coordinator has had a chance to get the update that we needed, because this is up to the minute stuff, and so we come back asking for the update. Mr. Villalobos.
Alex Villalobos, County Chief of Staff for the record. We still haven't received official word, or they're going to do an evacuation of Brazoria County. They're still contemplating that, so we're waiting up to the minute. But what we would ask is to earmark $350,000 for the response. That is for lodging, that is for food, lodging for 300 rooms, food for 900. We would also ask for funding to stand up the EOC, drinks, supplies for the EOC, security overtime pay for the actual locations that we will be assigning the different hotels to have security there, which we would use, some of the deputies from the constables. We've been in conversation thus far. The first day would be 8 hours, making sure we get the transition in. The next days would be around 5 hours each day, just to be there until about 10 o'clock in the evening, making sure there's a good transition on that piece there too. We're also doing a staging at the PAC Center to make the assignments. They'll come to the PAC Center, we'll make the assignments for the hotels once they come in. There we will be staging hand washing stations and porta potties in case people need to, utilize the services.
Which PAC are you talking about?
Kyle.
Okay.
Yes, Kyle. They'll come in and we'll assign at that point. They're also staging first aid and necessary basic needs for each location, so they're planning that and doing that now. We had a star for the request of MREs just for the interim when they show up, so we've got those.
Mr. Villalobos, I'm sorry to interrupt, but will you, I know it's meals ready to eat.
Meals ready.
But what I would just like is for the public, so they could follow along, just not use letters and let's use the names.
Sure. Mobile ready meals are there, MREs, which is typically a package. It'll have all of your basic meal, basic
and they're delicious.
necessities.
I've had them, they're delicious.
Everything just basically for hygiene, basic hygiene, and basic food items.
So would we be ordering some of those things right now, even though we don't know what the decision is going to be? How do we prepare? Because I know we don't want to be caught flat-footed either. So what?
So what we did to start to request those in case we were going to do the point-to-point. If that doesn't happen, then we're going to go to the regional plan. We'll still receive individuals coming in. It'll be a lot less if we do the regional plan. But those are in preparation for. If we wait to the day of, then it takes that much longer for us to receive them. So currently, the TDM is in delivery of all the places up and down the corridor right now.
Okay. Texas Division of Emergency Management.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
Texas Division of Emergency Management made our delivery, and we have them. So now we're packaging them up.
I see.
For care packages for each location.
Okay.
And I'm a chronic cheapskate, frugal. I'm getting misinformation describing my frugalness. Nevertheless, I have been told that once this contract is executed, we make any expenses that the state should reimburse us. If the state doesn't, FEMA will. And if FEMA doesn't, Brazoria County will. So once this contract is executed, we will not be on the hook for any expenses made for the movement of people to Hays County from Brazoria County. That's how it was explained to me. Mr. Kennedy, I saw your posture.
I don't think that's how the MOU currently reads. We may want to clarify.
So that was just part of the conversation that they just had. So Mr. Villalobos, will you
So in the sections
update?
that Mike and I had read, it was if FEMA declares, then FEMA would be the reimbursement point. If not, then it's the state. The state has declared. And then if that doesn't work out, then obviously it's going to be Brazoria County on the agreement that they would reimburse 100%.
But we'll redo the MOU to state those.
Yes, and that's,
Okay, run that through the auditor.
that's what we understood,
You
what we
bet.
read. But again, I'll leave it to you guys to.
We'll make sure we articulate it that way so that it's very clear this latest piece of information is included in the document before signing it.
And then we would take that money out of,
Well, once the MOU is signed, we would budget the expenses and we would increase the revenues associated with those expenditures, so we would have a net
okay.
So,
wash. However, in the MOU, it states that Hays County would be responsible for seeking reimbursement, and so
We need to
we
clarify
would be
that.
responsible for submitting all documentation to FEMA or the state, and then if we only get reimbursed 75%, Brazoria County will reimburse us for that 25%.
well,
We just want to make sure that we're certain before we book budgeted revenues.
Yeah.
that's what the understanding is, and the way that we read it, Mike and I, both looking and reviewing
But
that.
it's
But
not really clear in here in the
Okay.
MOU.
Okay.
I think I can add some language to clarify
Okay.
that we would have 3 tiers of fallback, and that Hays County would not wind up without a reimbursement source at any rate.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And the communication the way I understand it is, what is before our auditor's office previously has, by Mr. Jones and Mr. Villalobos, just now been updated. So thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for elaborating that the adjustments will be made so that we aren't left holding the bag, but we still want to be helpful.
Yeah.
I think it's critical for the COVID dollars, though, is that when there are discussions within congregate housing, the only reason why you need that is because of the pandemic. So that envelopes within the COVID dollars that we've been assigned. So that there's also that opportunity as well. Had it been just a regional sheltering, then we could put them in large rooms, but because of the pandemic, we can't do that.
And are
So-
we, I'm sorry, Judge. I was just going to say, are we certain that we're going to have the rooms necessary at hotels? Are they available?
Well, we do have some that are reserved, some that are holding on, waiting for how we address the funding pieces, but we do have some reserved currently. Again, we don't have confirmation that they're evacuating officially, but we're doing this in anticipation of, and then we'll hold back.
So, Mr. Kennedy, do we need to provide any direction at this time so that you guys could have the flexibility to execute this effectively without creating unnecessary delays?
The reason I sent the MOU to Commissioners Court members early yesterday is so that under item 1, there could be a motion to execute the MOU for a point-to-point shelter operation. So I think that would be wise to have that done, noting that we will amend the reimbursement section to include a 3rd tier of Brazoria County reimbursing the county for its expenses.
Perfect. Do everybody understand that? So moved.
Okay, second. So, Mark, can you feel comfortable us moving forward and then you make those revisions?
That would, if you feel comfortable, I do.
There you are.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Thanks for working on the clarification, Mark.
Yes. Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Posada?
Yes. For our fire marshal's office, there's a agenda item. I was listening and I don't remember the number. What is the agenda item number for the, I have 3 pages here. 46? 46, let me double check.
What's that?
It wasn't for the burn ban. I thought it was for updating the document. 46, we're going to put it in 46? No wonder I couldn't find it. Please open agenda item number 46.
46, discussion and possible action related to the burn ban and/or disaster declaration.
If you'll please state your name for the audience.
Good morning, Court. Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning, Judge. My name is Nathan Mendenhall. I'm the County Fire Marshal. Today, what I would like to talk about is the ongoing need to continue the current burn ban, but also what I am presenting is a new resolution with some wording in there that builds in some exceptions to the burn ban as already allowed by TCEQ in the state. The current resolution that is on file with the court is a all-out burn ban with no exceptions. However, the state has exceptions built into the statute, and so I think our burn ban should address those. And this current resolution that I've allowed Mr. Kennedy to look at and have disseminated to y'all includes those exceptions, and that is for firefighter training, for public utility, pipeline mining operations, planting and harvesting agricultural crops, and for exceptions granted under bona fide ag clearing businesses and prescribed burns, which we have one coming up here in a few days, and I will talk about that here in a minute. This also allows for hot work operations, so construction activities can still continue in the county, where hot work, which is welding, will need to be done, and there are some exceptions in that, or some standards in that, and how that work needs to take place during the burn ban. This also addresses the fact that burn barrels, which are have been told to me by the various fire chiefs in the county, result in quite a few fires. So burn barrels are not allowed. The burning of household trash and domestic waste are not allowed, based on feedback from the fire chiefs and prevention personnel from all the area fire departments have reached out to me and said that the fires resulting from those are quite numerous. Furthermore, it does allow for an exception to be provided by my office when it is deemed so necessary, and that would be through a permit when winds are expected to be less than 15 miles an hour, and when proper preparations have taken place to allow for the burn.
Is there a cost for that permit?
At this point, there is not a cost for that permit, so it would just be come in and get one. We would evaluate the need for that at the time. So that's the new resolution, again, circulated it to the court and to county legal, and have gotten their blessing on it, the wording of it.
So what you just said, I have a clarifying question. You said ag businesses. Are you referring to ag exemption? I just want to make sure, because there's many ag exemptions in the county, and I want to make sure we don't give a green light during a burn ban for all that ag land to feel free to burn.
No. So let me read the wording. It says an exemption is hereby granted for a bona fide agricultural land clearing business, allowing said business to burn as long as all of the provisions of the order and applicable laws and ordinances are adhered to and set forth herein, and that the burning is approved by the Hays County Fire Marshal's Office and receiving written authorization.
So you're saying ag business,
Land clear.
but they would still need your
correct
sign off.
Correct. So it'd be an agricultural burn specific for that purpose, and receive permission from in writing from the Hays County Fire Marshal's Office.
Okay.
So they would have to follow the steps of the prescribed burn steps
Okay,
and
good.
safety steps. Yes.
Good. Mr. Kennedy, did you want to add something?
For the record, I believe that it's been the opinion of previous fire marshals that they could get a permit during a burn ban, even though it's not written into the burn ban document. I think it's helpful and certainly clarifies things if it's written in the document. So I think this is a positive change.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I want to thank the fire marshal for addressing some concerns out there, and I really appreciate, some of the previous conversations we had both here in court and private relative to trying to make our number one, our fire code, but number two, the operations of your office, really user-friendly for our citizens, and this is just another example of that. I commend you for it, and I'm fully supportive.
Thank you. This wording was taken from neighboring counties. Guadalupe and Bear have similar wording, and that's what that was taken.
Thank you.
So I would like for the court to approve that this morning. Do want to just review the current burn ban. We are still in a very high wildfire risk for the county, with the average drought conditions which is 575, where we lowered a little bit from the previous week, but we still are at an average of 625 KBDI, and that is a statistic used by the Texas Forest Service for drought conditions. So we have come down a little bit because of a little bit of rain the last weekend, but not enough to decrease that number underneath the 575 number. With the storms in the Gulf that are on their way to Texas or the Texas-Louisiana border. We still do not know how that will affect our local area with the rainfall. So we have to assume that it won't at this point, and so have it doing so. If we do get rainfall, we will address that in the future. But for right now, there is not a lot of projected rainfall to hit Hays County, so we have to assume that that we'll still be in some very high risks wildfire-wise for the county. So that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Shell, any other comments?
No, sir. Thank you.
Commissioners?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your recommendation and this flexibility that you are offering to our constituents with this modification. I believe it's good not to be a one-size-fits-all and to have a level of nimbleness in such a countywide order, such a large county as ours is. And good job. Thank you.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, we're going to create a motion to approve. How would you like to summarize that to be most accurate? Mr. Kennedy?
This would be a resolution to replace the previous resolution and to, it does have a 90-day from this point forward,
Right.
yes.
It would be to adopt a new burn ban as drafted for an additional 90 days.
Okay, so I move that we adopt a new burn ban as stated with the articulated details for the next 90 days. Second. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, thank you guys very much. Now, emergency services, emergency management. Is there any other agenda item here that's keeping you here? I know you got to move.
Could I address the prescribed burn that's going to be happening in 2 days?
Please tell the public.
So Parks and Wildlife, Texas Parks and Wildlife are going to be holding a prescribed burn on Thursday at this point. I've been chatting with Kim. We're going to release a press release that talks about that for informing the residents. It's a 2-acre burn just east of Derping Springs. And at this point, it's going to be held on Thursday at 11 a.m. is when they're going to start that burn. So residents in the county will see smoke in the area, depending on which way the wind is. It's going to be about 1,000 feet off of Highway 290. And it is the goal of the burn is to burn all fuels that are 4 feet or less. It's going to make the area safer. It's Texas Parks and Wildlife. They are working out the details with North Hays County Fire Department, and they have their own crews there. So if the weather continues the way it is and the winds shift tomorrow, which will make it a better condition to hold the burn will be held at 11 o'clock Thursday. If something changes, then they're going to push the burn back into next week. But for right now, it's 11 o'clock Thursday.
Thank you. And Kim will create a document, a press release. Thank you. Commissioner Joe, I'm sorry, I'm promoting you. Mike Jones, anything you'd like to add?
If I may, good morning, Mike Jones, Director of Emergency Services. Currently, we've had our staff working, you were talking about do we have any hotels reserved? We have 160 of them reserved right now as far as rooms are concerned, but obviously we need to reserve more. And one of the things that's presenting an obstacle for us in this area is one of our staff has used her Amex card to reserve many of the rooms because we're not honoring the county PO per se, just because it's one of their issues that the hotels run into, even though we've encouraged them to consider the county PO. So we have an emergency county card. I think we just need to expand the limit to accommodate these hotel requests. So that's of great urgency, as in urgency within the next 2 hours, if we can address that, please.
We just closed an agenda item where we could have had that conversation.
My apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. Will you do that? And then we can always come back. It's agenda item number 1. We will shoot you a communication to let you know how that goes. Can you convey what would be useful to keep the Office of Emergency Services moving effectively?
I would suspect that we should, if we have an additional $10,000 just for reserving the room for the evening, and then we can come back with appeals on top of that, that should be sufficient. What do you think, Vicki?
On the hotels.
Okay.
with and what their requirements are.
I think as long as we have the credit card, we can reserve it and show due diligence with the appeal and payment and check. I think that'll be sufficient. If I run into any issues beyond that, then I'll come back and visit with Marisol or Vicki on that.
Okay. And we'll still be here for a little while, so we can still make the adjustments if necessary. She's going to check with the treasurer right now.
Appreciate it, y'all.
Thank you. Now, I see someone here for Deputy Grumbles. What was? 34. Will you please open agenda item number 34?
34, hold a public hearing on the proposed Lantana multifamily project in accordance with Texas Government Code number 2306.67071B and authorize the execution of a resolution of no objection for an application submitted by Mission Development Group Limited to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I will open for a public hearing. If there are anyone here wishing to speak for or against this agenda item, if you will please approach the podium and state your name for the record. That was fast.
Hi, I'm John Latham. I am one of the managing partners for Mission Development Group. We are proposing this project, which is a 216-unit multifamily project located across the street from San Marcos High School. And first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Inglesby for getting us on the agenda. This property, like I said, is 216 units. It is meant to serve families making anywhere from 30 to 70% of the area median income. So that is families that make anywhere from $30,000 to $68,000 a year in income. So this project is, we are partnering with the San Marcos Housing Authority. We do have a partnership agreement with them, so they will be the general partner in this transaction. They will also earn significant revenues for them throughout the development of this project. It is what we would consider a Class A project. You will not be able to tell this from any market rate luxury apartment complex that you may be familiar with. It will have a pool, it will have a clubhouse, it'll have, bike parking, garages, carports. The interior will have, stainless steel appliances. It'll have granite countertops. I think the thing that really distinguishes this property from a traditional market rate property is the social services that we do provide. That's everything from tax preparation, first-time home buyer information, language classes, GED preparation, career services, counseling, transportation. We do have a van or a shuttle that will provide transportation for the residents that request it. So the reason we are requesting this letter of support and no objection is because when we filed our application for tax credits with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, the TDHCA, when we filed that application, we were in the ETJ. And as such, we are required to have a letter of no objection, specifically because this census tract that we are in has more than 20% of the housing units are financed with tax credits. So therefore, we are here to ask for that. Since our application was made, we have been annexed into the city. Last week that occurred. We were annexed into the city of San Marcos with zoning, but because our application to TDHCA went in months ago, the TDHCA is requiring a letter of support and no objection from the county.
I want to ask you a quick question on what you just said, 30 to 68K a year per household. Are you saying per household or per person?
Per household.
I just wanted to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
That seems wonderful. Way to help the struggling. Good job. Commissioner Inglesby?
Mr. Latham, thank you so much. I know that we were a little late in the game, and y'all provided quite a bit of information to me, and I really appreciate it. As I stated before, I'm always supportive of affordable or workforce housing, and so we really appreciate the partnership. And I know that the city of San Marcos is totally supportive also. You mentioned the San Marcos.
Former state rep, the reason you have to do this. Who's doing your financing?
Pardon?
Who's doing the financing?
So the financing, it will be, the loan will be through HUD, Housing and Urban Development, for the construction loan. And the equity piece, if you will, is funded through the tax credits.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners on this side?
Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing this to us. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else here to speak for or against this agenda item? Seeing no one else, close the public hearing. And Commissioner Inglesby?
I did make a motion earlier, and so I'll make a motion to approve the item as read.
Okay.
There's a resolution in backup as well.
Yes.
Okay, yes, and the motion includes the resolution of no objection.
Resolution of no objection. So we have a motion and a second. And Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. So I'm going to try to sneak in a couple of additional citizen comments. You're sitting here for 21, is that right? 16 and 21. Okay.
And
23.
What is 16?
And 23 for someone in the back.
Let's open 16 really quick so we can keep people moving.
16, ratify the submission of the County Feral Hog Abatement Grant submission to the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services Wildlife Services Program.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and our first person signed up to speak, actually only one, Mr. Dan Lyon.
Thank you, Judge Becerra. The reason I'm here is to ask y'all to restore the bounty program. I believe the so-called reason that it was eliminated was that apparently Commissioner Jones said that Hallwell County, they had 5,000 tails turned in the same period of time. Hays County only turned in 100 tails. Well, I mean, come on. Now, if you're sitting there and you're getting X number of tails, and then Caldwell County is getting Y number, and it's a whole lot larger than what you're getting here in Hays County, you should think, well, maybe there's something wrong here. Maybe either the hunters do not know the program is going on, or they don't know where we are, which in both of those, for both of those reasons, I didn't turn any tails in. And let's face it, right now, Hays County is a freeloader on the hunters of Hays County. They should be paying. Plus, I looked on the backup, it said that the state would pay up to $5 per tail. That means the county would pay another $5. It should have been doubled to $10. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think I'm right. And also it says you get a maximum of 30 points. I don't fully understand that, but clearly if you would restore the bounty, we'd get more points. And I don't believe that the average per hog of what y'all are spending now is below $10. It might not be below 15, I'm not sure. Y'all could better tell me on that point. So that if you could restore the bounty and get the hog tails for $5 to $10 a piece, you'd be ahead in the game. Right now, we've got helicopters flying around, a bunch of helicopter cowboys shooting out of helicopters, that's very unsafe, extremely unsafe. I don't care what kind of professionals they are. Nobody thinks that that's safer than a hunter sitting in a blind being able to take out a hog in an area where there's no other people. If you're shooting from a helicopter, you can hit rocks. They can ricochet, the bullets can ricochet, no telling where. But yet, we're told that this is the best way to do it. Let me just, use a little French and say that's crap. So, that's my argument. I would appreciate it if you would restore the bounty. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones,
Yeah, we,
can you expand and
yeah,
guide us and educate us?
Yeah, in the past, when we first started this program, we did the bounty, and we just did not have very good luck. It may have been we did not advertise it as well as we should have, but we just did not get it. After the first year, we had a pretty good turnout, and then after that, we just didn't have anybody, turning in tails here. We were going, whatever we could, and that's when we decided that we may have better luck with just doing trapping and supplying traps to landowners who wanted to use those traps. We can look at doing the bounty again and seeing maybe if we, maybe I can get with Kim and we'll do a better job of advertising if we want to go that way, but we'll take a look at it.
Okay, so we can't add it Hayes County today, I guess, because it's not
No.
worded that way.
No.
Is that correct?
And so what direction would you like to take, Commissioner?
We'll take it, we'll move forward with what we have, and then at some point, we'll look at the bounty again.
So your idea is to move forward with what we have here and add the bounty program?
No, we'll take a look at maybe going back to the bounty program next year.
For Hayes County.
For Hayes County. Because we'd have to go back and redo the application altogether.
This is just
wouldn't
the
we, Tammy?
submission of the application for the grant funding.
So this is a submission of application for the grant funding, and the TAIL program that's being described would need to be written as a new grant application, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I think we had a second. Yes, sir. Okay, any other comments or questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Knowing that we have heard you loud and clear, Mr. Lyon, and we're going to review that other piece moving forward for the future, I happily support this one. Yes. Okay, can you say your agenda item number that you were here for?
23, sir, I request it be removed from consent after individual vote on it.
20, so you want us to open 23 for you, huh?
It's a consent item, but you can move it out.
Okay, please open agenda item number 23, and then we're going to go into the workshop.
Okay. Number 23, authorize the county judge to execute First Amendment to Consulting Services Agreement to an agreement between Hayes County and Walter PR LLC regarding an information program related to the upcoming November 3rd, 2020 Parks and Open Space Bond Proposition, finding for an exemption pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 262.024A4. And Judge Becerra, I do have a written comment that was sent in on this item too.
Thank you. After we get the motion and second, if you'll please read it. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Will you please read your comment?
Yes. Whoops. It's, I'm sorry, here we go. I'm concerned about item number 23 and the education campaign to be conducted by the vendor, particularly given the vendor's current and former affiliation with the sponsors and prime beneficiaries of the proposed bond. 1, will this education program take a viewpoint neutral position? 2, will the educators inform the public that the county will be paying above market value for the property, but that it will end up with land having conservation easements on it, such that despite paying the above market value, the county will have virtually worthless land? 3, will the educators inform the public that nearly 100% of the value that the taxpayers paid for will be given to or reserved by various nonprofits, and why? 4, will the educators instruct the public whether an appraisal has been performed and the valuation of the property the county is actually getting versus what the county is paying for? 5, will the educators inform the public that the conservation easements are being imposed to prevent the current and next several generations of taxpayers who are paying for this property and the officials they elect from being able to use or otherwise dispose of the property as they see fit as needs change? 6, are the projects already predetermined? In other words, will there be an assessment, assuming the bond issue passes, to determine worthy projects, or is this a thumbs up, thumbs down for the entire proposed package, such that opposition to any one of the projects means voters should oppose the bonds in their entirety? If your answer is no to any of items 1 through 5, could you explain why not, given that this is supposed to be an education campaign, and otherwise amend the proposed amendment to address each of the concerns sent forth above? Thank you, and this is from Bill Davis of Dripping Springs.
And we have one speaker in the audience. If you'll approach the podium and state your name.
Yes, sir. Mark Key, Dripping Springs, Texas. Thank you sincerely, Judge, for doing this, pulling this out. I do appreciate open government. I'm here to speak against item number 23, which, if you read it, is basically giving $31,300 to Water PR, which is essentially Karen Ford, LLC, former liberal Democratic county commissioner. Back in January, the court awarded her apparently $48,500 to head up this thing called POSAC, the bond group. The best I can tell, that was a no bid. That's a real bad look for the Commissioners Court to be giving former commissioners no bid contracts, $48,500, conveniently under the $50,000 limit. Now you're giving her another $31,300 for, and I quote, her company is a public relations and marketing firm. What is she marketing? She's a bond. That's basically a lobbyist. She's going to lobby the people of Hays County for a $75 million bond. That's like taking yourself to the woodshed, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to take money from us. You're going to take money from the taxpayers. You're going to give it to her. And then she's going to go lobby the taxpayers to give a bunch of different people $75 million. Now, Commissioner Ford said in her proposal, it's going to drive attendance of the 2020 election. Does anybody think that people aren't going to vote in 2020 with Donald Trump on the agenda? One more thing, she says there's $15,800 in here for 50,000 mail-out, says 4x6 flyers. I think the little things you get during election time. Problem is, by the near as I can tell, there's about 240,000 people in Hays County. Say only half are registered voters, 120,000 people, 70,000 people will get left off. Karen Ford was a former member of Hill Country Alliance. Who do you think those little postcards are going to go to? They didn't go to me. I didn't even know about the bond. The first I saw about the bond was a letter that you signed, Judge, with a whole bunch of big environmental groups, Hill Country Alliance, the Public Land Trust in San Francisco, and everybody else. If these groups that stand to benefit so much from this bond, won't it let them advertise it? You got Friends of Blue Hole, Hill Country Alliance, which, by the way, Karen Ford was a former board member of. You got the Wimberley Valley Watershed Association, which stands to benefit $22.6 million from the first Tier 1 to 2.6 and 20 under Tier 3. Dripping Springs stands to benefit. I'm a veteran, Judge. I fought the United States Navy 91 to 95. They're getting $1.5 million for Veterans Hall. I don't want it. We don't want it. I don't want to sell my kids into perpetual financial debt for this silly bond. To wrap things up, several years ago, there was a $30 million bond that Commissioner Ford pushed, which apparently was her only qualification for getting this job. In that bond, we spent a ton of money on Jacob Swell. A ton of money went to David Baker. By near as I count, almost $5 million to the Wimberley Valley Watershed Association. Yet I pulled up the Wimberley Valley Watershed's website, or the Jacob Swell Natural Resource Area. You can't go. It's sold out for all of 2020. Cannot go. Please, please, please do not give this lady another $31,000 to do something that the public should be doing on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that concludes our public comments on this agenda item. I will echo some of those sentiments that I'm looking for the transparency piece, and I have asked that our agenda items all have dollar amounts on them so that the community can see, because very often folks don't have the opportunity to see what's before them. All they see is the single agenda, and they don't have the chance or ability to see backup. And unfortunately, when my office reminded that these agenda items all have dollar amounts on them, the response was, we will make sure that the judge's agenda items have dollar amounts. But I was led to believe that the commissioners were not supporting that transparency, low-hanging fruit effort of adding their dollar amounts to their agenda items. And so I just wanted to ask, was that some direction that I missed, or was the commissioner asking to remove the dollar amounts?
No, Judge, and I know my name is on here, and I'm going to refer to Mr.
Sure.
Kennedy on this.
Sure. I think on this particular item, my office drafted the item, so if it's not as Commissioner Inglesby would like it to be, then my apologies. And Judge, if you'd like to bring up sort of a policy discussion on how we should handle the agenda process, I'm happy to do so. I'll respond briefly to your comment. Commissioners submit items to us weekly. We will not allow a single court member to dictate how that commissioner's item reads. That commissioner's item will read as they see fit. And if you would like to have the court vote on a policy that provides some uniformity, then I would suggest you bring an item that would propose it. So
That goes for the judge's items too. He can put them any way he wants them also.
I'm sorry?
And that goes for the judge's items also? Just
No
commissioners?
single court member can dictate what another court member's items will look like. That's right.
And so what I was asking was, as this agenda items dollar amounts were brought up, if the commissioners would agree to, for the sake of informing folks, just add the dollar amounts to their agenda items without having it be a policy, but just good stewardship. If you guys would just willingly do that on your own, it would be good. Anyway, go on, Mr. Kennedy.
All right. So this particular item is, I'll try to answer a couple of the questions. There were lots of them from Mr. Davis. This relates to an information program. It's not a campaign. It's not a promotion. It's an information program. And when the court voted to approve the bond order and put the bond proposition on the ballot, it was assumed that we would be creating information related to that, because if you don't, then you're left with the categorical information that's in the bond proposition, which is broader than I think this court wants. If you wanted to rest on that, then you would have a $75 million bond proposition that just has categories of language and not any specific project associated with it. The next step, which when you voted on the bond order, one of the things that I stated is that my objective at least is to have the next step, an identification of projects to the extent that you want to identify them, and identification of money amounts associated with them, and other information that the voters would be able to point at and say, oh, okay, this is what the court says the money's going to go toward. That objective, I stated at least back when you voted on the bond order, should be fulfilled by mid-September, third week in September at the latest. My concern, and the reason I called Commissioner Inglesby to ask if she would sponsor this item, is that if you don't vote on something today, you're going to be voting on something 2 weeks from now, and I don't think that we'll have that objective of mid-September or third week in September met. So that was the reason we put it on this agenda. Remember, you don't have court next week. So it is an optional on the $15,800 for the postcards. I asked that those numbers be carved out separately because I did not know if the court wanted to actually mail postcards. I asked for a quote on that. I did not quibble with the amount. I do not know the number of voters that we intend to get to with that. I have not asked. The creative would be for websites. So if you don't want to go with hard copy, if you don't want to go with a postcard program, then you would do a website And that would be made available not only on, through a link on our site, but on its own. And we could figure out ways to get that out there so that citizens can view what you're proposing in terms of projects. That's really what this is about. So, I believe that quote that Ms. Ford provided for water PR was 15,500. So you have 15,800 for postcards, 15,500 for creative and website construction.
Our auditor Marisol has a comment.
I apologize, Commissioners. On Friday, we did not get a chance to review this item and add our review to it. We've had a lot of work going on, and but we did review it over the weekend. And the funding source is the Infrastructure Improvement Fee Fund, if it's so approved by the court.
Say that one more
The
time.
Infrastructure Improvement Fee Fund, which is Fund 170.
The
The
IFF.
IFF fund.
I got you.
But thank you for spelling it out. And does this follow customary guidelines for competitive bidding or anything else? Are you content with the process that it's taken place?
If you've noticed that it does require discretionary exemption for professional services because we did not go out for
bid.
competitive bid. So it would require that discretionary exemption.
So we did
For
not go
professional
out
service.
for competitive bid on this item. Okay.
And I guess we didn't do that because the one we're choosing was involved in the,
The original amount was under 50,000 and did not require it because now there's an amendment to it, is pushing it over the 50,000.
The court actually found for a 262 exemption with the original item as well, but for good measure, we thought it would.
Okay. Are there any other comments, Commissioners? Give you a chance to say whatever you like. Commissioner Shell?
I do not support the mail piece of this. I don't think that would be needed. I don't think there's any way to reach the entire population. I do think there has to be something that we create, like Mr. Kennedy just said, so that the voters are sure of what it is they're being asked to vote for specifically. I don't think, if we don't do that, I do not think that this would be the right thing to do. I said that before when I supported the bond, that I think that that piece is necessary. Obviously, this needs to be factual. It should not be anything supporting the measure. It should say this is what the voters are being asked, and then they should have the right to choose yes or no. So I would definitely make sure that Mr. Kennedy, if we go forward with this, or if we prepare our own, or someone else does, is that we make sure that it is factual information explaining to the voter exactly what it is they're being asked to approve or not approve, and then we leave it up to them.
With no spin, good point. Thank you. If there are no other oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to ask, and so I'm not in the business of creating websites, but I don't know how that compares to the cost for maybe someone else to do it, or, I mean, do we feel that this is a fair cost for the creation of a website to put down information? You know, when I think about it, it just seems probably in my mind more simplistic, that it wouldn't cost that much, right? But I don't know that. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I have a personal opinion, and I believe that although it is sometimes annoying coming from the private sector, I've had to learn a lot as now a government employee, and I find it humbling how much I have learned about the way our government runs and how much I appreciate process, and I am so grateful to it. And although very often it's by me, I have to get over it, it's a personal hang-up, but I see a lot of these things that we do as foot dragging and utterly frustrating as a small business owner having the need to get things done. I do go back though and don't want to usurp the process when it comes to competitive bidding. And I feel that we have seen examples in our own community where fence people have created these budgets, get approved, and then come back later, and now it's over, and well, they were already in, and you know, back and forth kind of conversations. And I sincerely believe in the bid process, and I think we are looking for a way around it, and that's why I don't support it. And so the prices, I can't answer that specifically because there's been no bid. No, we don't know what anybody else is willing to do it for.
I think maybe part of the reason is, again, it's not just a website, it is developing that contract that we're going to have with a voter. Similar to the last two road bonds that I've paid attention to in this county, there has to be something that we look back to, and that's what drives whether we have held up our contract. Obviously, if it's voted down, then there's no point. But if it is approved, we need to have advertised to the voter properly what it exactly is that they are voting for and are expecting to get. So if we choose not to do this, we just need to, there has to be a way to do that. We still have to do it. We cannot leave it as it is right now. And so that's where I think part of the work is, whoever does it, which I think this firm has been part of this process from the beginning, is probably well suited to be able to do it fairly efficiently. But either way, I just want to make sure we don't leave out that piece. We have got to develop that contract so that some of the questions and the comments have been made. Otherwise, the voter is not going to know exactly what it is that they're voting on. And I think the fair thing to do is to give them as much information as they can and know what they should expect. And if they don't like it, then they should vote no.
That's right. I agree 100%. And that piece that we shouldn't miss is the bid. We should get at least one more bid.
Right, and you know, that was one of the things, and I know that if we, I asked Mr. Kennedy this question. I said, well, I know that there's a lot of people that are very supportive of the bond, that are going to be working on their own, I don't know, informational piece or campaign piece, whatever that may be. Now, I don't know what kind of one-sidedness you may get from someone else, creating that, but I mean, that was something that I thought of also, that there are going to be individuals and groups of people that are creating some information regarding the bond. I get it that it's not coming from the county, and I understand the point that Commissioner Shell is making. I mean, we have to have some kind of contract.
Correct.
I've been approached also, and, just saying that they felt that maybe they didn't get an opportunity to submit any kind of proposal for this information. And I understand Ms. Ford has, has worked through the process and has been involved, and so it would seem, a good fit, but
So a few things. One is that I suspect that there'll be groups that are campaigning for and against the bond proposition. You've heard from a couple of folks today who promised, I believe, that they will campaign against it. And we know there are a couple of land trust groups that will probably campaign for it. That is not our job. Our job is to provide information about what we intend to do with the money, if approved. And that becomes, as you referenced, Commissioner, part of our contract with the voters. We are then obligated, if we say we're going to do this absolutely, unequivocally, then we are obligated, within a certain time frame at least, to go forward doing that. The $15,500, if you discount and take away the $15,800 for postcard program, the $15,500 is not a flat rate amount. It's a not to exceed amount, and there's an obligation that contractor would have to bill to it. The hourly fee is in the original contract, has not changed. The project director is at $125 an hour. The project coordinator is at $75 an hour. There are other possibilities, but those are the two that would probably bill to it most often. Those, I believe, are in step with market. The reason that I suggested originally that we simply amend the consulting services agreement we have is because the folks working on the program with POSAC already know the projects. We have 3 weeks to get the information out, 4 weeks on the top end if we want to have the voters know what they're voting on. And so it seemed to me the best way to go forward, knowing that it would probably take that long to get any new consultant or new contractor up to pace on what Patriots Hall is, for instance, or what Horseshoe Springs is, or what Sentinel Peak is, for that matter, or any of those things. So the group we have here is the group that was already knowledgeable about it, which was why I suggested that we move forward this way.
Commissioner Inglesby? There could be nothing wrong with what Mr. Kennedy has just said. And there is a bit of truth to that in my heart, to think that they are the best fit to do this work, since they're familiar with, you know, a pair of Patriots Hall. My only take, because I was originally asked to sponsor this item, and I said no.
Judge, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
And it's actually for Marisol. Marisol, if this were to be a competitive process to post and do those kind of things, how long would it take for us to do something on this?
It takes a good 6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks. And look, I'm not supportive of, I don't know that I'm necessarily supportive of this. But what I will tell you is that if I want voters to know what's going on in November, I don't want to wait 6 to 8 weeks to find out. And that's a problem. That's a problem for me anyway. We have to get that information out there, and I think that Mr. Kennedy did a good job in outlining that at the end of the day, we called for a bond, but there's no contract. I mean, that's just calling for a bond. There isn't that true contract with the voters. At the end of the day, I can tell you on a weekly basis, I get asked about very specific projects that were included in the educational materials for the 2016 road bond. I get calls about trout wine every week. I get calls about the the pedestrian path on Sawyer Ranch every week, and those were projects that were outlined in that educational material. The concern that I have, Commissioner Inglesby, with those outside groups is they're always going to have a slant. They're going to be either promoting or demoting the bond, and it's our job as commissioners to ensure that our voters have the most accurate descriptions of what those projects are, or what that agreement with the voters would be. My biggest concern is how do we do that in a timely manner, because 6 to 8 weeks under regular procurement, we're not going to give them enough time to know about the project. And that's the concern I have.
I do want to clarify that's a formal process. Now, if we do informal, where we call vendors or consultants, it will take less time. But then, how are we open and transparent as far as?
2008 road bond, we had those green and cream colored threefold flyers created. And then for the 2016 road bond, there was a website and supporting materials. I don't recall what kind of paper and program we had for that one. I know there was a website.
I thought we created that we did that in-house.
Oh, for 2016, it was Gap Strategies that was retained for it. So.
And is this not something that we can do in-house?
I'm fully capable of doing it. I think it's a matter of.
Can you do me a favor, because I really want those to hear you? In 2016, we used Gap Strategies to do this work, and what I like to do is, great question by Commissioner Jones about us doing this in-house, because of course it's unrealistic for us to try to wait 8 weeks to get this information printed. And so can you start again, and your name?
I'm Kim Hilsenbeck. I'm the Communications Director and PIO for Hays County. Thank you for letting me come up here. I've been sitting there itching. I don't know if y'all could see me. I can talk about this. A couple of things. One, just in terms of continuity of the project, I think it would make a lot of sense to go with Karen Ford's PR, water PR. Only because she already has all the knowledge, all the information, she's been working with the POSAC. So there's a logic there. So you might want to consider that. I can also argue on the other side and say, if you really want to be fiscal stewards and you don't want to go through the, somewhat longer procurement process where you get bids, if we did something in-house, there'd still be a cost. I mean, it's not just my time. Right. If you wanted to do postcards to mail to every registered voter, there's a cost there. They can be designed in-house. That's just my time. We have the Canva program and we have InDesign, and I can use both of those very effectively. And I'm very familiar with remaining very neutral, only putting out information that is factual and informational, not to lean one way or the other. We're not telling people how to vote. We're letting them know that this is information, and they have the opportunity to vote.
And if we did this in-house, we've already got the information on each project that's been presented, and we just present that out as that's the factual information that we would put out.
Commissioner Jones, music to my ears.
I will say, Karen's prices did not sound out of line with what I know to be true in the market.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm just to make sure that we keep it where we're not trying to push in certain the bond or promoting it anyway.
And Mr. Kennedy, I mean, is that, I would imagine that we can do that, or somebody can review. I mean, I have full confidence in Kim, putting out the information, but that is something that we can make sure and review if that's the direction we go also.
And I can assure you, as the person who is in charge of our website and our social media for the Hays County official sites, nothing would go out that doesn't go through me and doesn't get the stamp of approval, whether it's from all of you, from Mr. Kennedy. It's not going to go out and have a side to it, I can promise you that.
What kind of viewership and readership are we getting on our sites?
So there's a little bit of a caveat. So we have about 9,300 followers on Facebook, and any given post that we put out will reach between 2,000 and 6,000. It depends on the topic.
And then if we share it around, and it's more than that.
Particularly if it gets shared around by some of those organizations that were mentioned earlier. And I understand that they will probably tend to have a lean, but that's not we can't control what they do. It would expand our reach, however, if they were to put out our information on their social media sites. We also have, on Twitter, we have more than 10,000, I think we're at like 10,168 followers.
And sharing, as we all have seen recently, sharing a post doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get traction. If the community doesn't think it's worthy of sharing, then it's left there on the vine. And we could still follow all the avenues that have been described, not just social media. I support in-house all day long, all the more. I feel it's going to be more efficient.
I just want to make it clear, I'm not advocating against water PR.
It wasn't interpreted that way, I don't believe.
Or advocating for more work, right?
It certainly is not what I'm looking for. However, I wanted to weigh in and let you know
You have the ability, and
fully
thank you so
capable,
much.
but I do think there's some continuity there if you use the firm that's already.
Thank you so much, and that's definitely right. And one last statement I'll make, and then we have a motion on the floor, so we could vote on it, but the last statement I'll make is, we've known about the November election. We've known about everything in the roadmap and the timelines and the calendars. So as a planning and zoning commissioner for a number of years for the city of San Marcos, I remember, I'm not saying that's happening here, but I remember having staff, again, not saying that's happening here, but having staff create urgencies by delivering things at just the right time, so we had to get forced to act. I learned about that a long time ago, and I don't want to make a decision based on the urgency, but because specifically, as Kim pointed out, thank you again, Commissioner Jones, that there's more than one way to skin a cat here, and we don't have to do this way, although she may be the best fit, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about Ms. Ford, but I do believe that the timeline could have been artificially set up for the pushing to vote today.
Well, I'll speak to that, since I'm the one who put the item on. If I didn't put this item on, you'd be asking in 2 weeks what's happening with the information program. And then it would be too late.
Judge, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think we've all decided we have to do this. I've heard from some colleagues that have some really good ideas. Alexandra Thompson, our natural resource manager, was very involved in that. I believe she attended every POSAC meeting. I'm sure she has plenty of knowledge as well to help. Since it looks like the will of the court would be to ask Kim to do this, which I think is fine, is that I think between Alex and Kim, and I'm sure all of those that were involved in the process would be willing to provide some information if we need to. I think we can make it work. So it sounds to me like that's the direction the court wants to go in. I think we can do that, and I have complete confidence in Kim to be able to get that done, and we can get started on it immediately, hopefully, and also have our general counsel make sure that we don't, again, cross that line of advocating, and we are purely showing what it is we want to have that contract with the voter.
Thank you. And Mr. Kennedy, I want to double down with clarification. That comment is a general comment, and it was not directed to your office because you drafted it. You could have got it at a time that was setting you in motion at a certain time. It's not, I could easily say, Mr. Kennedy, this is you, just as easily as I'm clarifying that I don't believe it necessarily was. It's just a general statement of the overall process. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we vote on it, or do we withdraw?
It sounds like we have a good plan. Sounds like my colleagues support that, so I withdraw the motion.
Withdraw the motion. We're going PIO, and now we're going to go to the workshop. If you please open agenda item number 43.
Yeah, you just
Number 43, budget workshop regarding the FY 2021 Hays County budget. Possible action may follow.
Okay, so we're going to go into the workshop, and we'll give the very first presenters a 3-minute window to set up, but we're just going to take a short recess for 3 minutes. Gonna hit it. Back up, back up. I don't want to startle you. And we are into our workshop now.
It was funny, the ones that jumped the loudest were the judges.
You're not used to hearing the gavel, huh? That's funny. Okay, so in our workshop, we are now Funny, I've seen all three of you judges through video, I think it was Friday. Now you're face to face here. So our very first, sorry for the short delay, we had a little more conversation on some budgeting issues. County Court at Law, batter up.
Good afternoon. We have a PowerPoint. I'm not sure if it's going to be brought up.
Oh, it'll load. They're good.
Okay. I'm Tacey Zellhart. I'm Judge of County Court at Law number 3. With me today is Judge Chris Johnson, County Court Law number 2, and Judge Robert Updegrove, County Court at Law number 1. It's the mission of the Hays County Courts at Law to expedite court business and administer justice in a fair, efficient, and effective manner in accordance with the recommended standards set by the Supreme Court of Texas. It is the duty and responsibility of the courts to administer justice in accordance with the laws of the state of Texas, the Texas Constitution, and the Constitution of the United States of America. The mission of the county courts at law is to act in a fair manner with personal integrity, professional competence, and proper judicial temperament, to treat all persons before the court with courtesy and respect. Hays County Courts at Law not only handle all misdemeanor criminal cases, but we handle all probate cases for this county, all guardianship cases for this county, all juvenile cases for this county, including misdemeanor and felony cases, all condemnation or eminent domain cases, as well as all civil case, some civil cases, depending on the amount of the civil lawsuit. We're here today to ask you to reconsider. I had down 2 items, but when going through this, I realized there was another third important one. But we would like you to reconsider and increase the Indigent Defense Plan funding. That is items number 201, 202, 203, 301, 302, and 303 in the judge's recommended budget. The increase, requested amount increase for this is due to the fact that not only are we seeing more applications for indigent defendants, I think that's a sign of the times that we're in. A lot of people are struggling and have lost their jobs, and I talked to our indigent defense coordinator, and she did confirm that she's receiving more applications, and more applications are being granted at this time. Another reason for that increased request is we have increased the amount paid to the appointed attorneys. It's our understanding, we tried to find the exact date of the last increase to appointed attorneys, and we were told it was the 1970s. So if you can imagine, that's probably before Chris and I were born, but I can't say the same thing for Judge Updegrove. But it's been a long time. It was a due increase to these very hardworking appointed attorneys who do an excellent job. I still think it's a fair rate. I think we're getting a bargain. Our appointed attorney list is some top-notch defense attorneys in this county, and we increased it to $100 per hour, and also a hybrid option for them to request a flat fee. So that just took effect recently, so that was the reason for our increase, significant increase in our indigent defense request. We also asked for an increase in the court-appointed juvenile attorney cases also. We increased their appointed attorney rate also to match that of county court misdemeanor appointments. And also, I'd like to bring it to your attention, we handle all juvenile cases, including felony and misdemeanor. And at this time, I know we've had a lot of them lately that have gone up to be certified, but we have 4 capital murder juvenile cases pending in county court at law. Judge Updegrove is our juvenile judge. Out of the 4, 3 of them have appointed attorneys. Those cases, as you are aware, are very expensive, so I think we should plan ahead. Rather than scrambling when those bills come in, I think we need to plan ahead for the future and for our indigent defense. Is there anything else, Judge Johnson, you wanted to add to the indigent defense?
No, I think the critical thing on the indigent defense front is that you should...
I'm sorry, but will you please approach the podium a little closer so that the viewing public can hear you?
The critical thing for y'all to be aware of is that the indigent defense fund, we're going to be tapping it more and more out of necessity. It's going to be happening. More people will be qualifying for Indigent Defense Council, and Indigent Defense Council will be getting paid more to do the job. And we don't want y'all caught flat-footed. We don't want you surprised later on by a bunch of bills. Just be prepared. This is coming, and that's why we're coming to you now. We think that's the right and respectful approach to take.
Thank you, sir.
The other item that I want to address is the one that I didn't catch in the beginning when we were going through this, but it's item number on our budget line 5391, and it's miscellaneous. I know the county probably in their general budget have planned for mandatory health, safety, and sanitation of the courtrooms, but also included in that amount, it was a very significant amount when we added it all up, but also the expense of Zoom. The courts have been holding court via Zoom. The Office of Court Administration has graciously paid for that through March. It was from March to March. So we will be losing that from OCA in March of 2021. And I think we need a plan ahead. I'm sure the county, from the district courts all the way down, could probably get a better rate. But that's something when you're working your budget for all courts, if you could please consider paying for Zoom, because I think it's efficient. Some don't like it, but the litigants, our community, the probates, the guardianship, the older people that it's hard for them to get to court, it's easier for them to go to their local attorney's office and appear via Zoom. So I think we need to prepare, and I think we need to set that money aside come March for all courts. We don't know what situation we'll be in March anyway. We may still be having all court via Zoom. I hope not. I pray not. But let's prepare for it. So that's something in that miscellaneous item that we would ask you to reconsider.
Another angle on the Zoom thing that I think is important for y'all to know, it's used every week in the county courts at law to run a jail docket. So those are people who are not being brought over from the jail. That's transportation costs that are not being paid. That's officers not having to expose themselves to the inherent risks in transporting people, moving them up and down flights of stairs and things like that, because they're not actually coming to the actual courthouse, because we have the advantage of being able to use Zoom right now. And we'd like to be able to keep that going.
I love that saving component. Truly a great point. And I want to make sure, Vicki, that we could follow that into the transportation budget. So really quick, what's the cost of Zoom specifically?
Well, what we have now is the OCA negotiated with Zoom to get it for all judges across the state of Texas. So
But
it's
after
top of the
March.
line. And after March, I don't know what that specific amount would be. If we paid what normal people, the public would pay for this type of service, I think it would be around $6,000 a year for all three of us. But I know the county can negotiate a better deal, just like OCA did, if all the courts in the county are involved, and we get a package deal just like OCA did.
Including JPs and all the
Yes.
way, yeah.
Well, and I wouldn't even limit it to judicial. I mean, in our office, I'll use my office as an example. I do probably 20 to 30 a week, and I've paid for that out of my pocket because it's what my constituents want. I know that there are other offices that would do the same thing, and I use development services as an example. I know that development services, transportation, others would use that service if we paid for it. Right now, I don't know that we do for anybody. We might, but I don't know that that's the case.
Tammy, is that something we can look at countywide?
Don't we have
Let's-
Teams
let's-
that is countywide that,
We do have Teams that we use instead, and
is that,
Yeah, nobody here, I think, is wed to Zoom. Zoom is what's available, and Zoom is what's free right now for us.
Okay.
But I don't think anybody's wed to it.
Right.
And I think some other alternative would be perfectly fine too.
Oh,
I've done GoToMeeting. When we first did the first jail docket from remotely, we did GoToMeeting or
I think at this point on this computer, I have 7 different technologies that do this.
we all do, right?
Literally 7 different technologies. My concern is at the end of the day, I want something, if we do end up having to pick it up, I want something that's usable for both the judicial system and the many different ways that y'all use it where you can split off jury rooms and things like that versus, hey, I just want to meet with somebody across the county. That's a very different demand and need.
Do y'all still being able to do this through Zoom or whatever, even after COVID, or?
Yes.
I mean,
Some things, yes.
you would think they would keep, I mean, because it's pretty
It's a great,
efficient.
yeah, great. Commissioner Inglesby, did you want to ask another question?
No, just Teams, because I know that, well, I don't know what the cost is, but I know that we can access it without any additional costs. I can't do a Zoom meeting because you have to have a license or whatever, and so I'm
You
just
can
not-
register free for Zoom, a member of the public can, but to have all the bells and whistles that they have for the judicial or to stay on there a longer amount of time, then yeah, you have to pay for it. So the attorneys have become used to Zoom, the judges all across the state have become used to Zoom, and they've worked out the kinks. So I would highly recommend that the county look to Zoom for that service in the future.
Commissioner Jones.
If you want to do it for your constituents, it's free for the first 40 minutes, Commissioner. I'll help you set it up.
Okay, oh, well,
That covers most
I
of my
tried
meetings.
to do that.
And so just to double check on Commissioner Inglesby's question on the Teams piece, who can speak to Teams here? Would it be auditor? Would it be Kim? Jeff IT. Okay, because I feel, I could tell you my hunch, I don't speak for the court at this moment, but I feel that we all fully support you guys in everything you're doing, especially during all this COVID stuff. And I feel a lot of this could be extrapolated into reimbursement through COVID funding. We're just going through the process to get the most efficient route for you guys, but I feel that none of us are trying to tell you, scram, we don't support your efforts. But I do want to ask another question. The disinfecting piece, you said two-part, the Zoom and the disinfecting. Are you budgeting for disinfecting of the courtrooms?
I included that in that miscellaneous line. That's why the amount was so much. According to our county plan that has been submitted to the state, how often we have to disinfect. But yes, that amount is included in there, and that's why it was so large.
And I'd like to let you know that we as a county made an aggressive, I consider it an aggressive purchase of state-of-the-art technology that is most user-friendly and most environmentally friendly to disinfect all the courtrooms. So we already own it. And so all we have to do is get with our, I don't remember the title, but the maintenance department, and they could schedule it and create a routine where we own the machine, they will put that baby on an elevator and do what you want as often as you'd want.
That's fantastic. I just wanted to be prepared in my budget to make sure that was covered, but I figured the county was doing that countywide.
Yes, and the county maintenance department up there has talked to us, building maintenance has talked to us, they've come down, they talked to us about a schedule. They're on that.
Good.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
We have all that worked out. I just didn't know if we had it for the future,
Oh,
2021.
yes, we own it. We own it. Thank you. Any other questions for the judges?
I just have one more request.
okay.
And it's in the PowerPoint, so if we could bring that up. The other thing I would like the commissioners and judge to reconsider is approving one new position for the county courts at law. If you could, there you go. Here is just some number of cases. I know last year when I came before you, I spoke about the sheer volume of cases that come through the county courts, and I mentioned then that we're the workhorses of the justice system, and I'll still stand by that. If you look at 2020, the projected criminal cases to be filed, 7,527. If you add that to the projected probate, civil, guardianship, and other cases, the projected total cases for 2020 to be filed in the county courts at law is 10,107. If you could go to the next slide for me. I'm just going to take criminal cases to look at the process that it goes through. A criminal case is sent to the district attorney's office for the district attorney to file the case. There's 81 employees in the district attorney's office. The next step that the district attorney takes, they will go to the county clerk's office and they will file the case. There's 29 employees in our county clerk's office. The next step for a case is it's sent to the court to be set on the court's docket. Including the 3 judges, there's 9 employees in the county court at law who handle the processing of cases. I did not include the 3 bailiffs or the 3 court reporters because of their specific duties. They're not involved in processing the cases through the county court at law. Once the case has been handled, adjudicated, or disposed of, it goes back to the county clerk to be filed or recorded. Again, there's 29 employees. And then if a person does this is just to put a criminal case in perspective, If a person does get probation, the Community Supervision Department, then the case will go there, and there's also 38 employees. It's a stark contrast from the beginning of that case, the step of how many employees are involved, to right there in the middle of that bottleneck. For years and years and years, I believe our county's been putting resources in one area while the other area has starved. I could ask for I need a whole lot, we need more employees, but to be realistic, the times that we're in, we all have to be cognizant of the budget. We really do need one more employee, and I'll tell you why. You all know that we did the case assignment for the county courts at law. The cases are now filed directly into a certain court, handled by a certain judge, for greater transparency and efficiency. We have 2 lead assistant court administrators now. I need a third lead court administrator for the 3rd court. It would be somebody who's already in our office. He's already doing the work. He deserves the pay. So we need an additional lead court administrator, and that's the one employee that we're asking the court to reconsider. It's a grade 113 in our office, and I believe we have some cost savings from not hiring an employee for about 6 months this past year. So there's some savings there. That would open up an assistant court administrator position, so each court would have 2 administrators. If you'll go to the next. So there's 3 judges, there's 1 court administrator over our employees. There's 2 lead court administrators right now. Again, we're asking for 1 additional lead court administrator, and then we'll also have 3 assistant court administrators, putting 2 court administrators for each court. If you'll go to the next line. Again, that just shows how a criminal case goes through the process and the number of employees that are involved. I know times are tough, budgets are tight. If there's any way that we can work with the court, with the Commissioner's Court, with the Auditor's Office to get this 1 additional lead court administrator, and maybe even not fill the assistant court administrator spot for a little bit to save some money. But if y'all could please consider adding that 1 employee to our office. I believe we do a good job. I know we do a good job with what we have. We get things done. We don't mind working hard, and we will continue to do that. We just ask that you please consider those 3 things just so we can be prepared for the future. Again, everybody knows we're a growing county, one of the fastest, and our cases continue to grow. Anything else?
Commissioner Jones, I just wanted to follow up and answer your question about Zoom and its applicability to a wide host of areas. For the most part, the video conferencing stuff, it works pretty well, especially for uncontested matters, for probates, things of that nature. It's really quite effective. It's not perfect, though, and there are areas where no matter what you do, it's just never going to work right. Jury trials, for example. Things where there's a real credibility determination and a meaningful confrontation by a defendant against, or a party against a witness. In that circumstance, it'll never replace live. It just won't. But for a whole host of things, it will. And that's definitely a takeaway.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so very much for your time.
Thank you very much for being patient. We ran a little behind there.
We really want to thank y'all because we've been asking for a long time for the signed dockets, and we're very appreciative y'all have gone to that, and I hope it works as good as we think it's going to work.
You're welcome.
Time will tell.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thanks.
Next up, we have county-wide operations. I tried to make a little DJ voice, but it didn't work.
Good afternoon. Tammy Crumley, Director of Countywide Operations. I'm going to only request on the Recycling and Solid Waste Department. You'll have your packets in front of you that I provided. I know that you've all heard different budget requests, and most of them are so far from law enforcement and judicial departments, and solid waste clearly isn't a hot topic this budget cycle. But I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to present on this important issue to our department. We have a request in for 2 additional employees for our 2 stations. Right now we have 4 employees that operate 2 recycling stations in Dripping Springs and in Wimberley. Those 4 employees have been the only employees for many years, and with our growing community, our recycling stations are also growing. The average customers per week are a little over 2,000, and it's not slowing down. So to date, we are looking at approximately $334,000 in revenue. That's going to be a little lower than last year due to our COVID situation. We've had to close numerous days since March, and that's just not okay with me, but we've had to do that because of staffing issues. And so I'm asking for some additional staff to help pick up that those shortfalls that we have. We've had shortfalls because of the requirements in the COVID high-risk categories that a couple of our employees are in, and we didn't have the staff to pick up the extra, the need. We have some issues with staff not being able to take their time off, not being able to take some breaks that are needed. They're operating heavy equipment on their own out at the sites. You'll see some photos of the heavy equipment that they're operating. We have some equipment that needs to be replaced. I know we have an item on the agenda today for a couple of those to be considered. There's some photos of some of the daily items that come in. That's just one day's worth of recycling and solid waste that comes in. And some of the traffic that comes in. If you're at the Wimberley station, lately there's been a line halfway down Kearney Lane waiting to come into the station. Have any questions about that?
Commissioner Smith, questions for Ms. Crumley?
I just want to say thank you for doing more with less. I mean, I've gone out specifically to the solid waste facility, or recycling facility there on 150 and in Darden Hill, and I have to tell you that the employees that you have, especially during this pandemic, they've really stepped up, and I don't say that lightly. I hope they understand how much we appreciate them. I can't tell you how many times, especially just after this started, and I've actually brought it up in court several times about our constituents and our taxpayers paying for services that they didn't feel like they were getting, whether that was they couldn't go to the clerk's office and get a marriage license, or they couldn't go drop their stuff off at the solid waste facility. At the end of the day, the stress and the interaction with folks whenever we did reopen, I can't think of another, other than possibly law enforcement, where you're on a day-to-day basis, touching people, handling. The job that they have, they probably entail more exposure than any other employee we have. And they are doing their job, they're doing a great job of it, and I hope we can find a way to help them, because I can't say that I understand where they're at, but I do have empathy for the job that they've done, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. They're having a hard time out there, but they're making it.
Commissioner Shell?
Yeah, just a couple questions, mainly for the auditor. When we looked at the revenue, understanding this year we've seen a pretty significant drop. We're expecting to probably get about $350,000, it looks like, would be a good guess. And we've traditionally had the 420, 430, 450. And it looks like you're recommending at this time 370 plus the 20,000 for recycling. Then also looking at like trash hauling, where we kept trash hauling pretty flat or higher than we saw, even like in 2018, for instance, we saw $430,000 in transfer station fees coming in, and we spent $203,000 in just the trash hauling. Do you think it would be acceptable to reduce the trash hauling estimate for 2021 if we're going to at the same time reduce the expected revenues for 2021? Do you think that they're somewhat related? I assume that there is a fairly direct correlation that if no one's bringing stuff in and paying fees, then we're not having to haul near as much. I mean, that's just an assumption. I guess one person could bring more or something. I mean, they could be bringing more per person or something, but to me, it would sound like they would be more correlated. So if we're going to assume a significant drop in revenue, we would also assume a potential drop in our costs to haul.
Makes sense?
Yeah. So maybe if we could relook at that just in these next few weeks. And
Or if the court wants to look at the position, we can look at revenue, the center won't be closed.
And that's the other thing. We've had some closures, not just because of COVID, but because we don't have the staff to
Right.
man the station, which we get the calls.
Right.
Probably Commissioner Smith and I get the majority of calls about that type of stuff, when people go in, it's closed. And I know I do thank, Ms. Crumley on trying to get that notice posted for folks. We've been really keeping up with that well, so they are able to go online and find out when it's closed kind of real time now. And that was a challenge before, is, if somebody didn't show up and they looked online and said hours of operation, they showed up, packed all their stuff, loaded up their truck, and then got there and it was closed. That was very frustrating. So just on some of these positions that are directly related to revenue, I think it would be good to take a look at our revenue versus expense when we make that determination.
So the expense is, it looks like currently they're trending to spend close to the 220, which is in the recommended budget as well.
Okay.
So it looks like right now we've paid through July and they're averaging about 23,000 a month. So it does look like the expenses will need to maintain at the 220,000.
Okay.
Tammy, and those locations are open how many days a week?
They're open 5 days a week. They're closed Sunday and Monday.
And they were closed, I mean, initially during our state of emergency, they were only open, 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, or?
From March to May, they were only open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then we opened Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for a month, and then now we're open back to our regular schedule.
Are there any slow days during, no, okay, I just wondered.
Yeah, it depends, but no, there's traditionally not a.
If you were given the additional personnel, would you consider opening up like maybe Monday? Or to adding a day or not?
I think that we'd get right back to the staff
Okay.
not having they get comp time as it is that
That's
they
fine.
can't use. I know I'm asking for 2, but if we could get one that's a floater that could pick up the slack, that would be a start that we could at least work with.
What's the longest, and I know that I had this conversation with one employee, we've got folks, you mentioned comp time, we've got employees in these that went extended periods of time without taking a day off. And I say that, if the doors are open, they're there, they have to be.
They come to work, unfortunately, sick, because we have to have someone.
I hope they're not coming with COVID.
Not COVID,
Okay,
but.
not that kind of stuff.
And is it an 8-hour day?
Yes.
When's the last time we changed the fees?
2015, maybe?
If we're seeing our cost for hauling increasing
6 years.
beyond
That is something we need to
that
look
might
at.
be something else for the auditor to take a look at at the same time.
And I know we've always wanted to keep it low or as reasonable as possible. I know that that's, a service that we want to continue to provide, so.
It's an important to provide, especially in the rural part of the county, because eventually it does end up in places we don't want it.
That's right.
We are.
Them dropping it off there, or transportation picking it up
on the side of the road.
But I think there is associated with that, a user pay type mentality needs to be focused on. We don't want to price it to where it's not possible, and we do pick it up with transportation. But we also want to make sure that those that are taking advantage of that opportunity, which is not everybody, are actually supporting the costs associated with operating.
And just one more question, Judge, just to follow up. And the reason I asked if it was 5 days a week and an 8-hour workday, have you ever thought about doing a 4-day work week with extended hours on those days? I don't know if that would.
I think our citizens, that Saturday is extremely
important to them.
important.
I can imagine.
The most traffic comes in on a Saturday.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Crumley? Thank you, Ms. Crumley. I know you're juggling a lot of different things, and I know we all appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you,
consideration.
ma'am. And next up, we have our Constable Precinct 2's office. If you will please approach the podium and our speaker, state their name for the record.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Torres, M-I-C-H-A, wait, wrong court. Michael Torres, Precinct 2 Constable.
But we are a court of record.
As we all know, this year has been a year of unknowns. Due to COVID-19, we have seen the unemployment rate skyrocket. Even though it appears things have improved slightly, there are still many people out of work. Because of this, I know a lot of our citizens are concerned about how they are going to pay their taxes at the end of the year. When I submitted my budget request for 2021, I took this into consideration. I didn't want to add to their stress by requesting additional funding except for replacement vehicles. Instead, I decided to tighten our belts and work with the court until the situation improves. The reason I am here today is to first say thank you for recommending the 2 items we needed for our motorcycle to make it fully functional. We did receive the bike back in about 4 months ago, and we've started using it. Those items will be a great addition to the bike. Thank you. The second reason is to ask for the court to consider my request for 2 replacement vehicles should you all decide to fund any vehicle this year. I currently have 2 vehicles sitting in the parking lot that are not working. The cost of repairs exceeds what they are worth. Both vehicles are 2008. One of the 2008 was approved to be replaced in FY 2020 budget, but due to COVID, as you already know, we have not received those vehicles yet. We also have a 2011 Dodge truck that is starting to need multiple repairs. We just spent approximately $1,000 in the past month to patch that vehicle up to keep it going. Even though I requested 2 replacements in 2021 budget, should the court see fit to fund any, I would gladly accept one this year. Hopefully things will improve next year, and I can work with the court about replacing other vehicles at that time. We will continue to provide all service at the same high level as we have always done. Once again, thank you for considering my request.
Thank you, Constable.
Thank you, Constable.
Commissioner Inglesby, questions for the Constable?
I don't believe so. Thank you, Constable Torres, for all that you do. I know that, we're in tough times, as you mentioned, and a lot of people are struggling, and so we'll give it, all our consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've done a good job justifying what you need. I see those 2 vehicles every day in the parking lot that we can't even hardly use now. So, thank you.
Right.
Commissioner Shell?
Thank you, Constable. And then one question also for the Auditor's Office, just on when we are asked for vehicles, especially law enforcement vehicles, what does that breakdown look like? I know that the majority is probably the equipment, the capital cost for outfitting the vehicle within that year. What do those look like right now to us?
They vary by department based on the type of vehicle that they're requesting. It could be anywhere from $17,000 to $25,000. The equipment that Constable Torres has requested is around $38,000 for 2, so it's about $16,000 per vehicle.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Commissioner Shell beat me to my question. Thank you for your submission, and I may have some questions for you later, but appreciate it, Constable.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that was efficient. Our next one and final one in this workshop is Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Judge and Court. In the HR department, you all have been very gracious over the last few months in some reorganization of our risk and safety positions. But in this budget request, I asked for a position regrade for our benefits administrator position. This position manages all of our benefits for all of us. There's about 1,000 employees and close to 2,000 members. And what that means is when you select your employee benefits, one staff member with an assistant makes sure that you're enrolled in the proper plans. And then when you have trouble with your claims or your health care coverage, they're there to help you through that trouble. On the back side of that, we're analyzing our claims, we're analyzing our expenses to make sure that we are getting the best benefit product for your dollar and the county's dollar. So just in terms of level of experience and expertise and analysis that I require of this position and that the county requires of this position, my request is that the position be regraded from a 112 to a 114, bringing it to a managerial level. And we are looking at a benefit enrollment platform. So now most of that work is pretty manual, and we are past the times of doing manual paper enrollment forms. So hopefully in the next couple of months, we'll come forward with a plan and a request for acceptance of an enrollment plan. And that's something that this employee and their staff member will be responsible for researching and implementing so that we bring some of our operations into more current times. In addition, I had asked for intern funding for our communications manager. And I believe we've got an agreement with the General Counsel's office from the intern funding that was placed in the judge's budget in that area to use to assist in our communications area, and I appreciate that.
And Sherry, what's the dollar amount for the regrade change?
The regrade, well, I initially requested, which has become pretty standard with our job regrades, a 6% salary increase, which I think was around $3,000.
A little over 4,000 with the benefits.
Okay, great.
4,700.
Thank you. Yes. That's a lot. We're talking about a 20-year employee as well.
You had originally requested a grade 116, and I see you've changed that to a
Well, I saw that on, I think Vicki and I have crossed wires maybe. 114 is my final request.
Okay. With no salary increase?
With salary increase, but I'll take the regrade without if it has to be like
Okay.
that.
So the salary increase is out of policy. Because the regrades are typically, you move to the new grade. If you're already above that salary, then you wouldn't get an increase.
Commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Efficient, thank you, ma'am, and thank you for your patience. And I do have one person signed up to speak while we are in workshop mode, Mr. Dan Lyon. If you will please grace us with your wisdom.
Thank you, Judge Becerra. I know the commissioners and yourself are probably saying the only reason he's still here is so he can beat Power Peak this afternoon, which is partially true, but it's just my conservative nature. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you for going through this morning gracefully, listening to all those people that I affectionately like to call the Sheriff's Fan Club. I can see, some of the women that spoke, I can see that, yes, they really do have fear in their lives. And I know that you're not trying to defund the sheriff's office, and he knows it too. That's why I brought up just a few of these things this morning that are obviously should be cut out. A lot of these trips to these so-called, information seminars and things like that. I've been to one of those in my life where I used to work, and it was just like I thought it was. It was, listen to some stuff for half a day, then go out drinking the rest of the day, you know? And I'm sorry, we can't afford that stuff anymore as a county. I do fully support your cutting all these departments any way you can, because, especially because of the emergency, but also because they were, they're full of, you know, fat already anyway. Oh, geez. Joe Biden moment here.
Have Kamala step in.
You got this, Dan, come on. We're all pulling for you.
No, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
I appreciate that, guys.
Disbursements. I don't know, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help.
Feral hog? We're just having fun.
No.
But they're all good. They're all good.
It's my fault.
No, but listen, I know
Anybody
that.
sticks around this long deserves.
That's right, you get the time. But I will tell you, I know we genuinely appreciate your feedback.
We do.
And especially during the budget season, it is ever more relevant because your angles, your communication pieces have always been around fiscal stewardship. And I know personally, only because I feel mildly uncomfortable speaking for very capable commissioners, but I have the hunch they agree, we are genuinely trying to do the right thing here. And it's true. Unfortunately, it is an election season, and I understand the politics at play. I'm going to do my best to make sure folks understand the universal efforts that I made on my budget, and that they aren't specifically pointed to anyone or anything. And if there is an inadequacy in a specific department that needs to be addressed, all department heads know that they can come to us at any time, as we have in today's agenda, to amend, to use salary, the old famous salary savings, and all these other mechanisms to make sure that they are properly equipped and protected. Because I can say this on behalf of all the court, none of us want our county representatives to be unprotected or underserved or under anything. And so, but it is what it is. It's an election year, and I'll take it to be called a liar and everything else, and that's par for the course. That's my job, and I'll take the half-truths and just go with it. But thank you for always watching and for knowing that I'm not trying to defund anyone. Did I give you enough time to think about your?
Yes.
Perfect.
And
I was doing like in the Broadway shows, we're stretching. Okay.
I appreciate it. I was just gonna say, some of those people that got up here this morning, I really almost laughed out loud at what they were saying, because some of these guys that could break me in half, I'm 200 pounds and a lot older than I used to be, and never was much of a macho man, but still, I look at these guys, they could break me in half, and they're telling me that they're scared and they need more county police and constables and the whole 9 yards protection. Well, I've got two words for them: constitutional carry. That's what they should be pushing for, instead of spending more money on the, sheriff's office. And anyway, everybody knows around here, it's not going to turn into San Francisco or wherever, any of these cities, because we have the right to keep and bear arms. And I'll guarantee you that anybody that breaks into somebody's house at night is a fool and probably will be dead very soon. So.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Thank you for your comments, and we genuinely appreciate it. And with that, I will close the workshop. Not yet. I will close the comments part. Okay, Vicki.
We'll actually need a short break so that I can print out the materials that was presented.
We will take, I'll tell you what, do the commissioners want a break, or do we go through the other agenda parts?
Let's run through the other agenda.
Okay.
Is that okay?
We will buy you some time, and we will start plowing through other parts of the agenda. If you will please open up 3 through 12.
3, approve payments of county invoices. 4, approve the payment of United Healthcare claims. 5, approve Commissioners Court minutes of August 11th, 2020. 6, approve the payment of the August 31st, 2020 payroll disbursements in an amount not to exceed $3,850,000 effective August 31st, 2020, and post totals for wages, withholdings, deductions, and benefits on the Hays County website once finalized. 7, approve utility permits. 8, authorize the Sheriff's Office to utilize existing funds to purchase a refrigerator for the new Allen Bridges Training Center and amend the budget accordingly. 9, authorize the Sheriff's Office to utilize salary savings to purchase 13 replacement Surface Pro laptops and Axon in-car camera systems valued at $68,408 and amend the budget accordingly. 10, authorize the Sheriff's Office to utilize salary savings to purchase replacement SWAT law enforcement equipment valued at and amend the budget accordingly. 11, authorize on-site sewage facility permit for a 3-bedroom residence and a small office at 31620 Ranch Road 12, Dripping Springs, Texas. 12, authorize the execution of a grant contract amendment with United Way for Greater Austin to extend the term of the Census Outreach Grant to September 30th, 2020.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second, and our auditor would like to contribute.
Just wanted to make a comment that on item number 10, the valued at amount was left out, but it's in the support and it was $49,596.
So there's the piece I was referencing earlier because I have received lots of feedback, as you've all brought up in different spaces, about the appreciation for our agendas to have those dollar amounts in there. And I would, instead of bringing an agenda item to court, I would just ask that you willingly just put your dollar amount on the front, on the cover page is what this really is, so that no one has to reach for it, search for it. It's just right there, truth and reporting kind of mentality. Somebody have some comments on the agendas? Do we have a motion? And a second, right?
We already have a motion and a second, but I do have comment on 9 and 10. These are both items that I appreciate the Sheriff's Department coming and scraping their budget for. These are the actual plates that we talked about last week and that were not included in the budget. So I appreciate y'all finding the money for those, and I know our officers are appreciative as well.
And what I'd like to say is this is a great example of what has historically gone on in our county government. And if there's ever a need at any moment in time, we do have a budget process and we are moving through it, but we always have the opportunity and desire to make sure that salary savings, you can see this over and over, salary savings is used, and anything else is used to make sure that we get refrigerators, to make sure that we get replacement laptops, to make sure that we get SWAT equipment. The goal and the point is to articulate that this court is always meeting and always available, and I would be hard pressed to remember a time I've served on this court that we've denied one of these types of transactions. So if there's no other comments, we'll call the roll. Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 13, 14, 15, and 17.
13, approve specifications for IFB 2020-B15 RM150 Center Turn Lane Gap Project and authorize purchasing to solicit for proposals and advertise. 14, amend various departmental operating, special revenue, and capital project budgets in preparation for fiscal year 2020 fourth quarter financial reporting. 15, authorize the purchase and installation of modular office furniture for the Transportation Department and amend the budget accordingly. 16, ratify the submission of the county feral hog abatement, we already did that. 17, authorize the execution of the FY 2020 statewide automated victim notification services maintenance grant contract in the amount of $30,122.51.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, commissioners?
I have just a quick clarifying question on number 13. Is that FM 150 or Fajita Drive?
No, it's east. FM 150.
Okay, just making sure.
I love it. I love it. So our commissioner made a reference to renaming of a road that has generated a lot of attention. Good plug-in, Commissioner. Good plug-in. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, please open 18, 19, and 20.
18, authorize the Recycling and Solid Waste Department to purchase 2 new self-dumping forklift hoppers that will be used at both the Wimberley and Driftwood locations and amend the budget accordingly. 19, accept the delivery of the fiscal year 2019 internal examination report for the Hays County Sheriff's Jail Commissary account. 20, authorize the county judge to ratify an equipment transfer memorandum of agreement with the Capital Area Council of Governments for pass-through grant-funded emergency equipment valued at $11,153.09 and amend the budget accordingly.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners' comments.
What is I had looked through, what is the equipment?
Well, you got me there. Do you want to table it? It's a cap.
No, I had looked through there and there's just a serial number. And so I didn't know what the serial number was.
Marisol, could you explain? She'll tell us right now. And CAPCOG, just for everyone watching, is Capital Area Council of Governments.
Interactive whiteboard.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right.
That's
I did
exactly
read
right.
that.
I blanked for a minute. It's a whiteboard. Thank you, Marisol. Genuinely appreciate it. If there are
No,
no-
some of the conversations that we had about receiving surplus equipment and those kind of things in the past, I just want to make sure that it's something that we're not going to be, that it's in good shape, that we're actually going to be able to use and not have, it's going to cost twice as much to get it operational than what it is. So that's the reason I was asking.
Yeah.
Great point.
And I was wondering, where is that going to go? Do we know where that's going to be housed at?
No.
The interactive whiteboard.
There's a whiteboard that CAPCOG is giving us.
Is that in?
Plugging it to the Office of Emergency Management.
Okay, well, that's what I thought, but I just
Emergency
wasn't.
Services,
Okay.
okay. Probably with Mike Jones out there on Yarrington. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yep.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
One more.
Judge Baseta?
Yes. Please open 21.
21, approve an additional contract extension of IFB 2017-B06 AC and heating services with Psy Mechanical for a period not to exceed 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and one person signed up to speak, Mr. Dan Lyon.
Oh, thank you, Judge Becerra. Let me just say, SI Mechanical marks up its ACs by 25%, and when I asked about whether or not this was in line with county policy, I did not receive an answer, have not received an answer. I know that they installed a $9,000 air conditioner at Dahlstrom Ranch headquarters. I don't know how big Dahlstrom Ranch headquarters is, but they also installed an AC at the Caboose in Kyle, $6,900.13. And maybe the ACs they install, that's what they cost, plus labor, of course. But I know how big the Caboose is in Kyle. It's not very big. And my family, as my brothers and my sister and I, inherited a very small house on Alamo Street here in San Marcos. We're not making anything on it. It's costing us an arm and a leg. Anyway, long story short is we had a heat pump / air conditioner installed in it, $1,000. And it's 2 big rooms. Well, no, it's 2 bedrooms, and it's got a bathroom in between the bedrooms and then one big room. And that AC cools down that whole area. We don't need anything else in there. So my question is, and I'm not saying SI Mechanical did anything wrong, but I'm just saying, couldn't we have gotten that sort of version of an AC, at least in the caboose, and maybe Dahlstrom Ranch, depending on how big it is? I just think that we're, not getting the best deals with SI Mechanical. I had a number of things that they've done this week that I was gonna bring up this morning, and then I changed my mind, but we need some competition on this, I think. And that's the only reason I said that I was against this. Now, I realize it's only for 30 days, but in the meantime, if y'all pass this, I think we should be looking at putting this out for bids, because I've seen a lot of stuff that looks, I don't know, I would like to have checked out anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and I would like to let you know, we put this out for bid, and SI is no longer part of the bid process moving forward. So this is, they're at the end of their relationship with the county, am I right?
Yeah, it's an extension because we're still, there's an agenda item to award for the proposal, that's in a competitive bid, or to recommend to negotiate a contract. And so in the meantime, we don't want to be without AC service, so this is just a 30-day extension while we determine how the court's going to proceed with the HVAC competitive proposal process.
So we are in the middle, just in case you didn't hear her, we are in the middle of negotiating the details of the new contract, and we don't feel, as the county, we will be completed and ready in time when their contract expires, SI Mechanical. And so this is an extension to make sure we stay covered with AC in case of emergency AC repair while we finalize the contract with the new company.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
sir, and thank you for your time and your comments. We have a motion, we have
Can
a
I
second?
Just address also one thing, is another question that was brought up, was a bid, a previous bid
It was.
that was awarded to SI, and I think, and so the markup was part of the contract. So when we put that out on the street previously, we had respondents, and SI was awarded the contract that was based upon their bid that was
Even with that
selected.
markup, they were still less than what the.
Correct.
SI was the only.
Originally, it was competitively done, and that was the best at the time, and now things are shifting, and.
And so we've gone back out for bids.
Yep.
Received them, and now in the process of making a selection.
Yes. Commissioners, any other comments? No. Dr. Cardenas, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Basata?
Yes, will you please open number 22 and 23?
Number
Wait.
22, authorize the county judge to execute a renewal contract.
23, sorry.
Beg your pardon?
We already did 23. I meant just 22.
Okay. 22, authorize the county judge to execute a renewal contract for $21,608.40 with West Thompson Reuters for online legal research services in the Hays County Criminal District Attorney's Office with funds budgeted for FY 2021.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments, Commissioner? Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Basata?
Yes, please open 24.
24, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to sign a professional services agreement between Hays County and BGE, Inc. for design services related to PS&E for the Hillside Terrace Bond Project.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And
Commissioner?
Judge, this is just, they've already done preliminary work. This is to improve Hillside Terrace from I-35 all the way to 2001. And if you're familiar with that area, one thing that we're having to look at is we've got a gas main. It's right in the right of way. And that, so the redesign and what we're going to go ahead and extend the contract is we're going to have to make a loop around that and come on to the improved 2001 at another point. So this just extends our contract to finish out that job.
And is the extension for $1 million, or what's the extension amount?
I've got to look.
Sorry.
That's all right. I think it's an up to. Should have been in the backup. And I'll look for that, right? Yeah, well, up to maximum, the maximum under this contract without modifications up to 1 million.
I thought you were kidding.
Yeah.
I thought the judge was kidding. I'm sorry. Is that? Is that just for the rework, or, I'm sorry,
This is
Commissioner.
completion up to, let me see what you're.
So is that the entire contract and not just for this section of the reroute?
Commissioner, I don't review that contract. Vicki reviews that contract, there's a note there.
Nice sidestep. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm playing.
I don't review any of the contracts with PBC.
Now, let me look at it a little bit,
Yeah.
Judge, and I can come back to it.
And then the other thing, I think, I know that we've talked about exhibits, and some of the exhibits aren't included. I know that's not, anything that you've done, but it does have a fee schedule that's not included.
Judge, we can come back to this one and I'll bring it back.
We also need, I had asked Mark Kennedy for number 25 for discretionary exemptions, we need Mr. Kennedy up here.
I don't know how it will evolve. What we could do is open 26.
That'll work.
26, discussion and possible action to accept the maintenance bond rider extension number 1060751 for 2 months for Sunfield subdivision, Phase 2, Section 11.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner?
And just gives the contractor additional time to make the needed repairs before we accept it.
Okay. Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open up 27.
27, discussion and possible action to execute an advance funding agreement for the Metropolitan Area Corridor Project on system, RM 3237 intersection improvements as part of the 2016 road bond program.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Shell?
Thank you, Judge. This is for the 3237 project, all of our intersections along 3237 all the way up to the intersection at 150. This is the AFA, so this is a good thing. That means we are getting moving and getting the system through TxDOT.
And that total is $8,496,650. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is part of our bond program.
Perfect. And that AFA is, just to clarify for the community, the AFA is the piece that we would like to have move more quickly so that we could reimburse funding, but is not happening at this time.
Yeah, that is what is required of us for us to be able to do anything, is to get that agreement with TxDOT. And to get that, they have to spend a lot of time with it, it seems. So we're glad to get that.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, please open 25.
Yep, it's open, all right. 24?
Yes, sir.
Open it. It is for the entire project. I just got confirmation.
For the entire
Entire
project.
project.
Okay.
Sorry
For
about that.
25.
We left it open while we were waiting for information, and Commissioner Jones confirmed that the $1 million on that line item is for the entire project. And if there are no other questions, we can call the roll.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Judge Becerra.
Yes, and please open 25.
25, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to sign a professional services agreement between Hayes County and Bowman Engineering, Inc. for design services related to PS&E for reconstruction of Cotton Gin Road.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Kennedy?
Since this is greater than 25% of the original contract and could have been called an amendment, we think it's a good belt and suspenders method to find for an exemption under 262. So it'd be a 262.024A4 exemption for professional services.
And that total is $332,661, is that right? And what was it originally?
I've got to go. It's a separate contract, so I don't have.
I didn't know if it was handy, it's okay. But that is a new total. Commissioner Jones, any other comments or questions?
No, sir.
Commissioner Inglesby?
No, Judge. I'm good.
Commissioners?
Sir.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes. Please open 28.
28, discuss and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a professional services agreement contract between Hays County and Cobb Fendley and Associates, Inc. to provide engineering, design, and ROW acquisition services on the Winters Mill intersection improvements at RM12 and RM3237 project in Precinct 3 as part of the 2016 road bond project.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Kennedy?
The right-of-way portion of this contract requires a finding under 262.024A4 for professional services.
I'll add that to my motion.
Thank you. We're adding that to the motion. Any comments, Commissioner Shell?
This project are the two intersections of Winters Mill with 12 and 3237. Contract amount is $350,000. It is for traffic signal warrant study, a drainage design, addressing Atlas 14, right-of-way acquisition services just mentioned by Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. So that's a good grocery list for $350,000. Any other comments or questions?
And this is part of our bond programs.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? No? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, please open 29.
29, discussion on possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a professional services agreement between Hays County and Binkley and Barfield, Inc. to provide utility coordination services for Darden Hill, RM 1826 to Sawyer Ranch Road, project in Precinct 4 as part of the road bond program.
Thank you. So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
As part of the 2016 road bond, a section of Darden Hill from Sawyer Ranch Road all the way to 1826 was looked at for redesign and rebuild. Along with that, since that time, now there's a elementary school being dropped on that stretch of roadway, and this utility relocation will actually serve for that project that was included in the 2016 road bond, as well as for a new traffic circle that will be located at that school.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Forgot to mention $350,000, or did you mention that?
I did not mention that.
And yes. Thank you. Please open 30.
30, discussion and possible action to authorize the Transportation Department to purchase one new 2020 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 valued at $32,009 for the Inspections and Engineering Division.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
This is, as everybody knows, we're having more and more subdivisions every day, and we've added some more staffing to our inspection department. Just need another vehicle to be able to get all these inspections done in a timely manner.
Now, I know that I've learned this much going through two budgets. The lease program seems to be a very appealing route, although Jerry Borcherding has done a phenomenal job of wearing his cars down smooth. And so I just wanted to make sure that we, knowing that it's going to be for checking on subdivisions, I just wanted to make sure that we had that conversation at least to make sure this was one of those vehicles that we can drive to the ground.
Yeah, it's a 1500 Chevrolet, it does pretty fuel efficient for, as far as pickups go. And he's been able to do this out of his current year's vehicle budget.
Okay. Commissioner Inglesby?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioners?
The only thing I would say is, you made the point, and I would agree with you, just to clarify for members of the general public, the funding for road and bridge is a different set of funding than what we do for everything else. And so this is a different pot that is accessible for vehicles where we may not have as much in other pots.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. Will you please open agenda item number 1?
Number one, update from the county judge and staff regarding the local disaster declaration on COVID-19.
Marisol?
Hi, we spoke with the treasurer, and Mr. Jones' credit card has not been received yet by the county, but she is looking into getting that sent to us as soon as possible. And so we'd like the court to approve a limit for Mike Jones' credit card of $25,000. And in the meantime, because his credit card is not available, we would like for the court to increase the limit for the credit card that is used in the auditor's office to $40,000.
And once that card shows up, then yours reverts back?
It reverts back to the 25.
Okay. Do you understand that? Commissioners, all good? We got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open number 30. 31, that's right.
31,
That's what happens when you give me notes while court is in session.
discussion of possible action to authorize the Transportation Department to purchase one replacement HC6 Nexstar 3 auto crane and one EHP system automatic tire changer valued at $32,279 and amend the budget accordingly.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments?
I believe so, Judge.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 32.
32, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a commercial lease agreement between Hays County and Showplace Commercial Park LLC for approximately 3,853 square feet of commercial space.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and that dollar amount was missing. It is for $6,000. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Kennedy?
$6,000 per month, yes, for 1 year. The lease was sent to you all court last night. I apologize for the late delivery, but we, as you know, have been kind of scrambling to find a replacement for the original commercial lease that we had on 123. This is, I think, more square footage than the last one.
It is.
Yeah. And is at a comparable price of a little bit better rate, I believe. There are a few points that we need to touch upon. And I don't know if Ms. Crumley's gotten any feedback during court today, but we may have a few points that we leave a little open-ended and tell you where we want to go with them. But again, with a 2-week gap for court, we're trying to get some authority today to go ahead and execute if we can get it negotiated.
And just to clarify, Ms. Crumley, this is $6,000 per month?
Correct. That
Correct.
was
And-
the same price as the previous.
And I was just about to go there. Mr. Kennedy, I just want to articulate for the public that that was competitively priced and actually better rate than the previous negotiated conversation on the deal that fell through.
Yes.
Okay.
It's still 2 separate spaces, but more square footage.
Right.
Right on. Commissioners, any questions?
So a few changes, but if it's okay with you all, I'll go over some of the changes and then I'll open up for questions. We have changed the late charge provision in Section 6 to reflect Chapter 2251 standards. It's typically a little more favorable to the county than you would get in a normal commercial lease. I think it's a non-issue since we'll likely be paying on time and not failing to pay, but needs to be modified. So that's probably of less concern than the other two provisions. I believe our insurance, our risk pool coverage is probably a little less than a normal commercial GL policy that you would see associated with a commercial business or private commercial business. We have not managed to have a conversation with landlord if that standard is acceptable, but that's what section 10 on page 5 has been changed to reflect. And then lastly, I think the sort of maybe sticky provision for us is in section 14, which is on page 7. And the provision generally, you can read it in detail if you prefer, but generally it says that tenant will be obligated to repair just about everything, including air conditioning, et cetera, sidewalks, parking lots, landscaping, everything. But then says that a little later in the provision that landlord may perform the work and then just seek reimbursement from the tenant. I don't think that would comport with our purchasing policies and what we might do internally or what we might have to do by statute in order to get something repaired. It also ignores the fact that we have a good deal of maintenance opportunities internally with our maintenance department. And so I would like to modify this. I did not feel that I could just delete portions of this, but I would like to delete portions of this if landlord will accept that, and that's a conversation we need to have, so.
Commissioners?
Open it up for questions.
Questions for Mr. Kennedy? So I appreciate you modifying that conversation on section 14 on the maintenance. Good job. Section 10, I'm going backwards. What was section 10 again?
Insurance.
The insurance. So your goal is to bring it down to what our pool is, right?
So, you know, we enjoy some sovereign immunities and or limitations on liability, particularly under the Tort Claims Act. And so if, you know, our risk pool coverage is reflective of that, I think that's something that probably a commercial landowner doesn't typically think about. And I think if we have that conversation, we'll be fine making that change.
Good deal.
And just a question, Judge, on number 14, and I know you're going to work on that, Mark, but is that pretty standard? I mean, and are we sure that, you know, the electrical, air conditioning, all of those things are in good working condition and there aren't any issues with it? I mean, it just seems like
a great point.
a lot of stuff that we, you know, the parking lot, I mean, is that, what kind of condition is that in? I know we'll get traffic, but I don't think it's going to be to the extent that, you know, we're going to have a lot of wear and tear on I just don't know what condition it is, and I don't want to.
So I think that the standard is normally a longer term lease for commercial rentals. And so we're asking that the standard be deviated downward to 1 year, which is something that I believe was a little hard to find when we were out there looking for it. You know, landlords that were willing to just give us a year only. Typically, you're going to want a commercial owner is going to want a 5-year term or longer potentially. I've seen 3-year terms out there, but not anything less than that on the commercial side. And so I think that these provisions are a little more reflective of a longer-term lease where you would have someone really kind of taking over a property for a period of time. We're not really doing that, but I feel like by asking that it be knocked down to 1 year, we're probably asking a lot already. So I would try, I would represent to you that I will try to knock out some of these repair provisions if I'm able. I believe Ms. Crumley and I can do that. And that either way, we would want to be able to do those repairs ourselves and internally if we are obligated to do so during that term.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I guess I wonder, you know, I'm concerned, like if we get in there and, you know, a month into it, the air conditioning breaks down.
Yeah, no, I thought about that, believe me.
Okay.
Well, we just extended SI Mechanical, so.
Yeah.
I understand both sides, okay.
Isn't this a fairly new building?
It is not.
No,
No?
it's not.
Which, which building? I guess I'll ask later. But I get your concern, Commissioner Inglesby, and I appreciate it so much because that is a very valid concern. Well done. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? So, Mr. Kennedy, would you like the motion to include anything so that we can give you that flexibility to summarize the document?
I mean, if, the motion has to be, I believe, to authorize the county judge to execute, but if you'll just note that we've made some verbal changes in court and that the final draft will be reflective of that, that'd be fine.
So noted.
Second. Okay. We have a motion and a second, and I think we hit our comments. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, will you please open 33?
33, discussion of possible action to award RFP 2020-P01 HVAC material and repair services to JM Engineering LLC and authorize staff and general counsel to negotiate a contract.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Crumley or Mr. Kennedy, any comments on this? We're good? It's the AC contract.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Is there a markup?
And if so, what is it?
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. Good question.
No.
Of course. It's not a 501c3.
However, we can't go over pricing.
Of course. In public.
Until an award, then a contract is actually awarded. So we would like the ability to negotiate the contract over the next few weeks, and then we can discuss the pricing components in public. But we can send the board members information regarding that.
Right on. I hope you were able to get picked up on that microphone. Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
No, I want to thank the auditor's office. Y'all know this has been a long process, and I've actually brought this up that I wanted to see this thing competitively bid a number of times, and I know you two have as well, Judge, and they've really worked hard on this process. It was not easy because at the end of the day, we have a county with some the best way to put it is some absolutely varied needs when it comes to these specific services. And so to try to fit a round peg into a square hole on what we need in the different facilities that we have is very hard. And I know this wasn't an easy procurement process, and I appreciate them doing it.
There we are. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes. I don't believe we need to open 36 since the previous item failed.
Would there be a reason to try to get some on order anyway, just in case?
I feel we should. Please open 36.
36, discussion of possible action to purchase additional election equipment.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and I agree that we need more equipment on hand because we can't cut ourselves down to the wire. And what our elections administrator has pointed out was the touchpad is the limiting agent. And so if we gave some direction to order more touchpads, I feel that she has conveyed a robustness of other
Something
actual
that we can
machines.
do to get people through our current locations quicker is kind of relieve some.
Utilizing, my question would be funding.
Right.
It's popular.
I don't know about you, but I know that it sounds as though we have plenty of actual voting machines.
Right.
I think my question would be, again, my biggest concern is we have added these 2 lines in each one. At the end of the day, that's absolutely, because we've had it where we had 1 check-in line at each one of these facilities and then it goes down, shuts down the whole facility. We have, with that dual access right now, I would much rather have some of those in place where if one goes down at the university or if one goes down in Kyle, we can run it over there. I don't know how much each one of those individually costs, but at the end of the day, I'm sure that Ms. Anderson is watching today. I would love for her to come back and say, okay, if we bought 5, if we bought 10,
Right.
just to have those available, and bring us back a cost next week for that, I would be very supportive of
And we're
that.
not meeting next week.
Yeah.
We
we
have
need
a,
to authorize it.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we have the auditor trying to chime in.
She did
Oh, she did.
give us an
Awesome.
estimate of about 1,500 for each 10X iPad.
And how many she's requesting?
She didn't,
She stated that she would probably want about 20.
And because a lot of this is COVID-related with all the things we have to do, is it a hard reach to try to get some kind of COVID reimbursement through this mechanism?
I would have to check the guidelines to see if we could use the CARES funding for the elections.
But either way,
iPads,
we
the
want to move,
equipment.
I think either way, we want to move forward with it.
We do have some funding in the tobacco settlement fund that is not earmarked for anything that you could potentially use. There's 31,000 available.
And that was budgeted to be spent for fiscal year 20, but not earmarked? Okay.
And from what I understand, like you said, Commissioner, the voting machines are available because when I've seen it, you walk into a voting room after a line and the room is empty. The limiting agent is those 10X machines. And so I think that she was suggesting 20, and I think we should support the,
why don't we do a not to exceed on the amount that's available?
that's right.
Yeah, however many she can get for what is in there right
Right.
now.
Sounds like a real good idea. So let's,
I would propose that. I would say.
we have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
And so I was hoping for just maybe to include that suggestion of not to exceed what's in the tobacco settlement fund.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Sound good?
Second.
Authorized to purchase of, do you have a name for it?
I believe they're the 10X, TENNEX touchpads.
Commissioner, for your motion?
I'm fine with that. My one concern is I just want to make sure that she has the flexibility if there is a specific item as far as what kind of touchpad or the software
It
needed.
is the 10X.
Okay, I just want to make sure
I just
that,
don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's TENNEX.
I think we have an agreement that as far as we all know what we're talking about.
If someone
we might not be
replays
saying it
this,
correctly.
yes. If someone replays this, that's exactly right, Commissioner.
For an
That-
amount not
that
to
our support-
exceed.
31,000
Not
from
to exceed
tobacco
the
settlement.
31,000.
Exactly. So we have a motion and a second, and the motion is, just to summarize, to use up to the tobacco settlement fund money that's in there now for that flexibility to buy those 10X machines for our election process, ideally for the November election. And we have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes, please vote. 37.
37, discussion and possible action to consider naming a private driveway in Precinct 4, Harmony Woods Lane.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any questions? Otherwise, we'll call the roll.
Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Baseta?
Yes. Open 38.
38, discussion and possible action to create the Hayes County Salary Grievance Committee for the remainder of the fiscal year pursuant to Chapter 152 of the Local Government Code.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The first thing, if we do vote for this, I would like to change it to commission, because I think that's what we've agreed upon moving forward, that all things be named commission out of this commission. And the second part is, what do we see as the need for this?
It's a
Just in
statutory.
the event.
Statutory, that's right.
Yeah.
And I think the name
So we
is
can't
too.
change the name then?
I don't believe so. I believe it's
Oh, okay.
referenced in statute, but it's for any elected official who grieves their
Potential.
salary once the court sets those. It's happened
With the
in the
deputies
past
last,
fairly
Constable?
commonly. So if once those salaries are set, then they have so many days to actually grieve to you. And then we would have to put this body in motion, and there's two
Thresholds.
or two possible structures.
So I apologize, I was tapping out an email and lost track of you guys. This is under Chapter 152 of the Texas Local Government Code. We have the ability to form the Salary Grievance Committee really anytime this calendar year to accommodate what might happen right around this time. It's going to be after you've finalized the salaries for elected officials. This is not an opportunity for employees to grieve salaries. It's for elected officials to grieve their salaries as they have been set and statutorily advertised. We oftentimes will form the Salary Grievance Committee even if we don't know that there is a grievance that could likely occur or might even remotely occur, because the timelines get really tight in late August, early September in terms of finalizing the budget and then having someone's salary grievance heard. So in the event that it might happen, we think it's a good measure to go ahead and have it formed. Under 152.014, there are two different ways to do it. I think this year, and we've done it different ways, one way relies more upon the services of incumbent elected officials, and the other is a body of public members, all selected from the grand jury list. This year, I don't know, obviously, whether we might see a grievance, but I have not heard any rumblings of one or anything like that. So I think the easier route this year would be to form it with the incumbent elected officials. I can name them, and then you have to supplement with 3 or more public members as well. I'm fine, obviously, with the court choosing either route, but that's my recommendation, just because I think it would make the clerk have to call fewer people to try to get them here.
In the past, we've had a hard time getting 9.
Yeah.
The clerk will come in and pick a number of names, like 20 or 30, and call them all, and she might get one response. And so then you have to come back in and select another 20 or 30, and it's been.
This may not be the only time we go through this process.
Now, I would love that call if I was a citizen to come and tell an elected official they didn't get a raise, but for some reason, people just don't take us up on that offer.
Yeah.
So that's why I see Mr. Kennedy's suggestion of having it be a incumbent group a good idea. And you said you offered to name them, although
Sure,
before they're named, I want you to know that I support that idea. But go ahead and name them.
So it's a 9-member body regardless, so if you didn't choose the incumbents, you would have to have 9 plus a couple of alternates who are off the grand jury list. If you do the other route, the 9 would consist of sheriff, tax assessor collector, county treasurer, county clerk, district clerk, and then the criminal district attorney. And then, so that equals, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you would have 3 public members and then as many alternates as you think you might need. I would suggest at least 2 or 3 alternates, because if one or more of those listed incumbents happens to be the person grieving, then they need to recuse from hearing their own case and have somebody step in their place. So
can we amend the motion to say the 9 plus 3 alternates?
6 plus 3.
6
plus
plus 3 alternate.
plus maybe a couple of alternates.
6
I would
plus 3
suggest-
plus.
How many names did we bring today?
64.
So I would suggest that you probably pull out and read 20 names.
Probably.
I was gonna say like
Get
20 or
3.
30.
20, 25.
You may get
So
one out of
25
3.
names,
In
will
order.
you
And
will
then
you
they
read
can
the
go through.
25 names in order, please?
I believe by statute.
You have to draw.
You have to pick them.
Who does, me?
Also, the chairman of the committee, though you don't vote.
Well, thank you very much. No, just kidding. Okay. I'll pass them to you and you read them. How about that? 1, 2,
Most suspenseful part of the day.
I know.
Ivana Rodriguez. Yeah, I'm at that call.
2,
Put them on the ledge, Judge.
3, right?
Nikki Rivers.
He was a heck of a center fielder.
But
Carlano. Rose Castillo. Kiara Flores. Jared Rios. Joseph Papick. Monty Rowe. John Brunson. Kyle Hahn. Michael Mallon. Summer Norton. Carissa Mitchell. Blake Braun. John McClafferty III. Lisa Shine. Joan Nagel. James Grace. Amy Walton. John Ollinger. Amanda Ruiz. Kenneth Erickson. Larissa Johnson. Last one?
Yes.
And Heidi Gomez.
Here you go. So a motion to put those names in, right? Yep. That's part of our motion. We have a motion and a second, and if you will please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Englesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Vasella?
Yes. Please open 39.
39, discussion and possible action to award RFP 2020-P14 CDBG mitigation and funding to Langford Community Management Services, LLC, and authorize staff and general counsel to negotiate a contract.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Shell?
Judge, this was scored, I believe, 2 weeks ago, so this is to select the highest scoring firm. I believe there were approximately, I was going to say 9 firms responded, and this firm scored the highest of those 9.
Wonderful. Commissioners, any questions? No?
And this will now lead us to negotiate with this firm, and it would come back to court.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Englesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Vasella?
Yes. Please open 40.
40, discussion and possible action to approve a funding agreement between Hays County and the City of Kyle regarding payment of the Tyler New World Maintenance Agreement for the computer-assisted dispatch system in the new 911 co-located communications center.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Shell?
Thank you, Judge. This is an agreement with the City of Kyle. This is actually for this year for the expenses of building the CAD system. We had asked them to budget funds in their budget for this year, last year, which I believe they did. We'll now then be taking this to the city. We also have an agreement with the City of Kyle and will be considered by the City of Buda soon, which is kind of an amendment of our original agreement with them. We fine-tune things as this project has moved on. The city of Kyle approved that a few weeks ago. We will soon be taking that to the city of Buda. We're also working with Texas State, trying to include emergency communications for their officers as well. That is something that they will probably follow along in a bit later, but we hope to get the agreement for 2021 and on through the city of Buda here in the next few weeks. This agreement, like I said, is for the work that has been done this year to build CAD, which Kyle benefits from.
Beautiful. Commissioners, any questions?
I would just add, Judge, that the way it's calculated is it's an 11% of the total cost, and it's calculated by the total of 911 emergency service calls.
I'll just also note that FY '21 is referenced in the agreement several times, and it should be FY '20. As Commissioner Shelley said, it's for this year, and I was a little confused on that, so my apologies, but we've changed it.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, please open 41.
41, discussion and possible action to authorize the county judge to execute a termination of access restriction agreement related to 4 parcels along FM 110 in Precinct 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Inglesby?
Judge, thank you. When FM 110 was first developed and constructed from McCarty Lane or Rattler Road to Highway 123, it was done so as a limited access roadway, which prohibited any access from any of the properties onto FM 110. This action would terminate that access restriction and would allow property owners to work with TxDOT on possible access onto FM 110 on that section of roadway.
And why was it originally cut off?
I think TxDOT wanted it to be a thoroughfare, that's right, just to move traffic along, and so everybody agreed that that's what it was for. Now the new sections of the south, what we call South Middle and north sections do have access onto this roadway, and so back then that's what they wanted.
And that adds value to the property, which is good. Mr. Kennedy?
I'll just note that we also had a little bit of a spur plan that this landowner was going to be able to utilize for access, and now that we've eliminated that because we've determined that that spur is no longer needed, there's really only one other option for a landowner to have for access, and that is to get some driveway inlets onto 110. So
Good. That's a good save. Good job. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, and we can't open 42 yet. We're not there. So should we go back to the workshop? Are we ready? Okay. We will go back to the workshop now and wrap up. And while she positions herself on that piece, executive session items, Mr. Kennedy, we want to open both 44 and 45.
I believe Ms. Strickland is here for one of those two, and that's the only thing keeping her here, right? Yes. Okay, so that might be a good thing to take those up.
Okay. Should we,
So do we want to do exec before we do?
we'll do the exec real quick? Sure. All right. Will you please open 44 and 45?
44, executive session pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.072 of the Texas Government Code. Consultation with counsel and deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, or value of right-of-way along proposed FM 110 in Precinct 1. Possible discussion and/or action may follow in open court. Number 45, consultation and deliberation regarding purchase, exchange, or value of right-of-way along the former Hays County Civic Center and contiguous properties located on Clovis Barker in Precinct 1. Possible discussion and action may follow in open court.
We're going to go into executive session, and if you're not tied directly to these two agenda items, we ask that you please clear the courtroom. Oh, thank you.
Is it going to be just a minute or the rest?
motion and a second. Commissioners, any other comments? Your mic is off. All our mics are off. Red lights turn green. There they are. Oh, there you are. Okay, would you please restate your?
Up now?
We're going to restate the motion.
Okay.
Okay, Judge, on item number 44, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the county judge to execute a right-of-way agreement between Hays County and the city of San Marcos related to the acquisition of property for FM 110 through the San Marcos Regional Airport as presented in executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and there are no other comments, so will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones? Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes. One more motion?
Did you get to vote?
Did you vote?
Yes. Oh, okay. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
That's why I was waiting.
Okay. Judge, on item number 45, I'd like to make a motion to decline to accept an offer that Hays County donate drainage easements to benefit the property adjacent to the former Civic Center property on Clovis Barker in Precinct 1. And we're just not inclined to encumber the property at this time.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Shell? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Judge Becerra?
Yes, and now we will return to our workshop. Since the materials have been printed based on previous conversations, we gave the auditor's office time to update, and now we are at that point. So, Vicki, would you like to take over?
Sure. So I've handed you a couple of documents, the larger spreadsheet I prepared to give you a recap of the 5-year history within the general fund. It's broken down by function, so you can see the administrative departments, the law enforcement departments, judicial, and so on. And you can gauge where the county has funded budgets over the past 5 years, that percent increase. And then currently, what the current budget is versus what's being recommended and what you all will be presented with making changes to today. So it's just for informational purposes, just to kind of guide you if you have any additional questions about where the department's budgets have been in the past, where they're at now, and overall what the cuts were percentage-wise throughout all the offices. Help you answer any questions that you might get as well.
Love this document. Thank you.
To finalize the budget workshop today, so we have the item on, so we won't need to make any changes that the court wishes to make to the judge's recommended budget. It will become the court's proposed budget. And we do need to set a tax rate today.
Agenda 42, yes.
Once we go through this list of items, so the second spreadsheet that I gave you has all of the requests that came in the last 3 weeks' budget workshops, and those are totaled by department. Once we go through all of those and you make decisions, and if there are any changes that any of the court members would like to add, we will identify the funds, determine where the court as a whole wants to set the tax rate, make any final changes. This will, there was a change in the legislation this year, so we only are required to have one tax rate hearing. Right now, we are slightly above the no new revenue rate, the old effective tax rate. So even though the tax is slightly lower than our current rate, we will still be required to have one tax rate public hearing. and that will be scheduled. We will need to do that at the end of our next item. And that will also, you'll make decisions on the elected officials' salaries. Currently, there's nothing in the budget for the elected officials. So the only increase that will show up in the public notice will be the longevity for all of those elected officials that are eligible to receive longevity payment, which is $60 a year. So once that is all determined, that notice will go in the paper this weekend as well. So we'll have to set our tax rate hearing, our budget hearing, and once you set that tax rate today, you cannot increase the tax rate, but you can decrease the tax rate prior to the vote on September the 22nd. So with that being said, the second spreadsheet is the list of all of the departments that came in. This is the list that you all need to make decisions on if you want to fund any or a portion of those requests.
And Vicki, last week, we approved to lower our contribution to the TERS.
Yes. So that contribution rate it generated $252,826.
252 what?
826. Okay. So at the end, so I don't know how the court wants to proceed with all the requests, if you want to go through them line by line or department by department and determine what, if anything, you want added back in. Because I will need to track all of those changes, and then we'll have to determine how or if any of these will be funded, and take some time to make sure we're still balanced to the tax rate that you want to.
I think so. We don't get too far ahead of you. I'd like to go line by line, and that way you can just keep up with it as it goes.
Okay.
Since you got to do it line by line anyway, you can't digest it in one lump.
Well, I did total them by department. So, for instance, the Development Services Department, her request was for the 2 environmental health sanitarians, the level 1s. 1 new GIS specialist. It's the equipment needed for those positions. She requested a salary increase to the midpoint for her administrative assistant and 2 leased vehicles. So that total is $216,095.
So at this point in time, we could choose to grab that department either line by line or make a motion in whatever way you feel, commissioners.
I mean, I think,
What are you thinking?
if you don't mind, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Well, right now, you know, we have a tax rate that is proposed and it's balanced, so I don't know that there's any reason of talking about anything unless we're gonna talk about what
Right.
comes out, what increases, or what we add onto the tax rate. And so, from my perspective, there are a few things I think that we have to do. We do know now about the TERS savings. There's obviously other things we could potentially cut. There are some revenue changes that I know the auditor has. She's still fine tuning revenue projections, and so that would increase. Whatever all those are, I met with the auditor's office yesterday just to kind of see where it was, and it's nothing that's going to obviously take care of the list that we have in front of us. And so I thought maybe we should discuss some of our priorities individually and then see where we find a way to either accommodate or choose not to.
That's a great point.
And, you know, I appreciated the judge's, budget. We've commented it's small. And, you know, this is one of those years, we know there are some costs coming our way from what we've done last year and mid-year. We also know there's some costs coming our way with the jail and some other facilities which we need to properly manage. And so I understand your budget and your process for that. some of the things, I guess if I can start from priorities that I have.
Would you, before you go too far into it, I'd like to set a little clarification comment. It's important that in the reference of priorities, since we're building off of my budget, I'd like to clarify that, and I am very receptive and very sensitive to citizen comments. Those are very important to me. But I'd like to clarify that under no circumstance have I ever been against, here it is, budget season, it's a moral document, let your budget be your, I forgot the quote now. Anyway, but my point has never been to defund the police in any way. It has only been to defund the outsourcing of the jail. If you want to continue with that soundbite, the outsourcing of the jail is a piece I deliberately zeroed out. And I didn't want to increase anything. My goal has been to maintain. That has been my goal through the direction that I provided. And I feel because we spent so much money with new judges, with all these other pieces we've done, we've spent so much money to bring the jail population down so that we can more quickly process those in the jail, not yet found guilty, et cetera. And I'm not in the camp of freeing violent criminals or any of those things. That's not my tone or effort either, but efficiently processing. And so since we've spent a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars on different programs and all these different things to address the jail population, my goal was to simply say, we put this forth, we invested in this, we voted as a court, so let's get out of it what we hope to get out of it. And as our sheriff has already said, even bringing it down to 800,000 he would feel comfortable with. But my thinking is, I feel that it's a personal challenge for us to say, we can do this. We put a lot of great programs into place. We have. In the past months, we have done a lot of good things. And as you guys probably get the jail reports daily like I do, the numbers are going down. And so I made that reach through optimism, but never to be taken out of context into, I'm not interested in supporting vehicles that are necessary and those other kind of pieces. So I wanted you to know that in reference to supporting efforts, I will happily support conversations around what I've just clarified, because an unintended consequence of direction has been a misunderstanding, but my goal has never been to not support the front line. I just wanted to clarify.
Judge, I would just say that, and this is where I think I have an issue, and we're going to talk through these. We're each going to talk about our priorities, but I guess my concern is that we have done all this. We have done all these improvements. The full-time magistration, the other programs that we have instituted. And at the end of the day, we want to ensure that those work, but I think before they ever get to those situations, or before they ever get to that position, there's also an understanding that if our law enforcement is doing a good job when they make that initial determination, that initial interaction with that person who may end up being an inmate, that if they're doing the right thing, which I believe they are, then they're not bringing people into our jail that shouldn't be there. And so at the end of the day, when we have that population and we don't have a place to put them, that's where the problem arises. And when we talk about outsourcing specifically, and when we talk about the new facility, I think that all those things that we put in place are doing a good job of making that determination, whether that person should be there or should not be there. We've got multiple steps in the process before that person's incarcerated pretrial. We can control some of those, and I think that I think the Criminal Justice Reform Commission has done a really good job in looking at different options to address that. The problem is, as a growing county, we have more of those people that we have to make that determination for. And unfortunately, we have more of them that are going to be incarcerated just by simply population. And so that's the reason I do have a real concern over the outsourcing, and I do have a real concern over the full funding of the jail. But I'm sorry I interrupted you. I appreciate your explanation.
But also on that piece of funding the jail, I had no intentions, and I don't care to, not fully support a fully operating new jail, because, come on, we're paying $100 million. The last thing we should do is not fund it. So I want to support everything we need to fully staff the jail also. That's been my intent. And so there's a great clarification point, and here's my opportunity to set the record straight yet again. The things that I'm after are not allowing, because I'm of smaller government, and so I'm working hard to say, okay, we spent money for all these judges and all these different components, new positions, and so I just want the community to get their money's worth first. And then second, when I made last year's budget, I think it was 40 cars for the sheriff's office. Am I right, Vicki, more or less? My initial budget, last year's budget for the sheriff's office was 40 cars. And if you'll remember, because I am so committed to supporting the front line, I even wrote in my recommendation to say 40 new cars for the sheriff's office, clearly marked cars. So my goal was to directly make sure they went to the front line, so we didn't have a spouse saying, my husband has 160,000 miles. I know he's not, because I did do the research, and I know that he's not a patrolman. I get it. So the urgency for a newer car is not there necessarily, according, and I'm not going to second guess the way he was allocated a car. But my push has always been to support the front line and not the top brass, because can you tell me, for example, what car Chief Davenport drives?
And let me clarify, there were 20 patrol cars.
20 patrol cars.
Yeah, there was a handful of unmarked cars.
And so my original bid fully supported dozens of cop cars, police cars for the sheriff's department, specifically for patrolling and traffic. And so it's heartbreaking for me to hear that we have vests expiring and we have 160,000 miles in the car, because that was my biggest push, was to say anything north of these miles of cars, let's be sure we reset them, especially under this very creative lease program. And so as soon as we get that answer, Commissioner Shell, I'm sorry, but I'll give it back to you.
Well, then I do have one question while she's looking that up.
Thank you.
When we talk about fully staffing the jail, I'm just looking at what the staffing request was for the jail.
For the jail?
For the jail only. I'm not
Yes.
talking about patrol officers or anything else, but for the jail only, we were looking at, in the request, to fully staff it, and we know that, I mean, in all fairness to the judge, we know that all those positions are not going to be available or need to be there on October 1.
Thank
We
you for
understand that.
clarifying.
In all fairness to the judge, I understand that. However, of the 34 corrections officers, 5 corrections specialists, 4 corrections specialists effective later, a new maintenance facility person, an inmate program director, a new payroll assistant, a new sergeant, a new captain. All of those are staggered in the budget. That's how many positions right there? Almost 50 positions. And in the budget, there were 12 funded total for the entire fiscal year.
Let me explain to you the thought process behind that. I learned from the first budget, because when the sheriff, you have that number, but I'll get to you one second. In the first budget, I offered everything that the sheriff asked for staffing. And when it came to court for the whole court to discuss, because I consider the judge's budget as a starting point. And so whenever it came back to court, I saw the very creative, and I appreciated it greatly, a very creative, staggering process that if you look at last year's sheriff request, judges recommended, and then what we actually ended providing the sheriff's office, I think it was very telling that I learned from that. And so in anticipation of that, I did that. But it was never my intention, and it would be foolish to pay all this money for a jail and then not staff it. That would be foolish. Do you have that vehicle that he drives?
2020 Dodge Charger.
So the chief deputy drives a 2020 Dodge Charger, and we have people in the sheriff's office that are driving, well, you've heard, 160,000 mile cars with no lights and no everything else. So my point is, that is why specifically, exclusively, and deliberately, when I made my first budget, I said, clearly marked for the front line. Because my truest, we can spin this around, but my truest intent has been, and so we can move forward with that effort as we move along. My truest intent has been to support the front line, and I have any, and as long as you want, of justifications for it.
No, my question is, the positions we just discussed,
Yes.
they are staggered in the request that
Mhm.
came through.
Correct.
Not in your budget. Your budget is staggered as well, but my point is the request that came from the sheriff himself, those individual positions were staggered. And if you look at the I guess reinstituted or during budget workshop, the request that came in, there was also additional staggering. He did this in looking at this revised budget that was submitted by the sheriff's office. They specifically asked to have a complete readdressing mid-year. And so my question is, given that in this budget, even with the 12 that you put in here, you staggered them as well. Some wouldn't start, it looks like the majority of them actually, oh, no, I take that back. A good portion of them wouldn't start until February of or January. Actually, none of them would start until next year. None of them would be available whenever we open up in October in your request. My question would be, if we look at this and try to actually address where we're going to be with these inmates that we have and the positions that we are going to need before the first position would be January 1 of next year that you have listed here. I would ask our court and our colleagues to, as we look at this today, to really understand that come January or February of this year, especially when we're looking at the completion date for that renovation, we are going to have to sit down and come up, even if we can't today, we are going to have to come up with a significant additional amount of personnel for that jail. That's not included in the staggered budget request you have, that isn't even included in the revised budget request that the sheriff's department, that the sheriff submitted just to get through to the first of the year. And I would just ask, as we look at this, that there is an understanding that this is a starting point for this fiscal year, and we are going to have to completely renovate our view of law enforcement come January, February of next year. That's my understanding. I hope that y'all have the same.
So just to close it and give it back to Commissioner Schell on my part, when I saw the sheriff's proposed budget to me, and I included virtually everything to the court as the judge's budget last year, and I saw, without COVID on our lap, I saw the belt tightening that took place. And let me tell you, I admired it. It was creative, the staggering of the positions and everything that took place, and the negotiation for unmarked cars and other things. I watched it all unfold, and it was a great lesson for me. I was very grateful. And so under this uncertainty that we're faced with, my thought was, and it continues to be, that I will pull forward a conservative piece, since the sheriff has already proven that he can do with less than he proposes. And in the sake of efficiency for the fiscal steward piece of it, and remembering that the court as a body will happily move this document to fine-tune this document, I had no problem presenting it because I knew it wasn't the final word. It was a starting point. Commissioner Schell, I think he's ready for you to go on.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll just start off with, the judge presents a budget. I had experience of working on that for 7 years in the judge's office, and so I've kind of always taken this on. The easy thing for me to do would be not, especially in an election year. And I know many people out there, probably 50% of them, don't believe me when I say I take this job extremely seriously. And I try to do what's right, whether it's about voting locations or whether it's about where we spend money. I take it very seriously. So I know that there's plenty of people that won't believe me, but I do. It'd be very easy for me just to lean back, put my feet up on this desk right now and let y'all figure this out and just vote no. But I'm not that kind of person. I never have been, and I don't plan on being. And I'm willing to, I'd rather sleep well at night and appreciate the time that I spend here and just take my responsibilities seriously, which I promise everyone that I do, even if they don't believe me. So that being said, I've tried to identify what I think are some things that we should consider. I will argue for it. If I lose, I lose, but I believe that we should consider these things. Since we were just talking about the jail, and I understand your wish to get rid of contract detention, I'm not going to argue with you that it would, the sooner the better, to get rid of contract detention. And unfortunately, I don't believe we can make that happen right now. I'm just trying to be realistic. It'd be very easy for me to say, let's just get rid of it. But I don't think we can. And one of the reasons that I have a conversation with these people, with plenty of individuals lately on some of these subject matters, is that the jail we're building, and let's just look at the number we have. I think we had 450 inmates today, somewhere in that range, maybe 449 or 450. So we've been hovering kind of in the 430 to 470 range post-March. We were probably up into the 550s, 560 range prior to that. So obviously something happened. Combination of things, probably. So maybe hopefully some things that we put in place affected that, or are starting to, or maybe the courts did, really take this very serious and try to get anybody out that they possibly could. Either way, I want to continue doing that, because I think that's something, as long as it's done safely with public safety in mind and judges are making those decisions, that I'm grateful that we have seen a reduction in the population. But even sitting at this 450 mark and knowing when the jail's going to come on, I don't think we can keep from outsourcing, and we don't have a choice, because we'll be in violation of jail standards. We have to put them somewhere safely, and if we cannot do that here, we have to rely on somebody else. So if we believe that, I do believe that, we've tried to estimate what that would be. I think that's the number we see at 822 on this sheet, of seeing what is the minimum that we think we could get by with. And then someone said, well, if you've cut out that other chunk of contract, which the judge did, I mean, even if some were to go back in, there's a majority of what we have been spending historically on contract detention is gone. And they said, well, where's that? Why can't we, where did that go in our budget? And my answer has been, it's over there right now, and it's about to be over there, because as we bring inmates back, we're paying $50 a day. And we know we spend more than that. And so as we bring an inmate back, it's not a dollar for dollar deal. In fact, it's a lot worse. It's not a dollar saving, because we still have to take care of them. It's even worse than that. It's not even equal. We're spending more money. And we could sit here and debate why that is, and somebody could say, well, it's because of poor management, or it's inefficiencies and all of those things. I'm sure there's we all know there's inefficiencies in every form of government, and there always has been and there always will be. I don't necessarily think that that's our case. I'm not saying that there isn't some, but I don't believe that's what the factor is right now. It's that these facilities that we're utilizing right now have empty spaces, and they're willing to take what they can get for that space, as long as there's a volume of them out there. As they disappear, then that rate will go higher, because that's just kind of the supply and the demand. But when we do it, we have to pay a real cost. And we have to pay the cost of all those officers. We have to meet jail standards for how many officers we have. We have to keep the water temperature right, the air temperature, the food, the health care, all of those things associated with taking care of somebody. So although I will always encourage us to continually try to become more efficient as we do it, there's a certain amount of money it's going to take to house an inmate. So therefore, the best way to save money is try to find efficiencies in our system so we have fewer inmates. I think we're working towards that. I think some of them will happen incrementally. Some of them, we might be able to do things that make larger differences at one time. We're going to keep working on those, and I'll talk about that later, but I don't see us avoiding contract detention, and I think we've tried to whittle it down to what we believe is the minimum, which is $822,000. There's also the program director. That is a very important piece of the operation of a jail, especially in a direct supervision model, where you have that many individuals in one room gathered in one space. I believe that programs are beneficial to all of us, not just those that are there, but our taxpayers, because I think that if we do create the right types of programs, it can go along with some of the other things we're taking care of in our criminal reform measures. So I think that would be something we should definitely consider. I think we've tried to fine-tune how those positions, those corrections officers are staggered, so that we can efficiently operate the jail. We can understaff it and you can have a whole lot of overtime, and in some cases, there's a balance of overtime that you want to have. It's not another person. Why not just pay somebody a little bit more without having to pay the fringe and all of the overhead for an individual? So I think it's a balance of trying to find that, and then, of course, you don't want to overwork your employees and have them put themselves and others in dangerous situations because they're not able to perform their duty. So I think there's a balance there. I think that the plan we've seen on the list that we're looking at right now is trying to take what you did have in there and accommodate that correctly, with the exception of, changing something to, changing the start date to a correction specialist to 10/1. So moving one up to October 1st, which, as we see on there, is $12,525. And then removing the second correction specialist, which is a minus $50,102. And so sort of those items that are within that sheriff jail 2 lines, I believe, are something that we are going to have to address, or we should definitely consider addressing in the context of opening this new facility, and that we are still going to be outsourcing. There's no way to get around it unless we set I think I said this not too long ago. When we hit 430, that was the lowest population we've had in 3 years in our jail. So I think to expect that we can take that down to 300 or 250, we haven't experienced those numbers in a long, long time. Not to say we shouldn't strive for it, but I don't think it would be realistic to say that within the next 6 months, we can have an inmate population of 350. I don't think that that's possible. I'm not saying we're not going to try to make it happen, but I don't think it's possible. So I think I think this issue here is one of the first we need to address, because we automatically see of what that would mean, which is $838,904. We've mentioned savings, getting back from reduction in the contribution for the TERS.
That's 252 right there.
252. The auditor has some revenue items to discuss. That could get us another, $300,000 maybe.
Well, just to be fair, it's 252,826, so it's almost 253, so.
Then there are some other issues that I also want to bring up, and one of them is with the public safety building and our emergency communication center. We budgeted funds this year for a director of the CECC to work with all of the agencies, which all of our partners thought that was very important. Because of delays and us working on this, we haven't created that yet. So if we did, it would have been in the budget for next year. It's not in the budget next year, and I think it's a vital position that we should try to fund for next year. So that's another increase that I think, again, I'm looking at it from my perspective, that I think would be very important to do. We've heard of, I also have some revenue to offset that. We have the agreement that has been finalized by Kyle, soon to be Buda, that will bring us in some revenue. That's about $105,000. I think I called it 100,000, told Vicki to plug in 100,000 just to be safe. So that's additional revenue that we will be able to account for in fiscal year 21. We have, and we know that in the judge's budget, there's money for collective bargaining. We know that we're in the middle of doing that. That is, extremely important for supporting our officers. So, I think that's going to be there. That's a big chunk of money that we are contractually obligated to do, that, we have to reasonably and negotiate and work with our officers to come to that. And I think that's a doable number, though that's a lot. That's a lot to have, and that we don't do that every year. It only comes up when we renegotiate. So.
And I put $1.5 million into that.
We're trying to fit it into that. We're working on that right now, and I think we're getting close to getting to that. But I just want to say that as a reminder, that's a large amount of money. And then overall, one thing that I know doesn't mean that much to everybody, but this court has lowered its tax rate almost every year. I think there was 1 or 2 years in 12 maybe, or in 13, where the tax rate stayed flat. So for the 10 years I've been here, our tax rate has gone down like this. That has resulted in what we do. We try to fit everything in. We could have left that tax rate flat starting in 2010, which I think I said this before. There was people that were experienced in this job that told me you should just do that because you're never gonna get credit for lowering the tax rate by half a cent or a cent or cent and a half. If we'd have just left that flat, we'd have $15 million sitting here right now. I don't think that's the best way to do it. I think we should force ourselves to all make it work. That's been my philosophy. But we could have done that. And there's just about every other jurisdiction in this county did that very thing, if not raised their rates. The city of San Marcos rate is probably 10 cents more than it was during that period of time. Our school districts were able to lower most of the school districts were able to lower their rate for this year due to the legislative session. But besides that, they have only gone up and up and up. And so we have constrained ourselves, which again, I think is good, but that's why we're sitting here talking about 15,000 here and 20,000 there. And short of this, we physically have to cut something that we have funded previously out of general fund. That's the only other way to do it, because we constrain ourselves on the revenue. I appreciate the judge trying to get that half a cent off, again, because I think it's important to try to keep it lower. As appraised values are going up, we have to try to combat that and drop that rate every chance that we get. We also have to be careful about the time that we're in as far as COVID and what that means to the economy. We have to understand that any increase in taxes could be a big increase in years like this. So we got all these things we're juggling and trying to make everything fit. And this one is probably, from my 10 years of experience, I think the tightest that we have been. And part of that reason is what we did last year, and we knew it when we did it. And we are opening these facilities, and we know all the associated costs coming with that. So we know what those are, but we've kind of got it narrowed down, and if even again, this would be, I could easily roll my chair back, put my feet up, but I think potentially we may have to consider adding a quarter of that half a cent back. That might have to be something we look at, or 1/10 of a cent or something. If we get down to it and we have what we believe is needed, and we can't find a cut somewhere, as unpleasant as that would be, I think it might be something we have to consider. So, and some of my other priorities, I think I mentioned them all. The one that's there, I know there was a vehicle in emergency services. I was hoping that maybe we could wait a little while on that because that was paid for out of general fund. There was we had some funds for this Site and Divert program that is being worked on that I think we should try to budget into next year for. That was for the council. Social services, I know Vicki budgeted social services at the increased rate from last year. I think we could go back to the actual rate we funded them last year and then work on building them back up because we did make special allocations during that time. Not to say that we can't look at that, but it would free up going back to our flat rate, which normally we budget a flat rate for social service would take 25,000 off. At the same time, I also believe in the program that we have with the City of San Marcos and the Friends of Family Justice, and I would like to continue funding that, and that's $45,000. Our share of that is $45,000, but I'd like to try to continue funding that. So every time I'm telling you of something to save, I'm telling you of something to spend on. So as unpleasant as that is.
This is a tougher thing than people realize.
Yeah, there's a lot to it, and like I said, there's no doubt that any of us individually could find things that we are funding and paying for right now that we don't necessarily believe is the most important thing. Is there something we're all going to agree on that? I don't know. We'll see during this process if there is something that we can all just say, I'm going to just lop that off. One of the things is you can look at open positions. Unfortunately, most times we have open positions. They're in transportation department, sometimes for seasonal reasons, and that doesn't affect our general fund. But we could look at doing that, to cut anything that's open, that has been open for a while. I doubt we have many that have been open for a while. Usually
I looked.
Yeah, usually they fill up fast. That's an option. So those are kind of the what I consider to be some of the priorities. And also, I know we picked up on that plans examiner that we did add for the Office of Emergency Services. So I know that's going to hit us as well because we already approved that. So that's something we have to allocate for. And so anyway, Vicki's kind of calculated everything that I've been talking about.
Could I clarify the CEC director? Did you say that was 100,000 or 105?
Oh, the revenue is 105.
Oh, the revenue's 105.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then I have some other issues to address out of like reserve ideas and things like that. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything in this budget that was qualify as a one-time expense that we could use reserves for. I think Vicki pretty much took care of all that. There are some things I think would be important. We had some funding set aside for some flood mitigation work, which I think are still going to have opportunities to do. We haven't spent that. I'd like to include that, roll that over. I've got some groundwater type issues. We approved an agreement with the university last week that I'd like to try to fund some groundwater modeling projects. We're working on some grant funds. I'd like to try to get some matching funds, but that would be a reserve issue that would not affect the general fund. And then I have some other of those efforts that I think we could use the infrastructure fee fund for. So I'd try to leave those out of the general fund. So I have some of those ideas as well. I think the most important thing is we have to get to what that tax rate is first that we're willing to live with, and then squeeze our individual priorities that then become collective priorities, whatever they may be, into that rate. And so I guess the first question, is there an appetite to bump that up to accommodate not just what I've talked about, but what anyone else might have, or is it to not? I mean, I think what we're looking at, we're going to have to come up with something.
Do you mind if we have as robust or as small of each commissioner to do what Commissioner Shell has just done, so that we can all get an understanding? Would you mind, Commissioner Inglesby, telling us your priorities and how you would like to see effects changed?
Sure. So I guess a question also, Judge, I just want to make certain that I have I think it's correct, but 1/2 cent is about $500,000, is that correct?
Quarter cent is.
No, but I'm
It's a
just
quarter
saying,
cent.
but
It's a $500,000.
a quarter cent is $500,000? Oh, let me
It's
see.
about 2 million and change for a cent.
Pennies of 1.9.
Okay, yeah.
It's-
Okay.
It's a little over 2 million.
Yeah,
for a
so
penny.
1/2 cent is $1.25 million, okay, yeah.
Okay, and can I mention one thing I did leave off?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner.
Okay.
If we were to identify some funds, if we're left to, like I said, I think there'd be some social service agencies we might want to follow back up with to take a look at and refine. Usually that isn't that much. I would also like to try to set aside some for the initiatives that we're working on the criminal justice side, whether it's matches for grants or whatever it turns out to be, to actually identify some that are there set aside for us to be able to utilize as we continue to do this work as we move forward. We could put some reserve funding if there's any capital type expenditures that we might run across, whether it's for equipment to support those staffers or programs. But I also would like us to try to identify that as well, so that we could have something to work with as we continue to find these opportunities. And maybe it's for a grant application to the TIDC and we need to have our matching funds budgeted. We would then have something to work on. And then also a strategy of, similar to what was done today for equipment that was requested in the budget, if there are funds that we could amend in this current year for capital type expenses only. If it's a one-time expense, then I'm fine using reserves. It actually is very low reserve usage in this budget compared to probably the last 6 or 7 years, extremely little. I think we can still maintain our 5 to 6 months, spend just a little bit more on anything that's one time. But if we have recurring capital expenses, that a vehicle is the one that we always pick up on. If there are funds available in our current budget that we do have savings, I don't want to turn them into personnel type savings, because then we just did it. We're going to be facing that thing the next year. So just things that we necessarily don't have to pay for in following years, but they still could be what we would consider recurring, like vehicles or computers, which we normally don't use reserves for. So that would be another strategy we could potentially work on over the next month.
We have to make sure those items are received by September 30th, so we have to do that.
So if there's any way to do any of that, then that's another way to maybe take care of some capital type expenses that maybe some of our departments have asked for and we haven't been able to fund.
Great points. Commissioner Inglesby?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Shell just touched on one of the things that I felt was important, because I know that we're going to get a request from adult probation that needs to go to the commission prior. And so, so I did want to maybe set some money aside for the criminal justice piece that we're looking at. And so I don't know if that's, I don't want to put a dollar amount on it quite yet, but,
That could be one of the, that pot,
oh.
if we were able to develop one, that could potentially be something that comes from when the time comes to implement.
Right.
We could utilize that source.
Right. And so that is one piece that I'd like to take a look at and have something set aside for that. As much as I think we all feel this way, the contract detention is certainly something that I think we're just going to have to look at. I think we all want to get to the point where we don't have to send our inmates out, but I just don't see how we can do that this year. I think we continue to work on that. I think there are some good programs that have been developed, and I think that will, excuse me, I'm so sorry, be able to, bring those numbers down, or at least that's what I'm certainly going to hope for and work towards. But I think that we're going to have to put something back. And I was going to ask the $822,000. That's I know y'all, that's come down a lot. But we still feel that that is the number that the sheriff feels comfortable with. That
We had a meeting with Julie and Villapando and the sheriff, and they were estimating the amount of prisoners they thought they could bring back in phase 1 in October, and then this would take them through April. So the 800,000 is just through half a year, because they think that by phase 2, they're going to, as she mentioned in her presentation, they'll be back
Right.
to address the additional staffing needed to bring back the remaining prisoners.
Okay.
So at either some point, they'll be needing to come back and address additional staff or additional contract detention funds.
Judge, as I look at all the requests that have been made, we are going to have to make some really tough decisions because there's been close to $3.5 million that has been requested since your budget came out. I at times dread even saying this, but another possible revenue source is, and I know some companies, maybe some governmental entities are, looking really hard at whether we do a cost of living or merit. And I'm not saying to do away with it. I think our employees deserve it, but we may consider maybe just a delayed start also on that. I'm not advocating that right now, but it's just, if we come to a situation where we need just a little bit, we may want to look at that. And, and so Vicki, again, I haven't looked at that number here recently, but what was that number, the 2% that was added to the budget?
Well, just for the general fund, it's 577,000.
Okay. And so the 687 is with the...
That's with all the other road department, but just what's going to impact your tax rate is 577.
Okay. Again, Judge, I'm not advocating that just
Listen,
yet, but,
I'm one of 5, and I'm grateful for your creativity. You have been here longer than I have. And Vicki will confirm that I was pressured to pull it on several fronts. And I said, no, I'm going to leave it in there. Cost of living for the county employees is important. And
it is.
But listen, I I move as a body, and I understand that, but I want to make sure that folks understand that I strained myself to leave it in there, but I'm part of a body.
Well, and I appreciate, and I know that most department heads and elected officials want to move away from cost of living and want to do a merit increase. But I think it's appropriate this year to do a cost of living. I really do.
And the only reason it was sold to me to not promote merit instead of cost of living is because, and I've really learned in a really appreciative way to love our Hays County employees in a very unique, new way that I didn't fully understand originally getting in here. And I feel that doing cost of living will help to be a more even hand versus playing favorites.
Right.
And I'm not generalizing to a specific department or anybody else. These are broad statements with 1,000 employees. And so my hope is to not a pay cut, through cost of living where someone doesn't get marginalized because they're not as friendly or as talkative or as chummy with the leader.
Right. And I wanted to ask Sherry, she's here, I know that almost every constable's office let me restate that may not be correct, talked about their justice clerks, yes. I was just going through the list.
3 of the 5 did.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 of the 5 did.
Okay, and I know Sherry.
1 and 4, and then 2 and 5 asked for just salary adjustments.
Okay.
So the grading of that position, they're graded a 108, which is a support. They're independent, they're in their offices, they are the only admin staff, except in Precinct 1. Constable Peterson has 2 justice clerks. They're both graded the same. I think those positions warrant a deeper look. Are they still 108s? I don't know. I see that type of classification moving, and because they are alone administratively in their offices, they could possibly all fit the criteria of a higher level.
Okay. And I would
don't
just
know that this year's the year. I would want to spend a little more time with that, with the constables.
Right, and I guess I would just encourage you to do that. I know that we spoke earlier this year, and I asked that you that you take a look at that, because I know that they've been requesting that for some time.
And Precinct 1 is unique because there are 2 staff members, and apparently one is to some degree supervising the other.
Which precinct was that?
Precinct 1. Yeah, there's 2 full-time now.
And I know that may have effects, ripple effects on other departments, and so it's just something that we have to take a look at.
All the JPs will
have those positions
That's
in
the
their
problem
office.
with what the budget machine does is, that's why I asked the auditor's office to help me in shaping it, because if I make one adjustment to one position, well, that represents 100 positions you've just given a raise to.
Yeah, that's right. And Judge, honestly, as far as, again, I know that all the requests, have justification. And it's just, as I said, it's going to be difficult. As I said, I think, the contract detention, I think is going to be one of the ones, and then the criminal justice is another one that I want to set a little money aside. But I think that's kind of where my focus is right now.
Okay. Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I don't know that I have anything different to add as far as priorities than my colleagues have said. I know the idea about not wanting to outsource, but again, that's one of the things that we have an unfunded mandate. We can't say we can't take a prisoner, or we can't, we don't have that choice. So I think that we do need to have a budget for that when it does happen, because I don't see it not until for a while. So, and then the other one, I know in our constables, their request about getting an extra deputy, I know that they're being pretty short-staffed right now, and we've held, for several years, they've come and made a request and had said they could hold off one more year. And I think it's a lot like Commissioner Shell said, that for the last 10 years, we've either lowered that tax rate or kept it pretty same. But a couple of those years, we came in at the effective rate or right at it. And I think this is the year that maybe have caught up with us a little bit, and that we may have to look at raising that tax rate. I hate saying that and admitting it, but I think because of what we've done the last 10 years, and I don't regret doing that, because I still think that was the right thing to do. But I think at some point that we're going to have to do a little catch-up.
Okay. And just to chime in on that, I have last year's notes from the budget, and I said this, I was going to say this at every turn, but I had on my original budget last year put a deputy in for everyone that asked for one with their supporting equipment. And I understand what you just said, Commissioner, but I just wanted to say that for clarification for those that don't get the full understanding of what actually has been taking place. Thank you, sir. Last but not least, Commissioner Smith.
As a growing county, I think that we have to appreciate where we're at, number one. And I think that I sincerely appreciate where the individuals in our county are financially. This is a very tough time. I think that not knowing where we are going to be on our income within the next 2 to 3 months compared to where we have been the last 10 years, it's very discerning to me, very concerning. And as we look at this budget, there are certain things I would agree with my colleagues that we cannot walk away from. Whenever we talk about contract detention, I think the one thing that we haven't mentioned is the overall, while we talk about the fact that it's a state mandate, and it's mandated to us from the state that we have to hold these prisoners, and the wherewithal how we do that. I think that the problem, or one of the things that we haven't talked about that is COVID specific, is the fact that we have such an increasing portion of that population that are state prisoners that they are not taking at this point.
Yep.
And so I think that we are going to have additional spots once this thing lifts, once this pandemic lifts, that we may not be anticipating in our overall jail population, that may allow us to not do, or to add some spots to our in-house detention where we wouldn't have to do that contract detention. But the fact is, at this point, we don't have that option. And not knowing when that option is going to open up, or not knowing when we're going to have the availability to get rid of those prisoners that truly aren't even our prisoners anymore, that we're housing, that's something that I think that we should take into consideration. I don't see how we move forward without at least taking care of that. As I mentioned before, we have to have the personnel to man that jail, to actually use it in the efficient manner that we want, and that our taxpayers voted for in 2016 whenever they built that, or voted to build that building. Now, we're aware that that won't be available, fully operational. We know the new portion of the jail will be, hopefully in the next month or two, but we know that the overall renovation will not be done until mid-year. I think that we have to look at, in January, February, when we actually get some deliverable dates on when that final renovation is going to be. I think we're going to need to sit down and look at those income numbers for the county, and have a real hard discussion about what the expectations of our community are, what we're mandated with doing, and how we're going to meet those expectations, specifically in law enforcement, specifically in the judicial branch. And I think that that's a conversation that we have to have. I think that in this budget, we're in the middle of collective bargaining. There is no way that I would be able to support anything that didn't fully fund whatever the negotiated endpoint for collective bargaining would be. I think that we have excellent officers. I think that it's our job to pay for those officers. It's our job to pay for their training. It's our job to make sure they're outfitted and at the base level, ensuring that their salary is there, and that we can maintain those officers once we get them is important. The other leg of that law enforcement stool that I kind of touched on a little bit was our court system. One of the things that we're talking about that is important to me, and actually it came up today when we talk about the county court at law specifically, is the fact that when we look at their budget, and I think that, Judge Zellhart put it in perspective today, we have 4 capital murder trials going through our county court at law system. 4 for juveniles. We have to pay for those in a very different manner than we do anything else. And I think that them going to that direct model of case assignment is going to provide some efficiencies. But at the same time, to capitalize on those efficiencies, we are going to have to ensure that there is a bailiff for each of those courts, that there is a clerk for each of those courts. There are other ancillary things that have to be in place for that direct attribution of casework cases to work. And then the other thing that I would say is when we look at our constables, there's not only a perceived but a direct need that we've been able to identify. In Precinct 1, again, there's additional courts. We probably need additional bailiffs for those courts. Precinct 2, we heard Constable Torres come in today. He has he has 2 vehicles that he is in dire need of. At the end of the day, he's got a motorcycle that we bought last year, and he doesn't have, while he didn't ask for it in the budget, he doesn't have a motor officer that can work on that motorcycle full time. And so as we look at those requests that came into the constable's offices, those are things that I take to heart as well. All that being said, looking at the tax rate that was in the judge's proposal, I don't think we can get there with that tax rate. What I do think is that in my interactions with the community, I think there's room between where we're at right now and the tax rate we had this year and where we could be to reach some of these goals, or at least partially reach these goals, with the understanding that come February or March of this coming year, we sit down and have a real heart-to-heart about where these changes in the judicial system have gotten us, about where the needs for the jail are, about where the additional needs for funding are for our constables, and where those items are. And I'm willing to not fall on across the rails on every one of these, with the understanding that before the 6-month point of this year, we are going to have a hard conversation and see where we're at financially in order to do that, with some commitments from my colleagues that we are going to be able to address some of these needs that I see in the future. All that being said, I don't see that I'm a believer in what my colleagues said relative to being able to drop the tax rate the last 12 years. I think there's I believe in these economic times, I think there's value in that. But I also believe that the citizens of our county have an expectations for the services that they get for the money that they put in here. And if you look at the requests that we have in these budget workshops, when we're talking about people to man the collection facilities for refuge, that is a basic need. That is a basic service that we as a county are tasked with. That's something that we should be doing. When we're talking about, some of the things for, contract road work, some things like that, those are things that are basic to us that we as a county, there's an expectation on behalf of our residents to meet those needs. And I think that unequivocally, those basic services that there's an expectation from our citizens that we pay for, I'm willing to not drop the tax rate as much to ensure that those basic services are covered. And that's where I'm at. Those are what my priorities are.
Okay. I'm going to make an attempt to recap what I heard from each commissioner. And I'm generalizing just to create a jumping off point, if you will. So Commissioner Shell said, the TERS savings, great point. That's something that came up after my budget was submitted, $252,826. I appreciated this about Commissioner Shell last cycle, which is in great part where I was learning from. And so a lot of my corrections and flying the plane while building it, I benefit greatly from this type of dialogue. Then the Kyle Buda agreement, $105,000 potentially also coming in. So those are two good dollar amount pieces coming in. The social services, I asked the auditor to leave it flat, but Commissioner Shell just brought up a good point. Leave it flat before we made that final bump. Well, that's a great point. No real harm on that front either. So those are three great contributions that Commissioner Shell offered for creativity to fund some of these additional asks. So far, no mischaracterizations, Commissioner Shell?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks. Because that's not my intent.
How much was social services?
And so increase in revenue, that's what that was all about. And so, great.
And I do believe the auditor does have some revenue increases.
Okay, let me, while we're here for a moment, if you can add them before I hand it over to you, because I want to recap what all the commissioners have said so far.
I just needed some information from the county clerk. Okay, so I went back and looked at the county clerk's office because I know they have been closed. And where we are seeing our declines in this year's budget is the support costs, but they have actually done pretty well in the records department. So we're not going to take that decrease there. We can increase revenue $250,000.
Yeah, let's get that on and then face to you. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Did you say increased revenue 250?
Increase revenue $250,000 in the pertaining to records.
Okay.
Fees from the county clerk's office. And then I have been speaking with Caitlin all along this process with development services revenue, and every process, the requested, the recommended, and then now here, she's comfortable with last year's budget. She's more aware of which developers have already turned in permits and such, and so I feel very confident in her recommendation. So that'll give us another $35,000.
Out of what I budgeted, north of what I budgeted, okay?
And then if we do decide, if the court decides to add one position at the transfer station, if we don't have those closures, then I believe we can add for one position, $47,000.
47.
$47,000
If we
adding a
have that
position.
staff, if we don't have the staffing issues that we have this year, then we could
So-
probably increase the revenue to 47.
It would be a
Make sure it'd
wash.
be
It'd be a wash.
It'd be, that one position
Right.
would pay for its own
46
paycheck.
something that
That makes a lot of good sense. Okay, so I think you all heard all those pieces. I'm going to continue down this path. These dollar amounts that were just shared with us were not available at the time I presented my budget. And so this allows us additional wiggle room for things that we know are important. And I will move on to Commissioner, I'm sorry. And Commissioner Shell also said the staffing of the jail and the director for the co-located center. And then Commissioner Inglesby recapped the pieces that I saw or heard extra or separate were criminal justice programming, nothing specific. I didn't write anything specific, but just in general. And then you had a question about the COLA delay, but I didn't know where you were standing on that, so I just made a note of it. And did I leave anything out on that front?
I don't believe so, Judge.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Jones, concerned with the outsourcing and the deputies. Those were the two highlights on your piece. And then Commissioner Smith, also, the constant theme that I'm hearing, outsourcing, the personnel for the jail, which was also echoed, the collective bargaining, which I'm grateful that I budgeted what I was suggested was going to be the right amount to properly take care of our front line. I budgeted $1.5 million for that. Oh, and back up to the personnel for the jail. As Commissioner Shell said, and I really appreciated it, that's why I wrote it down. It is his philosophy, and it is also mine. Force ourselves to make it work. Those are the words he just used, and I relate to it, and that's why I did these things as I've done them. Never do I want to hamper the opening of a jail. And so that Commissioner Smith said, personnel for the jail, I'm happy that I support that effort. And then the constables, again, I get the privilege of saying I support that, no problem, only because last year I supported a deputy constable for every office. So if that's how the court wants to move, I don't have a problem with that. And then you don't have a problem going up on the tax rate.
No, I don't have a problem going up on your tax rate. I do have a problem going up on the current tax rate.
Okay, my tax rate. Got it. No, that's why I'm recapping.
Dropping from, I fully support dropping from what our current tax rate is, but we may not get to the rate that you had.
Okay, good deal. Now, my turn to try to encapsulate how I synchronize with the commissioner's comments. So as I started to, in the effort of being a little more productive with the time here so we don't stay here for too long repeating the same things, I have no problem working and supporting the $822,000 that I'm hearing that the commissioners want to put back in for outsourcing. I have no problem putting that back in, specifically because it's a big jump from the $4+ million that we were putting in. To me, again, I'm going to have to keep repeating this, Commissioner, because I really like it and appreciate it. Force ourselves to make it work. That's the tone, that's the tempo, that's how I feel, and that's what we're in right now with this pandemic and not being able to turn around, look around the corners. And so my strongest push for efficiencies are just what's on the forefront, but without cutting the things we are used to doing. And so that we went from north of $4 million to $822,000, I feel that that's a fair belt tightening, and I can support that movement. Especially because we have the TERS savings identified, the Kyle Buda agreement identified, social services identified, and now, of course, the records fees and then the permitting piece. So that lift position, I have no problem supporting it because it's a wash and it provides a better service for the community. Perfect. I say put that position right back in. So outsourcing, adjusted. Personnel for the jail, all I'm asking for is that we stay lean with it and we don't grant a bunch of positions that don't get filled, because that's what happened to my budget last year. And I'm fully in support of staffing a jail that is fully functioning at whatever tiering that we need to do. The collective bargaining, I've already addressed it. I fully supported it for collective bargaining for our front line. The constables, it's been my MO. I've always supported it, so I have no problem supporting that either. Criminal justice programs, I'm glad you both, Commissioner Shell and Commissioner Inglesby, brought that up, because the reason we can bring down this outsourcing and we can further support our judges and our whole DA's office and the whole system is because we will continue to work through these programs that have been already in line for just a small amount of time and already through COVID showing a positive impact. And so I believe if we continue to stay vigilant, continue to work hard, and continue to support all these new positions and all these new offices to address that outsourcing of our inmates, ultimately is what it boils down to. I think we have an optimistic front on that piece. So the criminal justice programming, good. And I'd like to fight to keep the cost of living in there for our employees. I know it's just under $600,000, but if you don't give someone a cost of living increase, you've basically given them a pay cut. And so I support the cost of living instead of a merit. Did I leave anybody's comments unaddressed?
So the only other thing I would say is whenever we talked about specifically the efficiency in our court system.
Yes, sir.
I just want to ensure that as we look at the county courts of law and as we look at that direct attribution of cases, I want to make sure that, because if we look at that schedule, they are adding a lot of court time. I want to ensure that the bailiff schedules and those kind of things from one can cover that court time with the bailiffs that they have, if that is the needed case. And if not, look at the additional staff they need to make that system work, because that has been a priority for our court for quite some time to get that direct case attribution. I don't want it to be detrimentally impacted because they finally did what we asked and then we didn't fund what they needed to make it work.
Exactly. Ditto. couldn't agree with you more. So now what I'd like to do, since we've all shared the spirit of our effort while we're sitting here in this courtroom, I think if you guys are okay with it, we can, there aren't many here, it's 2 pages. We can just go block by block and address it and try to build consensus since we've generalized our philosophies. Is that okay with you guys? For example, we could try one. If it doesn't work, then we'll stop and do something else. For example, the sanitary in the very first block, the development services. Is there something you would like to include into it? Otherwise, we're going to skip it.
I mean, at this point, from what we've just discussed, I mean, we don't really have, I mean, there's just no options.
It's going to be tight
I
already.
know. I know, but I don't want to, I want to make sure you guys have every opportunity to discuss, to whatever you feel is necessary to go through this process, because I don't want anybody to feel railroaded in any way, because that's not fair to you.
And you know, some of these departments, development service for one, I mean, I know there's some very needed positions in here. If we see revenue increasing beyond our projection, then I think those are opportunities to come back, you know, in the next year. If we see that, especially in revenue generating departments, I do think that is a way to address that if that's the way we have to do it.
So is it okay with the commissioners to say, at this moment in time, nothing for development services, go to the next block?
I would, but I do want to make sure that we reiterate to that department that we understand, number one, the level of attrition that could happen in that department specifically because of the possible retirement rate. And I, for one, am going to make a commitment that as we go through the year to take a look at seeing where we can make adjustments or assist that division, because I know the increased workload specifically in my precinct, Commissioner Jones' precinct, that these guys are doing. And at the end of the day, whenever we have these employees that are well qualified for retirement, the larger workload that we place on them, the higher expectation we should have that they're going to take it.
Right on. Thank you, sir, very much for that. Transportation. Anything on that space you want to include?
Can I just make a suggestion?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the transportation department, unless you're going to take any action on their tax rate, what we will typically do is prior to adopting the budget on September the 22nd, we will work with Jerry and he will give us the projects that he needs to have rolled over, make any adjustments in his line item detail to kind of address his needs. The heavy equipment, he had some funding, it's just not determined which piece that he would purchase, but that can all be worked out between now.
So we can leave this, we can skip transportation for now. Thank you, ma'am. The sheriff, jail. Who would like to take that piece?
Well, I think that,
Okay.
as we mentioned, Judge, the contract detention, we will put back in.
And the program director.
Program director.
And then the remainder is the savings that the,
Okay.
Correction specialist.
yeah, it's changing that to a 10-1, but at the same time removing another one.
So do we have a total? I'm sorry.
838904.
But if you change the date, that's including the change of the date already?
Correct.
So 838904, would you start a running total and see where we go?
And I can tell you that, again, I think that a really important part of this is that last line with no number on it. We need to make a commitment as a court, or at least I believe that we need to make a commitment as a court that we are going to readdress this at the beginning of the year.
I think that is absolutely,
Well, they're going to be coming to us to readdress it, right?
I think I don't want to
Understand
sound,
that. I want to reiterate that we want a commitment that we're going to 6 months in, look at this.
if you look at the agenda just today, for example, it's what we always do already, and so I don't think we would change from our protocols. So we're going to put 838904 in from the identified dollars, and if you could tell me when you're ready for us to move on. Ready? Okay, good. So District Attorney's Office, regrading and retitles, 288,646. Anyone want to put that in?
I believe their analysis was correct, but again, at this time, I just don't think we have the ability.
Yes, sir. Treasurer's Office, I feel bad. I mean, I had the decision, and I when I presented my budget, I literally took out a paper folder from her, and she's such a, I mean, I can't say enough things about her and the work ethic and the pace and everything else, but in trying to make this very difficult budget. I took out things that I thought, well, put a Band-Aid on it, work it a little bit longer, specifically because we can't see around corners. Nothing against the office or the department. It's just because we don't know where we're going with this.
Sure.
So we're going to go on to County Clerk. Elaine, could you please close the door? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. How about the county clerks?
Can we refresh my memory on this one? Are these specifically for the new courts that were established, or no?
Dr. Cardenas, can you expand just as a refresher?
Yeah, this is.
What, would you please go to a microphone?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I appreciate your assistance.
Because we know the interwoven and interconnectedness of our justice system, and we know how connected you are to it. We don't want to accidentally leave something out that's important.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do think it's important because, you know, they're going to be increasing the number of dockets and the number of days of dockets, and they want to have staff members assigned to the courts, so 2 people per court. So that's really the need, and we don't currently have the people that we could apply. So it's about $50,000.
If you do, please grab the microphone and put it near you so we could hear you. And then state your name for the record.
Roxanne Rodriguez, Chief Deputy with the County Clerk's Office in the Records Division. But it was pointed out earlier today by someone that was watching the presentation that stated we have 29 employees in the courts system, or, you know, on that presentation that we
Yes.
have. We actually only have 13 employees in the courts. The others are also in the Records Division. So it's not necessarily that we have 29 court personnel. We only have 13.
Roxanne, thank you for taking the time to clarify, because that was our County Court at Law's presentation.
Yes.
Genuinely well said. Thank you,
We do
ma'am.
have 29 employees, and they were accurate, just not all in court.
Not all in there, it was records as well.
And one of the issues was that this effect, if we can't, if we don't have enough staff, then we will fall behind on some of our reporting and record keeping, which could put our CJIS at
Right.
risk. So,
Well, what you said to me is this needs to be included so that we can support the justice system,
yes, absolutely.
okay?
And
I
Dr.
think-
Cardenas, did you say also, I don't know why I thought when you were making your presentation previously, that you had funds from
It
somewhere?
would be half and half. We're talking about doing general fund for half and part from our records management.
Okay, so I
So
know
it'd be
that it's
split.
noted
It's
like
identified
that.
on the spreadsheet.
Yes, I see that. So that's why I was,
So
And starting late in the year, too.
So is the court okay with putting the clerk's request in, so Vicky could add it to the total? This would be supporting the judges.
so Vicki, let me just ask this question, though. The records management, though, I mean, I know that's the impact, you know, the full impact, but is the record management account coming from general fund also?
No, it's a
Okay.
special revenue fund.
Okay, so,
Dr. Cardenas, how many new positions were created last year in your office? I know that we did some regrades and some.
We regraded, yeah, our chiefs, I think it was, and then, what do we get, 2 new ones? Was it? I thought it was 2. Let me check.
I mean, would one help from, if we funded one from the records management fund? I don't know if that
Can that
would.
records management fund support that in our feelings?
Yeah, they have an executive form on, so they could have.
Yeah, we have one in there already.
Okay,
So I would support that.
I would support that.
Okay, so will I hear a consensus at this moment in time to put that in so that we can support the justice system? Is that fine?
51,856.
I just wanted to make eye contact.
I think it's going to be
with
20,
Commissioner Smith.
25,918.
The records management fund.
25,928.
4 new positions last year?
Four?
So Commissioner Shell, I think I heard you say a number that I'm not sure what it is.
It's the record management fund only position.
But
25,928?
Yeah,
It's the 23,310
but you add in
and
the-
the 2618.
so 25,928.
okay, so we're only going to take the top 2.
Bottom 2,
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Same
actually,
thing.
funny enough, it's the same total.
Yeah, same thing.
So we're only going to take 2 of those. Okay. Did you get that direction? Okay, thank you, Dr. Cardenas. Okay, Office of Emergency Services, I had originally left in that emergency services truck because for an emergency response, we have a trailer that we can't pull, which is kind of, I feel bad about saying it this way, but I feel it's mildly embarrassing. And it was requested last year also. And so, again, I'm part of the court, but I feel that in the emergency capacity with hurricanes in the horizon and everything else we're dealing with, I just thought it was a good idea to be able to pull that vehicle. But I go with what you guys want to do here. And it's a lease, which makes it.
We did, I thought we approved that, did we not? I thought
Last year?
for whatever
No,
reason, we did not?
no.
Okay.
Was there
Just-
any other additional discussion relative to their work? I mean, I suggested talking to transportation about an MOU for usage or anything. They said they had multiple vehicles that could tow it. That's the only reason I asked.
Yes, and the
They're
response,
parked
I remember that conversation, you did ask that question, and the response was a very good answer by Mike Jones, which was, if he needs to pull that trailer, it's because there's some kind of emergency going on, and so it would most likely be tying up the road crew as well. And so they would most likely be needed at the same time. So the vehicle that transportation could use to pull this emergency trailer, most likely would be used at the same time and wouldn't be available.
Maybe,
Can I
just
make a comment?
Oh, good.
Sorry. I did speak with Mike Jones last week, and he indicated that he had some discussions with the state regarding potential CARES funding for vehicles. So he was going to get some more clarification on that. We typically have some very specific guidelines with making capital purchases with federal funds. So we would want to make sure that that was actually a viable source of funds for us. But I did want to mention that.
But we don't have any information back from that effort?
Not today.
Okay, and we have to make a decision today?
Not
No.
necessarily, no.
No.
Okay,
You could, if you didn't fund it today, we could potentially address it on the 22nd.
Okay.
Before we adopt.
you got it.
And-
So
and-
I'm sorry.
Judge, I'm sorry, and so the other three, is there not any funding within his budget currently that he could purchase some of that?
What about reserves for the file system?
The file system, I'm not familiar with exactly what all that entails, but that's moving him to the public safety building. I believe there's some funds identified in the bond project budget for moving. I just don't know what all departments have the funding available. I guess it's a pretty complex file system that he has, so he wanted to make sure that he did have the funding available for that. That will obviously not be needed until next fiscal.
So what if we leave this by the feel of the court? I say we leave this out for now and see what comes of the effort for CARES Act money. Sound like a plan? Okay, so we'll leave this
What will
out for
that
now.
reduce?
The vehicle?
So reduce the vehicle of Office of Emergency Services that I'd originally put in, we're taking it out. Okay. Constable Precinct 5.
Were all the other items also?
Oh, the Cradle Point is tied to the vehicle. And then you,
Well, you said you identified maybe.
so you want to leave the file system and the refrigerator?
Vicki, is there not any funding available within his
I
department
don't think
currently?
the file system, we could use money this year, and I think what we'll need to do is, we can confirm if there's some funds in
What
the
about-
bond
I
for
think you could
his.
put it
What
in, I
about the
think we could actually
refrigerator?
get it in there this year, though.
Yeah.
That section of the building is,
Okay.
I think, fully
Yeah.
finished.
And I think he indicated also that he might be able to get a refrigerator a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You could
Commissioner
probably
Smith
get
and I
that in there
both.
this year, too. I think it would be ready to put in
Okay.
right now. if
So
you can
we'll
find
say
it.
no to Office of
And
Emergency
ask
Services,
him to get
see
that
what
done.
shakes out before the 22nd, and then we'll revisit then.
Okay.
Yes, and remove the vehicle for for the conversation to potentially be brought back in
Okay.
after the piece you just shared with us.
Will do. And that's actually a $47,000 impact. The 23 was changing it from a purchased vehicle to a leased
To a
vehicle.
lease.
So we'll actually be removing $47,000.
Okay, okay. So if you'll keep that running total. So now we're up to Constable Precinct 5.
Do y'all want to take all the constables first and or do you want to do all the other stuff and then come back to the constables?
I'd say we come back to the constables since we kind of,
Okay,
a certain way.
so then we'll go to County Court at Law.
I mean, for me, the miscellaneous budget for Zoom meetings, I think that that's something that may end up being covered in the end by the state anyway. I don't think that's something that we need to address, and if it isn't covered by the state, that's a service that we probably want to look at for the entire county, so I wouldn't necessarily put it in here, but it's not one that we're going to have to do before March of next year.
Plus, we also have the teams
Right.
that can also be utilized. So, sorry.
That's fine. I can tell you that I would be very supportive of the lead assistant court administrator, just simply because if they are going to do that direct attribution of cases, she laid out a very good plan today on how to do that, and I think that that would be helpful in that process.
Okay. So indigent defense plan funding.
Have you had a chance to look at that, Vicki,
So I did look at the expenses and versus what they requested, and they did increase their fee schedule. So that will impact, there was a slight increase in the recommended budget, but not knowing how, when those increases would take into effect, I wasn't quite sure. We didn't have any direct information regarding the fee schedules increase, so.
I mean, I think at this time, we're just gonna have to
Yes.
see what happens and then address it.
So the thing
If we get
about
halfway through the year and we're,
all of those line items, when Judge Zahar indicated the different line items in her budget, those are all related to the court-appointed attorneys. By statute, we're required to do that, so
we can,
whether or
Whether
not we
now
have funding, we
We have
will
to.
have to
Yeah.
identify.
Otherwise, we become a Harris County.
Right.
okay.
we can always identify that when the time is needed if that emergency happens.
We have invoices coming in through October,
Right.
November, December that pertain to this fiscal year, and so we're amending those line items towards that. That's one of the last things we do to close our books.
So we'll say yes to the court administrator, lead assistant court administrator for County Court at Law, is that right?
I'm okay with that.
Position, but that's.
Hold off on the
that's my-
position?
That's my
Well,
feeling.
I'm kind of seeing what the rest feel. There's 1 and 1 there. What do you guys feel about that position? Hold off or leave it in?
Look, I mean, when do they believe that, have y'all seen the schedule when they believe they're going to start direct attribution?
I haven't seen.
I mean, the schedule I saw said that they wanted to start it by the end of September. So if they do that, we're talking about having those 3 courts set up on that schedule by October 1. And so that's the only reason that I think that it's pressing. I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't concern myself with it until we actually saw it. But I just don't know if and when that hire could be made to start that work. Because we are just, technically, we're promoting someone from within, or that's what they would anticipate to take that position.
So commissioners, how do you feel about that?
And they're probably watching. Can we get them to send that information to see when they plan
Okay.
on?
Because right now it's, I've gone half through the court and it's split, so it's whatever you guys shift on that. So maybe someone will reach out to them?
I mean, let's, include it for now and,
Okay.
it's
So
fine,
for-
we'll see what happens.
So for now, we'll include the position
Okay.
and to get a confirmation from County Court at Law, we will include the lead court administrator position only on that grouping. Okay. Countywide operations.
I have that one included, one position.
We did
with
one
the
instead of
Right,
two.
Because, and that's a
Because it was a
wash.
wash.
Yep.
That's right.
Right on. And are you running the total?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna keep saying that just for my own sake. HR. The regrade.
Sherry's still here. She did indicate that she was fine with just the regrade without the 6%.
Without a pay increase.
Okay, and what does that amount?
With no pay increase.
So just the
she would just be-
reclassification.
Oh, just a reclassification, and so, okay.
So no financial impact on the budget.
I'm sorry. I
Sounds
just-
safe.
That's what you do with mine.
That's what I did with yours. Okay, good. See, I want to be consistent. Okay, tax office. Equipment repairs for drive-through. Sounds pretty important. Do we know more?
Jennifer did not feel like she needed to come in to address the issue. She just asked me to include that. She has some ongoing issues with the drive-through with the machine that shoots out the information, you know, I'm not sure what that's called.
Is that, is
Like
that
a
something
teller
you can do out of
drive-through.
reserves?
Yeah, like it, does
It's
countywide or
2,000 funds out of
somebody
reserves. I
have?
think that
or-
It's not a repair she needs now. She needs those funds available because she's constantly having to call the company out.
Oh, I see.
Throughout the year, and her budget was cut a little bit in that line item. So she just asked to have a little bit of that put back in.
Well, I feel that being COVID on the forefront here, that might be a worthy investment, but maybe a one-time expense, right? No?
Well, it's an ongoing.
It's a repair.
it's an ongoing.
Got it. All right, so are you guys okay putting that back in? I am. Okay, good deal. Now the constables. We've
Can I
left-
go through my list too, just to make sure that Vicky has it, since and y'all obviously can say no to any one of these and we won't go in there. I think we took care of the sheriff issues. The cite and divert, $15,600. We added some in for this year, hoping to get started this year, but
I remember.
we would need to budget that amount annualized for 2021,
How much was that, Lon?
15,600.
600?
So that would be separate from anything we put in that, okay.
Yeah. Then the CECC director, I'm trying to earmark 100,000. I believe we did that this year. Again, we never spent it. We never did it. If we would have, it would automatically been in the budget. And then the Tyler text message that we approved for the remainder of this year, we would also need to budget that for next year, because that's something we just did. That's 15,000.
Great program.
I think we got the social service thing back to flat funded for now. I do want us to consider the Friends of Family position that we could share with the city of San Marcos. We agreed to do that last year, and I would like to continue doing that. So if we want to address that in the social service wrap-up, then that's fine with me. I'm just bringing it up now, but that is something I will bring up at that point. We put the revenue in for the co-located ILA, and I think that's all of my general fund issues.
I'd like to see, yeah, where we're at.
The reserves, you wanted the flood mitigation?
Yeah, so for reserves, flood mitigation, I think we did 750,000. This grant RF, or the management RFQ that we just made a selection on today and will now negotiate, I think will open us up some opportunities that we could maybe move forward with. Those are extremely important, not just to parts of residential areas in precinct 3 and 1, but also to our government center and public safety building. So if we have that opportunity to get some matching funds, I'd like for us to be able to jump on that.
You did that last year.
Yes, and we didn't spend it, so I'm hoping we can roll it over and do the same thing in 2021, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity. And then the only other, maybe knowing that we are going to plan on some criminal justice reform dollars to budget for some potential capital expenses associated with that. Do you think that would be okay, for instance? Let's say there was some positions we approved. Could we potentially take care of some for special programs or software or et cetera from reserves? If we budgeted them now. I would say probably not for computers and things like that we do for normal employees, but something that would be very specific to one of those programs. We may not have anything. I'm just trying to, if we don't do it now, we can't do it. But if associated with anything we do, there is an opportunity, there is a capital investment opportunity. Put $100,000 aside, for instance, just in case something pops up.
Commissioner.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Criminal justice.
Commissioner Ingles, we had the same request.
Right.
I think we wanted to talk about the position, though.
Yeah, that would be
Well, that- yeah.
separate. That would be in general fund, which,
So that's, because that can't be a use of reserves, so.
right. Yeah, so
Right,
this would be
correct.
for reserve, which obviously you all would tell us if we came up with an idea when the time came, whether we could or not. So that'd be 100,000, I would say, set aside just in the event that we have an opportunity to do something.
But
And then
that
we
is-
talk about the general fund
Okay.
later.
That's from reserves, that 100,000.
This is just reserves.
Okay.
And then on, there's some infrastructure fee fund things we've committed to this year, which will deplete that balance. I'd like to add a few more in, back to reserve fund. So we thought about trying to use the infrastructure fee fund for some of the groundwater modeling projects. We've got potential, some dye tracing projects. We have our well, which we are building as a multi-layer monitoring well. We had a presentation by the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer Conservation District probably 6 months ago now on that. We're getting close to finalizing that. It won't be in this fiscal year, so we will now need to budget that for next fiscal year. And then we have contract services that are already funded out of the infrastructure fee fund. And then wanted to set aside some other capital projects. So this list, a combination of infrastructure fee fund and/or reserves, I would like to budget out of reserves $500,000 that could go towards the matching funds for our groundwater modeling project. And this is something that the agreement we just had with Texas State, this would have to come back to court. If the court didn't agree to do it, then we wouldn't spend the funding on it. But it's trying to finalize it. We're hoping to have it done a month or two ago so that we could discuss that in more detail. But that task order would probably come back to the court in the next month or two. And so I'd like to have something budgeted in 2021 in the event that the court, and again, reserve funds. It's a groundwater model for Western Hayes County that hopefully would help us solve some of the problems that we've been having with identifying, with our groundwater districts and us through our subdivision regulations, making some very hard decisions on groundwater. EPA comes up right now. This would hopefully help us scientifically state whether that water is truly there or not and how much of a detriment that would be to private property rights in Western Hayes County. So I'd like to make a case for that. In order to get that funded out of reserves, we would have to do it now. I don't think I'm going to get it back here until we get into fiscal year 21, probably at least a month out. So my request would be 500,000 reserve funds for groundwater modeling project.
Could I just point something out?
Mhm.
Caitlin did put a request in the general fund budget for 200,000 for grant match for some flood or water projects.
Mhm.
She didn't put the details of those, but I did move that to tobacco settlement just to
Yes,
free up
okay.
the general fund. So I don't know if that's the 500 you need as an addition.
I believe that's
Yeah, it is.
actually.
Yeah, it's different.
I think it's actually, what you're talking about is actually one related to the Onion Creek watershed.
Yep.
And not the,
It's a grant match through the Texas Water Development Board. I'm not sure which one it is.
And I didn't want to get rid of it.
No, I think that's fine. So I would request an additional 500,000 from reserves. The additional 100,000 reserves for criminal justice program. And then out of the infrastructure fee fund, 25,000 for dye tracing projects, 75,000 for a multi-layer monitoring well, 50,000 for capital projects, and then the remaining in contract services, which I believe you already have the balance in contract services.
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yeah, I'm okay, I think, with all of that. I was going to ask Vicki a question regarding the tobacco settlement funds. Are we anticipating any money coming in this year for tobacco settlement? I didn't see, unless I looked at the wrong, I didn't see anything budgeted for this year. I didn't think.
For current year or 21?
Next.
21.
Yeah,
There's 100,000 budgeted.
okay, let me see. Permanent tobacco.
It's Fund 121.
Yeah. Where's the 100,000? I don't see it on there.
It's in intergovernmental revenues.
Yeah, I mean, I see the 2021 recommended and it says 0. Am I looking at the wrong? It's under general fund?
No, it's under Fund 121.
121.
Okay.
It's not in the general fund.
Oh, okay. So it says 121 right beside it and there's a 0. It says 121.
Transfer over.
Okay, so it's Okay, further
We
back.
transfer funds from the tobacco settlement into the general fund.
Okay.
So you need to go back further in your documents. to
Okay,
find-
okay. That's really my
It-
only
it's
question. then.
100,000.
Okay, because we depleted it this year, or we just, yeah, just did.
Good deal. Okay, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Smith.
I think I'm good. We just need to talk about constables.
That's
Can I
it.
just confirm something, Commissioner Inglesby? We depleted what we budgeted.
Right,
So
correct.
There
Yes.
is a little, potentially a little extra fund balance available, so we'll look at that again. We chew up all the special revenue funds right before we adopt, and as you know, they're estimates because we're still getting revenue and we're still paying bills at that point.
Okay, and Vicki, can you give us an indication of where we're at with the additional revenue that we project and the requests that we've just approved before we go to the constables departments? Can we kind of get an idea?
Get an update.
What our running total?
It's a great idea.
Give me just a couple of minutes. Some of this is, I'm moving around from the spreadsheet that I passed out. What you got was in the order that everyone came to
Presented.
make their presentations, but I moved some of that in, when it was a different fund, so I have to move it out of the general fund so it doesn't impact your rate. Did I hear support for the drive-through repairs?
Yes.
Okay.
I just got a text from I texted 2 of our county court at law judges, and the answer I got was, direct assignment has already started. We are meeting our assigned prosecutors this week, and we've been assigned them already by the DA's office, and the clerk's office has already put in place the case filing system by cause number. So cases ending in 1 go to court 2, 1 go to 1,
Yeah.
2 go to 2, et cetera. But we've already started the system.
So we should put that position in to make sure we support them.
And, yeah, and we did, right? We-
Yep. Good.
Judge, while Vicki's doing that, I just want to mention, I had it written down and didn't mention it, but just the cooperation that we're seeing from the collective bargaining team. They understand the position that we're in currently, and I just appreciate the recognition of that and understanding that we may need to make some adjustments. And so I really just want to mention that because when I was asked to sit on that, I was like, oh goodness, okay, what is that going to be like? And I know at the very beginning it might have been a little tougher than it is now, but Mark Kennedy and Jordan Powell have done an excellent job as has Commissioner Schell. Of course, he's been doing this for quite some time, and so he's got a formula that he's worked on for quite some time. But anyway, so our team has done a great job, but they have also, they've just been really pleasant to work with. And just wanted to say that.
Thank you for doing that also.
Wonderful, yes. While she gets that wrapped up, would you like to start the conversation on the constable?
Yeah. We are, and I know that y'all know this, we are in a situation where we are experiencing exceptional growth in our county. And I can tell you that there are very distinct and separate services that each one of these constables' offices cover, and I know that y'all are very well aware of that. I would love to have this conversation and hear y'all's input specifically on the requests that were made, but more importantly, I think that as we look at these, each one of these constables' offices, it's not like each constable has the exact same request of one another. Because they have such different duties and because they have such different focuses, I think it's very easy to see where the needs of constable in precinct 1 is very different than those in 4, is very different than those in 2. Mr. Torres today said unequivocally, I need vehicles. I can tell you a vehicle in precinct 4 does absolutely no good without somebody to drive it and somebody to use it. Conversely, a personnel in precinct 4 does no good if it's a motor officer, if they don't have not only the motor, but another vehicle to drive whenever it's raining or freezing or sleeting outside. And so each one of these is very different. I would love to hear from my colleagues on where they stand relative to these requests and what they feel would be fair and equitable, because I can tell you, I know I broke some arms last year in this conversation. And I appreciate the assistance that my colleagues gave to precinct 4. And I'm very well aware of that. And I'm cognizant of it, and that's the reason I want your input before I say anything else.
If commissioners are okay with that, let's go precinct by precinct, and you guys describe your constable's office. Commissioner Inglesby?
Did you want to get that amount?
Okay.
Oh, we were just buying you some time. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The total, the commitment that you need to find is $368,993.
So that is what's left on the table to allocate?
That's based on everything that I've been given feedback on. That's the additional amount you need to find in the budget.
So we've already gone over.
Yes.
How much is that, you said?
$368,993.
Oh, goodness. And that's with the TERS, the county clerk, the Kyle? So-
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
And that's over the judge's tax rate.
That is not any additional revenue for tax increase.
No.
So that's current tax rate.
Can you read us
Wait,
through that?
current tax rate or the judge's tax?
The judge's tax.
Proposed.
Okay,
So
can you read us through that?
What I have so far is the sheriff contracted pension, the inmate director, all of the items, $838,904. Removing the Office of Emergency Services, $47,000 for the vehicle. The lead assistant court administrator for county court at law, $67,878. Countywide operations, 1 new staff and uniform and the increase in collection fees for savings of $129. $2,000 for drive-through for the tax office. Repairs, adding the part-time plans examiner, decreasing fire investigator hours. Then there's the whole list of items that are just corrections that I found that need to be made basically in data supplies for several offices. The big one is the medical insurance in precinct 5. And correcting the leased vehicle and development services, that's all a savings of $217. Site and divert program, $15,600. CECC director, $100,000. Tyler text messaging program, $15,000. Decreasing social service funding back to level funding prior to the one-time injection, a savings of $25,000. $45,000 for the Friends of Family Justice Center. $105,000 in revenue from Kyle and Buda for the CAD agreement. $250,000 revenue for county clerks, increase in fees. $35,000 revenue increase in development services, permit and review fees, and $252,826 for the TERS number 5 reduction in contribution rate.
And Vicki, that doesn't include any amount in the criminal justice other than the $100,000 from reserve that Commissioner Shell stated?
Right.
So we'd need to add.
I didn't hear an amount earlier,
I know.
so I don't have anything other than just a placeholder.
And I'm not sure what that amount would be. I mean, I was thinking between 50 and,
We're currently
do you know what?
providing about 115,000 for 2 officers.
So it'd be, yeah, it'd be 60 to,
62,000 probably.
so 60, yeah. I was going to
The
say
newer
50 to
off-
75.
The newer officer, depends on the level of officer that they bring in. The first officer they brought in was right around a little over 50,000. The most recent that we added about a year and a half ago, I think, was at I believe 61.5. I'd have to look up those numbers, but it was I think a little more of a seasoned officer, so it was a little higher of a rate.
Okay, so
Well,
if
we need
we
someone
added,
less fajita seasoning. Put that back on there.
so then if we added, just say 65,000 to the 368, we'd be over 400,000 that we're short.
Without addressing any of the constables, yes.
Correct.
What about
But,
oh, good.
I'm sorry.
I was just thinking, we were talking about the COLA, delaying the COLA. We're already negotiating with our officers that their plan's going to be delayed, to maybe delay the cost of living to 6 months, 6-month delay.
A 6-month delay would be a savings of $288,505.
288.
505.
So,
Cutting COLA in half, basically, is that what you're saying?
288.
Yeah, it's going to a 6-month starting point.
So we would still need 145,488, just on the direction that you've already given me.
So if we did that, would we consider delaying the collective bargaining?
We are,
6 months?
I don't know about that, but they already have
Maybe
agreed to a delay.
delaying, but, you know,
The 1.5 is a bit of a delay.
yeah, I understand that.
I love how I couldn't hear, so I took this off like that was going to help.
That's right. Hey,
Well,
couldn't
so-
do anything.
Well, so let me just ask you this, if we were to delay collective bargaining, and again, I'm not saying that that's what I'm proposing at this time, but if we were to delay collective bargaining 6 months, what would that, do we have,
Oh, I have to calculate that. That's a,
I don't have the details of all of the positions, so theirs is different because it's on
It
their
is, yeah.
anniversary date. And
Right.
so
It's, yeah.
a lot of positions.
I know.
It's an ice cream and presents.
I'm gonna walk into the next meeting and,
I think Mark's got us under 125. Able to get you under that.
I think it was, I can't remember. I thought it was a 60-day or 90-day delay.
Would have put us to January, but I thought we were looking at February and March, anything for well, let's go back and look. Point is that I think that something between January and March got us right below 125. If we went to April, which is the 6-month mark, we would get you below that. That would be, I just don't know.
sure. Okay.
What did we have for employees last year? 3%?
Yeah, we put COLA and merit last year. No?
No,
We
just
swapped it to
merit.
That's right, we swapped it to merit.
We've had an increase every year for,
For a long time.
Since 2010, the the 1 year that we didn't.
We want to finish the conversation we started on that end.
We're gonna have to come up with quite a bit of funding.
Yeah.
We're still pretty short.
145,488.
If we did the COLA starting at 6 months.
Right, so far, the idea that's being floated at this moment would be COLA delay for 6 months, which puts us into 145,488. And we still haven't talked about the constables.
Right. Well, I mean, I'll start the conversation. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think each constable that came in made a justified request. And, you know, I know how busy our constable's office are, and I agree, Commissioner, that each constable's office is different in the services that they provide. I wouldn't mind considering maybe one deputy constable for each department, although I think it'd have to be with a delayed start if we, you know, considered something like that. Because as we look at the cost for a deputy, you know, you've got to add the equipment and everything else that is going to allow that deputy to
You talking about another deputy for one?
well,
Four and
yeah, well, I guess so, because 2 didn't ask and then 3, you know, didn't request, and so.
But we grant the request for the 2 vehicles for 2.
Here,
Well, I didn't say that.
here's a suggestion.
If you're not gonna give him a deputy.
Hold on one second.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying, yeah. Oh, yeah, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Say that again, Mark.
Yes.
Yes. If Constable 2's not asking for a deputy, if we're gonna give the others deputies instead of the deputy, we can grant his 2 cars.
Yeah, I'll make a comment that precinct 3 is not asking for anything.
Right. I understand.
Sounds like they've been well-served the last few years.
Actually, I think,
I'm
no.
teasing. I'm being facetious.
I know that, you know, Constable Montague is going to fill out, and so I think at this point, he says he's going to, you know, evaluate where they are and everything before he starts making requests, which I thought was very reasonable of him to do that. So he is refraining from asking for anything. I guess my question is, where do we intend to pay for that? Not only 145, 488. But
I guess my question is this: if we look at these overall numbers, with where we're at right now, if we did the COLA delay, how short are we again? Can you tell me?
145, 488.
So $150,000. We said a quarter of a percentage point was a quarter of a percent in the tax rate.
500.
500.
1 cent is 1.9 million.
So a quarter cent, around 500.
About $500,000.
And that still keeps.
I will tell you from the rate that the judge had, I'm comfortable with a 0.25% more than that relative to, and that is still a 0.25% less than what we have this year. And for me, I think law enforcement is worth that. And I don't want to put it in those terms, but specifically, but that's something that I think a 0.25% drop in our sales tax rate, or in our property tax rate this year, I think people will, or at least my constituents would appreciate that, but they also, again, want the services that they believe that they deserve in our county, and this is one thing that I think they believe they deserve. That would net, if it was $500,000, that would net about $350,000 left, that we can look at these and those who have requests, try to equitably distribute between them, and come out with a balanced budget. But again, that's a discussion for us to have, and that's where I'm comfortable with. I just don't know if y'all are, and I don't know where y'all would be.
I think we heard from a lot of people today that they are comfortable with a slight tax rate increase if it's to benefit law enforcement.
What would well, if we did, and I don't know what you're comfortable with, Commissioner, if we did a delayed start, you know, whether that's 6 months or, I think that's what we did last time to some. It was an April start. You know, what that cost would be, but I would imagine we'd have to look at, you know, what we're willing to supply, those. And so let me ask you this, for Constable Precinct 5, is that one deputy? Is that kind of what you're looking at?
That would be one deputy and the equipment for the officers and one vehicle lease. What would that work out to be?
Right, and so if we did that for every constable's office starting in
Minus two
April.
minus 2 and 3, and 2 instead was
That's
the
right.
idea potentially to
That's
discuss the
That's what I
automotive.
meant. Thank you for the clarification, Judge.
No problem. I just know people are following along, and I want to be as clear as I can to avoid 13 emails.
Are you clear on that, Vicki?
And can I just ask while Vicki's, oh, well, never mind, I just figured it out. Let me make sure, 74.
And the other thing I would say is that as part of that proposal, I would ask that, I know we have Sherry here, we had the conversation earlier that each one of these offices made all except for one made some direct plea for assistance with their justice clerk. I mean, if we look at this, I would ask that there be a reevaluation of those positions within this fiscal year, to have a look at those and see what would be necessary for regrades and if they are justified and warranted, and have HR come back with some type of recommendation relative to that. Court, would y'all think that would be a good idea? I'm asking.
Sure, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I wanted to ask a question because it is just a little bit different. So Constable Precinct 5 has 2 deputy constables, MB 54. And of course, 2 of them is 159,991, which one would be 79,955, according to
Yeah, that was a
my calculation.
MBS, merit-based step 4.
MBS 4.
Yeah.
Okay, and so Constable Precinct 1 has MBS 0.
So Constable 4 and Constable 5 did request
one.
that. However, those officers will come into the track based on their experience. So we typically budget all our new officers at MBS 0, just
Okay.
assuming that you're getting new officers.
Okay.
So in precinct 5, the request was 2 deputies, but 1 vehicle. Does that mean there's an existing vehicle for one of the
I
deputies?
think one of them's for the motor.
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's motored.
You know, and I
That
just...
already exists?
Yes.
And I just noticed Precinct 4 asked that the new deputy start on 4/1.
Right.
So,
They were anticipating if you remember last year, we budgeted for 1 officer, and in order to get the actual equipment for it, I suggested we
Right.
delay start until April 1. So
that's right.
I have no problem supporting a deputy for precinct 1, a deputy for precinct 4, and a deputy for precinct 5, and 2 vehicles for precinct 2, and nothing for precinct 3, because that was the request. I have no problem supporting that effort, because truly, that's what I suggested last year, so I'm good with that. I have no problem with it. I was just anticipating a pullback. I'm wholeheartedly in support of that.
And Judge, I wanted to ask a question because I know that some of I don't know about the sheriff's office, but I know that the constable's offices still haven't received their vehicles. And I don't know,
The sheriff has just started receiving them, so we'll check with Enterprise, and so any vehicles that aren't received by 9:30, we'll have to roll the funds over. We'll identify that before we come back to adopt, and then we'll have to roll those funds. So
the issue is that they order those vehicles along with 8,000 other departments at the same time.
I know.
And then COVID hit and they shut down the production facility. You were gonna say something else.
I was just gonna ask a clarifying question. Did I hear that you wanted those 3 constables, 1, 4, and 5, to all have 1 deputy constable, merit base up 0, effective 4/1?
6 months.
4/1?
Yes.
And then the equipment, they're varying requests, so do we want to just come up with an amount and give them all the same equipment amount as well, and just work with?
I think that's a good idea, because when I approved, or I don't want to say it that way, When I was pushing hard for motors, last budget, we discovered we had 3 or 4 different outfits that were created, and we had modifications, and things needed to come back to court, and things kept changing. So I like the idea of uniformity, if the court agrees with that.
Well, like
I
the
would be
precinct,
happy with that.
Me too.
What about the, Constable Hood was the only constable that requested, vehicle and a motorcycle for his officer.
I think he's the only one requesting a motor unit. At the end of the day, if it was uniformity across the board for each one of the constables, and it was enough, I can tell you, for example, when we look at, and one leased vehicle, the cost on that with a start date of 4/1, again, he, with foresight, said, let's start this officer on 4/1. The one leased vehicle it's $7,917. I guess my question would be, because of COVID, we had to delay that start date anyway for that individual officer. If we did everything on here, save that one lease vehicle, and had the opportunity, if there were salary savings by the time that came around, for him to put towards that, I would be okay with that, as long as we, again, had an officer and we had some type of uniformity in the request.
Okay, so for now, just release vehicle with no motor unit.
No, I said actually do the motor unit with no vehicle lease.
The motor unit with no vehicle,
Yeah.
sorry.
Does that make
So
sense?
I know the concern that he's brought up before is not having a vehicle during.
We have one vehicle that's sitting there that has about 170,000 miles on it, that at the end of the day, if we can get a motor unit and we can get somebody to man it, then worst case scenario on a rain day, maybe they have to use that. But if he can use salary savings and has the ability to come back to us with those salary savings and say, yes, we want this lease, that makes sense to me.
Very
Because
unlikely to have salary savings in a constable's office, by the way. Almost impossible.
I'm just saying, this year we did. On the new position, we did. And we were able to do that. If not, then we'll have to figure out something else, or he will have to figure that out within his budget. But I think that we're coming more than enough in trying to address our constables' needs with this, compared to where we were.
Okay.
Any other?
I'm just going to add again the criminal justice piece. I think they both go together. And I think we should do both of them at the same time. But
Both of what, just to clarify?
I'm just saying, when we're looking at criminal justice as a whole, law enforcement, et cetera, I think we have to also look on the other side of, how we can continue to try to reform and create efficiencies in our criminal justice system. And I would like to have the ability to address that, as well as the ability to support law enforcement, which we're doing.
Was there not, forgive me, but in the number that we set aside earlier, was there anything specifically set aside as?
No, and I think we said 65 just now.
I would say put 100,000 aside.
Well, that's what I wanted, but I was trying to be.
So when Commissioner Inglesby
Frugal.
originally talked about that money, and you had mentioned 2 officers, and she had settled on a lower number, 65, they're now suggesting bring it to 100. Any other comments while she keeps keystroke? All good? So while she's working on that, we'll finish the work, not the workshop, but we'll finish this agenda item, and then we'll open 42. How much time will we need to put our last agenda item in motion?
At the tax rate?
Oh, we need to close this before we open that one?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I was just talking that while we were waiting.
Do you, you can do
Set-
47, you hadn't done it?
47. Yeah.
We can set a, we could set a tax rate in our recommended budget and still make changes to that budget and still lower that tax rate later on. So even if we don't completely allocate this through this decision process right now, if we've decided on the tax rate, we can
Go lower, just not higher.
put in what we've all agreed to and then leave the difference sitting there. And then we can allocate that in the future if we need to go back and ask more details about what it is a priority from a specific office that we're talking about now. And but we've agreed that with what the tax rate is, we don't necessarily have to allocate that entire tax rate right now.
Right
We
on.
can come back and allocate it later.
Vicky, you
Or we
looked
can
over.
cut it.
Yes, sir. Vicky, you looked over. Are you ready?
I think so.
Okay.
Just, I took an average of the equipment, the requests for the officers, and it looks like it's around 17,000. We have a leased vehicle for 5 and 1, and a motor unit for 4.
And 2.
Correct?
Correct.
And then 2 leased vehicles for precinct 2.
Correct.
Yes.
2, right?
2, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see.
And those are outfitted with the equipment as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Lesson learned from last go-around when they kept coming back. All included. Including the helmet, and I would even say the boots.
That's
Remember the
part
boots?
of, I believe, collective bargaining.
And if,
I understand that's been a topic of discussion in collective bargaining.
Constable 5, if he's just getting the one deputy, he does not need the leased vehicle. Just the radar.
He doesn't need the vehicle or
That-
the vehicle equipment?
No, just the radar.
Oh, okay.
But I think the radar was in your budget already.
Probably.
Yes, there was.
Okay, so he does not need the vehicle, because he's going to use the officer that he gets. The deputy he gets will be his motorcycle guy that he already has. He already has the
We'll
motor.
take that vehicle in 4 and it works out even.
You gotta just put constable and don't put a number and interchange them.
Now quit.
Okay.
Good for you for defending your precinct.
So we're clear on everything up to, we changed the pretrial bond officer, we increased that to 100,000. I added $522,299 for increased tax revenue by 1/4 cent, increasing that tax rate. Then adding 3 officers effective April 1 for constables 1, 4, and 5. Equipment for those officers. Leased vehicles for 1 and 2 leased vehicles for 2 and 1 motor unit for 4.
And all the associated equipment for each of those.
Yes, she said
Yes.
that. Mhm.
So that leaves us at a savings of $63,878.
Which we can then go ahead and, will that cover or does that include 100,000 for criminal justice?
It includes the 100,000 for the pretrial bond officer, the 100,000 for criminal justice was going to be a use of reserves, because it was going to be capital projects,
Okay.
but 100,000 for the pretrial bond officer, yes.
But that leaves us with how much in the positive?
63,878. So
I would suggest we leave that alone right now from experience.
Yeah. And we can even
You'll get a few
adjust,
calls.
we can even adjust the bond officer. I want to ask, and Sherry, I really appreciate your request or, let me see, hold on. Your regrade request and not asking for the 6% increase, although I think I know who the employee is, and she's done an excellent job and has been with the county for so long. And I don't think has been compensated, you know, and I want to ask the court if y'all would consider adding that back in, the 6%, which is $4,000, I just lost it, $4,000.
I have no problem doing it. After that pitch, Commissioner Inglesby,
Just remember,
what you do to one, I'm with you.
I completely agree with that, but
What you do
that
to
is not what
one,
we do.
there you go.
That's just,
I have an employee that handles grants and does that for all of the county, and without her, we wouldn't be able to do our second claims. And she's earned, you know, we moved up to, county three.
So it's going to be a ripple effect, as we talked about.
There's two other regrades that are regrades
With no increase.
impact, yeah.
Yeah.
They were requested
Okay.
6%, but the regrades were approved with no increase.
And that's why when I said this earlier, because you felt, accidentally created exactly the conundrum that I had to deal with
Sure.
in putting out my budget. Is if I make one decision here, it's gonna ripple through the entire county, and that's why I made every attempt to be as uniform and consistent so that it would be most easily defendable.
and it's, I completely agree with Commissioner Inglesby, by the way, and if it was my money and not the taxpayers' money, I'd do it, because
Yeah,
it would be, it's just,
Yeah.
that is not, I mean, as much as we want to, there's plenty of other cases where that argument can be made, and that's something we have tried to stay away from whenever
Okay.
possible.
Well-
Except for in the, event of a restructuring, if the department head comes in and has reassignment of duties and things like that, then we've taken those things into account, but
Okay.
usually not at this time.
Wait, also bring up one other thing. We actually received a request from our office. We need one additional scanner in our office for our internal audit division.
No.
And the $1,600 could be identified in the preservation fund to purchase that scanner next year. And the county judge's executive assistant requested a scanner that wasn't initially in the budget, but if y'all wanted to approve that, we could fund that as well in the preservation fund. So there is a request for 2 scanners.
through the preservation fund, that sounds like a fine idea to me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I do have one question about that. I know that through a different fund, there's been some requests, I think JP Precinct 4 has asked for, maybe he has it in a scanner request. The only reason I say that is because we lost ours because they have to use one on a daily basis, and theirs was damaged in the flood, and so we gave them ours until we could get another.
We just replaced that one.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How much time do you need for 42?
Not much.
Take a little 5-minute recess. We'll be right back. Mic is off. There we are. We are back from our short recess. We gave the auditor's office an opportunity to tabulate all the freshest updates and direction from the court. And I think we are ready to open agenda item number 42.
Judge, I have a motion for item 42, and I move that we...
Let me get it open. Dr. Cardenas?
So 42, discussion and possible action to vote on a proposed budget and tax rate for fiscal year 2021 and schedule public hearings.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. So, Commissioner?
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the input and the conversation that we had today. I really appreciate all the input of the commissioners and you yourself, Judge, and where we arrived at this. And therefore, I move to adopt the fiscal year 2021 Commissioners Court proposed budget with the changes as presented by the Auditor's Office, and to set the FY21 tax rate at 42.12 cents as follows. 26.78 cents general M&O, 12.46 cents debt, 2.88 cents road and bridge general.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any comments?
I just want to thank the auditor's office and Norris and Vicky. Y'all did a great job as always, and I know y'all put a lot of hours into this, and thank y'all. And Judge, thank you for presenting your recommended budget too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just want to thank everybody also, and Judge, thanks for your budget. I think we all, hope that we could stay at the your proposed tax rate. I know that we funded a lot of things that are important though, and I think we've got a good budget, and we've got another round, I guess, or to make any more adjustments in the coming weeks, and so we'll take a look at that. But thank y'all.
Well, I'm grateful for the hard work that we did as a court, and I am continuously impressed with the things that we are able to accomplish, and I am grateful that we supported all the things that are important to us all.
Judge, I would just like to reiterate and say thank you so much for the work that we did today in this courtroom is absolutely nothing compared to the work that our auditor's office does on a daily basis and the hours that they put into this process. I know that each and every one of us had numbers that we asked to have run, and I know that that's not easy. I know it's like you have a million balls in the air, so we really appreciate the help. I do appreciate the fact that we are able today to make some cut to our tax rate, which is I think is very important. And I think that at the end of the day, the most important thing in doing that is that we are able to meet the basic needs that our community expects from us and the services that they expect us as a county to provide. And I think this rate does that.
Thank you. Dr. Cardenas, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Inglesby?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
And Judge Pacetta?
Yes. Now, we do got to set the budget.
We did a tax rate hearing. We are now only required to hold one tax rate hearing. So we did have that scheduled. We had two scheduled, one for the 8th and one for the 15th, so we could do either. I would recommend scheduling it on the 8th, just so that we have that.
Okay. So let's make our tax rate hearing to be scheduled for September 8th. At
1 p.m.
1 p.m. sounds fine.
Okay. And we also need to announce that we will be having our budget hearing to adopt the final budget on September the 22nd. Would you like to set that at 1 p.m. as well?
Yes, I think the later in the day we make it, the better for those that want to come, leave work early or whatever they may need to do to get here in case someone wants to show up. The later the better, so 1 o'clock is good.
Okay, so we'll work on the public notices and I'll send those out. They'll go out this weekend. It will be the elected officials' longevity increases will be published, and their budgets will be sent to them this weekend so that they will be notified of what their upcoming salaries will be.
Perfect. Perfect. Entertain a motion.
So moved.